like you can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What's up, fools? Today is 11/11/2025. It is 6:57 p.m. Eastern Time. All right. We got PF Young coming up in just a little bit. We're going to talk to him. And then... Oh, crap. I did just get my Bluetooth back up. So... What the fuck? It's not letting me sign into my chat. It says that I need to verify on my phone. But it's not asking me to verify on my phone. Yeah, so yesterday, if you guys weren't here, I don't know if I broke my nose or what, but I hit it pretty hard right here. And now, today, it is all swollen and bruised and messed up. So, it's It was painful yesterday, like right before stream started. And it had like blood like dripping down my fucking nose when I realized it was there, so. Um, hold on. This is being a pain in the butt. I'm just trying to fucking sign into the chat, and it's having me. Okay, there we go. Damn. You bopped yourself in the snoz, yeah. Yeah, I did. I was just holding the headphones, and I was just trying to like look at them real quick, and I turned them like this and look, and then just boom, right in the fucking nose, and just kind of sat there for a minute, just holding my nose, thinking like, okay, probably not so bad. And then as soon as I let go, there was just blood dripping down my nose. So it broke the skin. Mantis punched him. Mantis hit him. See, the fact that y'all assume that says a lot, doesn't it? Yeah. Yep. We got about 5 minutes before. I knew they'd say that. Yeah. So they watch the gaslighting on here, and they're like, "Yep, we know. We know what's going on." All right. And my mic seems to be messed up as well. So yesterday, if you guys were here, my Bluetooth just got deleted. Like Bluetooth on my computer just got deleted. It disappeared. I didn't have a way to connect Bluetooth. It was just gone from my entire computer. And now I got the Bluetooth back. I spent a long time fucking with it yesterday. And it was very frustrating, very infuriating, but I finally got it back up today, literally just like 20 minutes ago. And now it seems like my mic is different and the filters are different. It doesn't seem to be, I don't know, like I can tell that there's just a lot of background noise, and that every time I make the smallest movement or something, it just kind of, I can see it popping up every time I do the tiniest little thing. So it's normally shit that would be cut out. What is this? Is that supposed to be Schumer bowing down to AOC? So we're going to talk to PF Young about whether or not Trump's a fascist, and I just watched this video right before I came live, and it's actually a really good video. Gays. Oh. Okay, the audio's not going through. Motherfucker.
I want to talk to you about the F word. No, not that F word. I'm talking about fascism. Is Donald Trump really a fascist, as some would say? Or is the word authoritarian sufficient? The term fascism is often used loosely, but you can generally identify fascists by their hate of the other, vengeful nationalism, and repression of dissent. To fight these ideas, we need to be aware of what they are and how they fit together. Let's examine the 5 elements that define fascism and what makes it distinct from and more dangerous than authoritarianism. First, the rejection of democracy in favor of a strongman. Authoritarians believe strong leaders are needed to maintain stability, so they empower strongmen, dictators, or absolute monarchs to maintain social order through the use of force. But fascists view strong leaders as the means of discovering what society needs. They regard the leader as the embodiment of society, the voice of the people.
I am your voice. I alone can fix it.
I didn't know that these clips existed, but this is exactly what it is that I talk about when I talk about a populist leader. Like, this is exactly what it is that I say, is that, like, they say that they're the only ones who can fix it. They're the only ones who are even worried about the issues that you're worried about. They're the only ones who are capable of doing this, and so therefore they are the superhero that you need. It doesn't matter whether or not you like them. It doesn't matter whether or not you want them. You need them because they're the only ones who can do it.
Second, stoking rage against cultural elites. Authoritarian movements cannot succeed without at least some buy-in from establishment elites. While fascist movements often seek to co-opt the establishment, they largely depend on fueling resentment and anger against presumed cultural elites for supposedly displacing regular people. Fascists rile up their followers to seek revenge on the elites.
The out-of-touch media elites, the political elites, but the elites from the elites who led us from one financial and foreign policy disaster to another.
They create mass political parties and demand participation. They encourage violence.
You know what they used to do to guys like that when they were in a place like this? They'd be carried out on a stretcher, folks. Like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you.
Knock the crap out of him, would you?
And we fight. We fight like hell.
Third, nationalism based on superior race and historic bloodlines. Authoritarians see nationalism as a means of asserting the power of the state. For fascists, the state embodies what is considered a superior group based on race, religion, and historic bloodlines. To fascists, the state is a means of asserting that superiority.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best.
They're not sending their best.
They're not sending you. They're not sending you.
Fascists worry about disloyalty and replacement by groups that don't share the same race or bloodlines.
And I think any Jewish people that vote for a Democrat, I think it shows either a total lack of knowledge or great disloyalty.
Fascists encourage their followers to scapegoat, expel, and sometimes even kill such others. Fourth, extolling brute strength and heroic warriors. The goal of authoritarianism is to gain and maintain state power at any cost. For authoritarians, strength comes in the form of large standing armies that can enforce their rule. They seek power to wield power. Fascists seek state power to achieve their ostensible goal, achieving
Oh man, are we both?
Can you hear me talk?
Okay, sorry. Give me a second. My some of my stuff just went down.
I'm streaming on my end, just FYI.
Okay, yeah, I'm up on my end as well. I can't see your camera. Can you see mine?
Let me.
It's just loading for both.
and I transition. Okay, can you see me?
Yeah, I see you. Let me. What in the world? Mine was just working a second ago. All right, hold on. Let me hang up and come back in.
No, 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 hey.
What the hell?
Oh, my camera's not working.
Thank you. Ah. Aha.
There we go.
All right. Give me a second. Let me take a moment to set all this up. How you doing?
I'm doing swell.
Their
I'm doing swell.
vision.
This is the last time I ever talk about fascism on my channel.
Been a while since I've seen you.
I've decided. Yeah. Yeah. How are you? How's the weather where you're at?
Bro, it's fucking horrible. It's been below freezing for the last
really?
couple of days. Yeah.
Where are you roughly?
Atlanta. And it like during the day, some days
Atlanta.
it gets up to 80, and then during the nights it gets below freezing. So it has been horrific. But
That's wild. Yeah, I was down to 39 today, late in the evening here in Austin. But it'll be a high of 81s and 83s for the rest of the week.
you're not enjoying talking about fascism every single day?
I don't enjoy things anymore.
Yeah.
I just kind of do things.
Enjoying things is gay. I agree.
It's true. Logical consistency is gay.
Okay, well that's I don't agree with that, but maybe that's for another time.
Fair.
All right. I think I'm almost there. Give me a second. I'm just trying to get our cameras aligned, and yours is way more zoomed in than mine, so you can't look bigger than
That's fair.
that's emasculating me, so I gotta have both of them about the same size.
Well, as we both know, logic is not nearly as important as vibes, and that would send a bad vibe.
It would send a bad vibe, yeah. I don't think we both know that, but close enough. All right. Well, so yeah, I messaged you because I watched you talk to Pisco, and was a little annoyed with the conversation and some aspects of it.
Dude,
so I
me
wanted
too,
to.
I'm glad you agree with me on everything.
Yeah, I wanted to just call and talk to you about how right you were the entire time. Yeah, so the first thing that I wanted to get into is, I guess, the part of the disagreement was over whether or not you even use the word or whether or not it has any utility if a bunch of people misunderstand what the word is. And you were saying that if everybody understands the word to just kind of mean this person's bad, or it's kind of lost all meaning in like it to communicate any sort of real concept, then it's just kind of pointless in using the word anymore. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't say it's pointless. I would say that's just how the word is used. I was talking to Tony from One Dime Radio. I don't know if you know who that is, but I asked him, like, why isn't it okay to just have a term that just means bad? That's what I do with the word degenerate. So, if people call Charlie Kirk or whoever fascist and they just mean like political enemy, you could make it, that's a very practical and pragmatic way to use the term.
Sure.
But I guess I was just pointing out that is how people use it.
I disagree that that's how people use it, or that's what people actually think it means. I think that there's different usages of it, and I do think that there's like kind of just a common sense where people use it to mean authoritarian. and that's just like a general use of the term. And so when people say like Antifa is fascist because they tried shutting down people's freedom of speech, like them shutting down people's freedom of speech is not encapsulating all of the different aspects of fascism, but they are doing something authoritarian in a sense, kind of. They're not an authority in that situation, so it's not really authoritarian, but that's what they mean. It's like authoritarian. Whereas there's still, especially if we're like in this space, we're discussing like political concepts and philosophy and things like that. We're having more of like an academic conversation. We're using more like academic terminology. And I think that when people who engage in politics, people who talk about this stuff, especially if, it's Daily Wire or TYT or CNN, Fox News, like they're using a more like political philosophy sort of terminology when they use it, and that it's going to be a lot more complicated than just authoritarianism.
Yes, I agree that, yes, there are people that use it in the more intellectual way. Yes, I agree with that.
So why, well, I guess before we get to like what it, like, yeah, the word itself, do you not think that you would have some sort of responsibility to your like audience to like at least educate them on what the word is and what it is that like people mean in an academic sense? Or do you think it's best to just kind of appeal to whatever misconception they have?
It's definitely not a loaded question. Do
Mhm.
you have a responsibility to educate your audience, or should you appeal to their misconceptions?
Well, you're, because it's that you
utility-
don't. Not everybody has a responsibility to educate them, right? Lots of people they're doing politics. Lots of people are just doing politics. They're just trying to sway
Sure.
people in one direction or the other. Other people are thinking, well, I want people to like have a broader understanding, regardless of what my politics are.
I guess I don't know. It all depends on what it all depends on what words can be defined in any way you. It depends on what my goal is. So, like for example, like the example I always go to is liberal. Like I will literally use the same word in the exact opposite way to two different audiences. Like if I'm talking to right wingers, liberal means left wing compared to them. And if I'm talking to left wingers, liberal means right wing compared to them. So the exact same word means the exact same opposite thing to two different people. So it's like with fashion, it's like, so like if you're asking me, Paul, don't you have a responsibility to define liberal? It's like, no, I have a responsibility to communicate what I'm trying to communicate as best as I can. And I actually don't think that, like, if I know my audience is all right wingers, and I say, and someone says like, liberals, they're for transgenders and gays and all that. It's like, okay, I know how they're using that term, so we're in the linguistic framework, so I'll use it in that way. I don't know. Do I have I guess one of the reasons I brought Tony on was to talk about Governor Greg Abbott just texted me. He just made a special announcement, and he wants to make sure my top supporters like me see it. Well,
I just got a couple texts from Donald Trump just a little while ago as well. So.
There you go. Nice. So what was the question? Do I have responsibility to educate them on it?
Yeah.
Like,
Do you think it's like to get them to understand like different concept or different context? Like if you use liberal in different ways in different places. If I go and talk to a Marxist, yes, when they call somebody a liberal, they mean something a little bit different than what a conservative means when they call somebody a liberal. And so, yeah, is it?
yeah, I guess I know sort of. I mean, when I was talking to Pisco, I was like, "This is my point." It's like I know there's like the Giovanni Gentile definition, which is one type of fascism, which is very different from like the Nazi biological racism fascism. Then there's like Franco-fascism. There's Christo-fascism. There's Trump. So my point was just like for example, I would never say. It's I guess I don't know. It's just it depends. The question all I was doing was I was asking Pisco if he would agree with the statement. Was Charlie? Do you think Charlie Kirk is a fascist? Which is it's an interesting question. I didn't care. I wasn't there to argue. I mean, my problem, Tom, is that I buy into people's frames too easily. I'm too agreeable. So I could have just said, "All right, well, that's fine." I mean, it was interesting to see how he thinks, but yeah, I guess let me ask you this: what do you think I should do differently when I mean, maybe in the broadest sense, like generally,
Well,
which
I
would
mean,
include like using fascism stuff. Do you think I should like pick a definition and stick to it?
no, but I do think like the word fascist like has a lot of power and a lot of weight with it. It has negative connotations,
Yeah.
obviously, because of World War II and what everybody did there, but mostly because fascism was created to be an alternative to liberalism. It was supposed to be the thing that like kind of stops liberalism and has like the more permanent replacement for it. And so when people say, oh, this is fascism, the fear is like, oh, this is anti-constitution. This is anti-American values. This is something that is supposed to stop what it is that America is built on, our foundational values. And so I think that while I don't care if people use the term fascist, I do think that there is a coordinated effort to water down the term fascist, and that people really want to make sure
By the left or the right?
By the right, and that they will say
interesting.
things like nobody knows what he means anymore. People call everybody a fascist these days. Like, and I don't agree with that. I don't think that's true.
Well, I'd say that's 100,000% true.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't think so.
I just see, people calling, Republicans are fascists. Like the Republican Party is a fascist party. Charlie Kirk, people called Charlie Kirk a fascist. It's just like, wait, hold on. Next question. Do you think Charlie Kirk's a fascist?
Yeah.
Or was a fascist?
Yeah. Yeah, but for similar reasons to what Pisco said, it's not that I think initially he was more of like a neoconic sort of Republican, which is what I was at the time, and I was a big fan of him.
Yeah.
But it was Donald Trump and his like sort of movement that turned me against the Republican Party, and it was the more fascistic sort of ideals that I was against.
Is Ben Shapiro a fascist?
No, but
Why not?
Well, because so I would say that he does like water down fascism. He does a lot to kind of whitewash it, but I don't think that he has like more fascistic ideals, whereas Charlie Kirk's ideals did change over time. He like drastically changed.
What is something that Charlie Kirk believed that Ben Shapiro does not also believe? That makes Charlie Kirk a fascist, but Ben not a fascist.
So Charlie Kirk was against gay marriage being legal, and he used to be in favor of it being legal. Ben Shapiro has a more libertarian view where he just doesn't believe the government should have any say on marriage whatsoever. So that's that's one example, but that is something that Charlie Kirk changed on, and the Groypers are correct when they say that they are the ones who pushed him in that direction. Like they kind of like hammered him a million times, saying that he wasn't really Christian.
Charlie Kirk had the opinion that it should be, because I know the libertarian approach is that we should stay out of marriage, and I do think that I think you're right. Ben has that position. Charlie didn't have that same position. He had
not at the beginning. Yeah, so when they first started, it was
at the time
he thought it was wrong. Death. Yes, at the time of his death, he thought that it should be that they should not be allowed to get married
legally.
Legally, yeah.
Okay, so that's one. So if you're against gay marriage, that's the thing that can put you over the edge to become a fascist?
No. Well, no. I mean, obviously, there's not going to be any one
Ben
thing.
Shapiro ran cover for January 6th and supported Trump, and Trump is a fascist. You would agree?
Did he? I thought that he was. I thought that he talked about. I thought he said January 6th was like an embarrassing moment for the country. That like Donald Trump.
Yeah, and then he continued to get behind him.
Oh, maybe okay.
Criticized Hitler and then ended up in his, in his core. So how is Ben Shapiro not active? Ben Shapiro, the head of the largest conservative media organization in the United States, arguably, but around there, popular media, advocating for Donald Trump, who is, by I would assume your definition, a very obvious fascist. How does that not make Ben Shapiro a very clear fascist?
He might be. I haven't paid much attention to Ben Shapiro when it comes to like his support for Donald Trump, so I don't know as much about it. But I probably would say that actually, like the larger media like creators, that their support for Trump does probably put them in that group. But I wouldn't necessarily even call like MAGA a fascist movement. Like I wouldn't say that they are fascist, because I think a lot of them do believe that a lot of their goals are to achieve like, constitutional rights and to make these, more secure instead of less. But I think that also a lot of them don't care one way or the other. Like I think that if Donald Trump like says like we're getting rid of the Constitution,
it's not just it's not just if you support Trump you're a fascist, but if you do it like if you're an intelligent person and you're a big, like a Ben Shapiro or Charlie Kirk or whoever, and you know what you're doing, that makes you fascist.
Right.
Okay, that's fine. But this is my point: is if Ben Shapiro is a fascist, effectively, it kind of means like, what does it even like? Because here's I was trying to make this point with Pisco.
Well, I just think Ben Shapiro's
Hitler's
like
fascist, right?
Ben Shapiro says
hold on. Hitler's a fascist, right?
Okay, sure, yeah.
So if we're going to use the same word to describe Hitler as Ben Shapiro, it stretches the utility of the word, seemingly, to the point where it's like, well, what does it even mean anymore? Like, that's the point that I think people make quite fairly. Is like, well, if we're going to use, if the word you are using can apply to Hitler, and not like he liked dogs, and so does everyone else. It's like, no, fascist is a pretty specific political term, and the overwhelming majority of people who even know what that word means probably associate it with Hitler amongst anyone else. I mean, I don't know who else. Not that many even people can find fucking Italy on a map, let alone know who Mussolini is. But everyone knows who Hitler is. So if we're like, so when you say, well, the right is watering down the word fascism by saying, well, what does it even mean? It's being used so broadly. It's like, or they're just saying the truth, which is that the left is using it so broadly that they're the ones watering it down.
I mean, that's again, I'm not like, if that was actually the case, I would agree, but I just think that the majority of people are not calling everybody fascist.
Fair enough. I don't know how we would test whose worldview is correct.
Well, I can think of like,
that's how it's being
I can think of the majority of people that I know in media are not calling everybody fascist. Like the people on TYT aren't constantly calling people fascist. Even the Majority Report, even like, the left-wing like leaders of the groups. But if I go look at random, small TikTok creators, they're calling everybody fascist. Like all of them will call everybody fascist. They'll call me a fascist.
This is a good. That's fair. That's fair. They definitely won't call me a fascist. They will. This is a good thing we can discuss, because this is something that people always bitch about. Is like, Paul, you're just citing random TikTok creators. First off, when I think of normal people or most people, I don't mean most people in media. I mean the average people. Like I legit. Have you seen my the mimetic feudal hierarchies of online politics video by any chance?
I don't know.
It's the one where it's like, basically, feudalism.
Yeah.
Peasants serve knights, knights serve barons, barons serve lords. Imagine that, except that it's just it's like cultural influence. Like Tucker Carlson is like at the top of the conservative media hierarchy or conservative cultural hierarchy, and then below that is like some pretty B tier journalist, and then below that is like a channel like our size, and then below that is just like your average person who doesn't have any following, or has like 10 followers on Twitter, something like that. When I think of most people, I think of like the most politically engaged person in a friend group of 10 who basically influences everyone else's opinions on the subject.
I bet you can't tell what I mean by that.
Like, I don't know what your experience has been in different like friend groups or different groups of people, social groups. There's usually, and sometimes there's groups that are just all cohesive because they're all centered around the same interest. But groups that are not centered around interests, whether it's just like friends from high school, from college, from work, or whatever, might be like 10 people, and like 1 or 2 of them or 3 of them are the most politically engaged, and then they'll kind of set the tone for the rest of that group. Or at least people will like unconsciously be influenced by, oh, well, my friend who knows politics told me this thing or whatever.
Just like any girlfriend in a relationship.
Just like any girl. Oh,
they all change to their boyfriend's politics.
Yeah. Oh, that's fair. Yes. Okay. Sure. I am anti-hate speech, and so I reject that and condemn that. But that's okay.
Of course. As you should.
I will say that is what most people matters to me. Is like, well, the average person on TikTok, it's like, that's that is what is influencing most people. It's like most people are influenced by the beliefs of the people around them and the people who are being shoved in their face 24 hours a day. More so than journalists. So it's it's relevant, but like
maybe to an
It's
extent,
this
because a
idea
lot of
that-
those people on TikTok are not necessarily getting a lot of views because they have a popular opinion. A lot of it could just be like rage bait, where they say something ridiculous and then everybody comments and shares because of how pissed off they
Yeah,
are, and
sure.
they end up getting a lot of the the thing. I mean, I've gotten into the TikTok space over the last year and had a lot of fights with people on the left who all say that I'm a Nazi. Like literally, that's what they call me. Anytime I pop up anywhere, they all say, "Oh, there's the Nazi." And yes, they use
Our
these
haircuts
terms.
are not doing ourselves any favors when it comes to that. But,
Yeah.
yeah.
But yes, they are. I agree that is like uh, that there is a specific type of like subculture that exists over there that does this sort of thing. But I think that when we look at leaders in like Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens or Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian, like Sam Cedar, that these are people who have followings that like kind of align with them pretty strictly. That they like Destiny's audience is going to be very aligned with him and his views. And so
Correct. Yes.
we can kind of look at these people as like to kind of see where it is that the culture is and what it is that people believe. And I think that the majority of those people are going to be a lot more careful on who it is that they do or don't call fascist, and that none of them would call me or you fascist, but a lot of them might call Donald Trump a fascist.
Sure. Yes, I think you're correct. I think we're both correct. I don't see how I guess I don't know
It's that
where do we disagree?
I think the TikTok people are I think that they are an anomaly. Like, even when we look at what happened after Charlie Kirk died and everybody's making fun of Charlie Kirk's death all over TikTok, that was like very specific to TikTok. Because then when it goes to like all of the Democrat leaders, they're all condemning the shooting, they're all condemning the death, they're all condemning the violence. And that's like the majority of big content creators as well on the left. And so it was just very different from them to everybody else.
Yeah, I don't know if Destiny outright condemned violence. I think isn't his channel demonetized right now?
It is. He did. He
That's
also
fine. Yeah,
didn't.
that's fine.
But he did and he didn't. Yeah.
The more interesting point is I actually do think social media is much more reflective of reality in terms of like the collective cultural attitudes at any given time. First off, everyone's on social. This idea that like this eternally online thing, it's like everyone I know is on Instagram. Almost everyone I know. Political, they don't whether they care about politics or not. So, and if they watch Barstool Sports, politics is gonna seep into that. If they watch, whatever ESPN, politics. So, all of this stuff filters through everybody or bleeds in everybody. I know, two people. One's a teacher who basically, in real life, who basically has the same opinion that the people on TikTok celebrating Charles Kirk death had. And I think it's far more reflective of what people think than like, oh, it's just this one thing. There's a reason that Netanyahu is so adamant that Israel pro-Israel groups acquire and control TikTok. Right? Because it's a very useful propaganda tool that influences the minds of many people. One could at least Netanyahu believes, and the Israelis believe, many of them, that one of the big reasons that Gen Z has turned against Israel is because of TikTok, almost single-handedly. So the idea that isn't an important thing that at least shows where people's minds are, influences them, or shows where people's attitudes are at, is just like people comment this like you care about these TikTok. It's just like how are you so blind to the influence that the phones have, especially on younger people, and all of us boomers too. They have even a weaker immune system to it. So
I don't want to sound like I don't
get
think
what
that they have any sort of influence at all, but I also realize that like people on TikTok have a really hard time becoming mainstream figures. Like even people who are blowing up in the politics space, like Dean and Parker, are not like well known as somebody like Destiny or Vosh or
I think there's that.
Hassan or any of these
Well,
people because they really have a hard time breaking that sort of genre that is TikTok, which is very
maybe
unattractive to most people. Like it's not what
this
most
could
people
be
are looking for.
this could be a function of you and I being in our bubbles and vastly overestimating what we see as opposed to what other people see. I think the last like 5 new comedians on SNL were all got big on TikTok first. So like the idea that you can't go like that TikTok doesn't
Oh,
translate
I agree other people
broader media
can. Like
appeal.
Bella Porch and like there's a lot of people who do become somewhat mainstream figures off of
Yeah.
TikTok, just not really in politics. It just doesn't really happen. Like there's tons of content creators that I could name and the people who are considered the big mainstream figures on TikTok that
I don't
you probably have never heard of and that most people
Sure.
in politics have never heard of.
I guess I don't draw the line between political influencers versus broader influencers. I think like one of the most powerful left-wing political figures would be, I don't know, like a Dave Chappelle or a Stavros Halkias, who is kind of like right on the border of politics and not, but like he's more of a comedian, Stavros, than he is a political commentator. I think you'd agree with that.
I don't know who Stavros is.
The big Greek guy, bald, has like. Anyway, he's like a big popular comedian. He's been on Hassan's podcast. He's been on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he's got some pretty popular specials.
Okay.
Those people are influencing culture
He
and
kind of looks
politics
like a porn
far
star.
more than. He looks like Ron. Yeah, he looks like a young
like Ron Jeremy. Yeah.
Ron Jeremy.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. I think he has far more. He certainly has far more political influence than. He probably has more political influence than. Maybe there's no way to measure this, but like. Like Destiny is someone that a lot of people who are interested in debate and ideas will listen to. I think his core fan base imitates all of his views. I think there's a larger number of people who just like
He has like a
watching
cult
intelligent people
following.
argue. Yeah, I think Stavros. You could make the case that Stavros would be more politically influential. Like an endorsement from Stavros doing political activism for Zohran Mamdani. Not that Destiny would do. I don't know. Does Destiny like Zohan? I don't even know. He might have more influence than like something like a Destiny. So I think the more political the figure in like a media space, I don't know. That's somewhat limiting. I think the big influencers are the main cultural influencers. Which again, this is how I think. Which is why I think about like that. Well, fascism. Probably most people who are politically engaged are using it a little bit more specifically like non-flexible political corporatism or whatever, which is the definition that Connor from Counterpoints uses, which is like, okay, fair. But
yeah,
the people who are influencing our democracy, which is just like big influencers, will just say this shit's fascist and fuck these people and all that.
maybe. Yeah, I like the guy you're talking about. I don't even know him outside of the fat little guy who sits next to Hassan sometimes. That's about it. But the
also hate to be checking them that, but go ahead.
I don't like the I don't like the downplaying of like the term fascist. And so like I said, I don't care if people call Trump a fascist or call these people fascist, but it is more so that like they fit the term, they fit the definition, they fit the concept, and that the dangerous like idea that comes from that, it to me is very real. It is a very real thing, and that people kind of downplaying, well, everybody's a fascist today, kind of makes it to where he can't be a fascist now because nobody's a fascist now.
Yes, there is. It could very easily be the case, and probably is the case, that there are people who are on the side that are being called a name that have an interest in watering it down, and it's not just the responsibility of the people who are overusing it on the other side. I think the more interesting conversation is just how about what are the things, let's just evaluate, instead of saying this is fascist or this is not, because I agree. There's certain things that I agree with fascists on very strongly. Same with communists. There's things I think wealth
Sure.
inequality is a major problem. I think national identity is a good thing. So I guess, and I'm really over liberalism, Tom. I'm post-liberal now. Liberalism, gay and irrelevant. Okay, we're moving on to something to new. We'll figure it out. We don't know what it is.
Well, you can't be a centrist anymore if you're over liberalism.
I'm a dark centrist.
You're dark centrist.
Dark centrist, yeah. I saw. I'm gonna make it my YouTube banner. I saw a meme where it's like it's the political compass. It's like normal centrism is just you're right in the middle of the political compass,
Mhm.
and then radical true centrism is it's a perfect circle of like you're at a dot.
You
at
share
every
half
position on the
radical
extreme.
beliefs with the left and the
Correct.
right. You
Yes.
don't share moderate
Yes.
beliefs. Yeah, that's what
Correct.
I was
yes.
talking
The
to.
only
I was
true
talking
one in
about
the
this. Yeah.
center is Jesus Christ. That's the only true one. in
That's
the
kind
center.
of how I consider Tim Pool, is that because he's like, he calls himself centrist, but he's also populist, and populist beliefs are fairly farther out to the edges. That would make him a radical centrist because he has more radical beliefs. But yeah,
Ugh. If Tim Pool's a radical centrist, then I have to. Good riddance to that term. We're on a dark centrism now. Well, let's talk about liberalism and why liberalism failed, and what about that is maybe fascistic.
well, I
Like
think
I mean,
the problem is that, so you've probably heard the left say that, like, cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds, right? They say this
that's one of
because,
the examples I would cite as them overusing the term.
sure, but they're not actually saying liberals are fascists. They're saying liberalism always allows fascism to happen because they're so open with, free speech and let everybody talk and let everybody have their ideas, that, like, the freedoms that they allow fascism to happen. And this is a problem with liberalism. But I would say in the inverse, the problem is liberalism also allows communism and socialism, Marxism to happen as well, because they're open with these ideas. And so this is a failure of liberalism to an extent, but it's also like the thing that makes it so great is that, like, you can evolve and move into different directions and fail and come back to it. But that is my bigger issue with liberalism currently.
That's fair, and they do balance each other out. I was going to make a video called "Why Society Needs Sociopathic Political Influencers," and the thumbnail would be like Nick Fuentes, Destiny, Hassan. And my point would be, you kind of need these people to balance each other out. Like I think it would be like if only Hassan were around and there was no Nick and there was no Destiny, that would be worse than having all of them around. Would you agree? Like, it'd be worse off if if only like left wing, maybe not, I shouldn't say sociopathic, I'm using that extreme. Left wing narcissistic, that's not much better, but less bad than sociopathic. Left wing, if only left wing narcissistic influencers were around, that would be worse than if you had both left and right. It's like a game theory thing. It'd be best if there were none. But since there are going to be some, you'd rather have them balance each other out than just have one dominate.
Yeah, conservatives and progressives exist to keep liberals in check. Yeah.
Conservatives and progressives exist to keep liberals in check. Okay, I like that. But this is let's talk about, Tom, let's talk about why liberalism failed. Okay. Which, by the way, I'm going to read real quick. I'm going to read a review of this book. Why Liberalism Failed offers cogent insights into the loss of meaning and community that many in the West feel. Issues that liberal democracies ignore at their own peril. Barack Obama. So if this makes me fascist for reading this, then Alex Jones was right all along, and Obama is a fascist. But liberalism. The problem with liberalism, Tom, is it puts freedom as the highest value, puts liberty as the highest value. It conceptualizes society as a collection of autonomous individuals rather than a more unified body. And human beings, I would say, in their nature, biologically, are social creatures, we're tribal creatures, we're collective creatures.
That is the fundamental principle of fascism.
Is that wrong? Isn't that objectively the case scientifically?
To an extent,
We are
but the idea
collective,
is
tribal,
that
social.
instead of them having agency as individuals to make their own decisions and kind of figure things out for themselves, they need too many options means that you're just more confused and can't pick anything, and so you need somebody to just
True.
tell you what it is that you want.
Hold on. Psychologically, that's like one of the most well replicated.
Mhm.
It's the paradox of choice.
Mhm.
Okay, so far you say it's fascist, but you're agreeing with it as
Well, I'm
true.
saying that yes, the fundamental idea of it is true, but that doesn't. So it's kind of the paradox of is it free speech or the paradox
Paradox of tolerance?
tolerance? Yes, the paradox of tolerance is still kind of the same thing. Where that tolerating more extreme versions of people is likely going to lead to more extreme politics, but you still allow it, at least legally. You still allow it so that it can exist in some fashion. Because then once you start picking and choosing which ones can't exist, then you'll kind of get rid of all of them. Like the paradoxes exist, but it doesn't mean that that's that we don't strive for something better towards the middle.
Yes, I agree with that. I mean that is the paradox of tolerance.
So
But
just
I think
saying that people are better being
when
told
they say
what's good doesn't mean that we just say, well, let's just have somebody be in charge of everything that we ever do.
I agree. That's why fascism is dumb and bad, because you can never have just one person who knows. That's like fascists by definition, if we're going to discuss it intellectually and philosophically, are almost always against free speech. I don't know if you can have some realistic definition of a fascist that is not that would be pro free speech. So I'm anti-fascism fundamentally on that fundamental level, because I do think free speech is the fundamental correcting mechanism. My concern is more, or my what do you call it? The thing that I think they're correct on is yeah, it's wrong to conceptualize individuals as autonomous individuals, that their destiny is separate from each other. I don't think people have the rights. I don't think people have the right to do the things that are being done right now. I actually don't think people have a right to destroy their own body with drugs. I don't believe that that's a right. I think the original definition of liberty is, I don't think this is what it was. The conception of liberty, like the Greeks had, was liberty meant virtue, self-constraint, because that is what allows governance. A man can only be free to self-govern if he is a virtuous person. And that's what allows a democracy to work, is that it depends on, hey, the people who are voting actually know what they're doing. And you have a virtuous, kind of view of the world. And I think like a society that allows, I think OnlyFans is a perfect kind of archetypal example of this. Is liberalism. This is liberal logic, the commodification of human intimacy, freedom. People should be free to do whatever they want. Just making society worse for everybody, except a very, very, very small number of men and women who profit off of the, psychic.
How is
weird parasitism
OnlyFans
of
making
people on OnlyFans.
Things worse?
I think the existence of OnlyFans contributes to a degeneration of the social fabric. Yes, I think that's in a diffuse way. Impacts family formation and the belief in monogamy.
Something like 80% of OnlyFans subscribers are married.
That's even worse.
Is it? If it's stopping people from creating families, but they're already married.
Okay, I would have assumed that you agreed with me. Maybe I'll take the more extreme example. Do you agree that Bonnie Blue is not great for for society?
Who's Bonnie Blue?
That's the girl that had had sex with 1,000 guys in 24 hours or something and filmed it.
Oh, I mean, I don't know about for society. It's probably not great for her, but I don't think it does anything to society.
You don't think that has that is a thing that people? Well, you know, in
do I
some
think a
strange
bunch
sense,
of
I suppose,
girls are
like,
gonna strive to go have sex with 100 guys in a single day? No, I don't think that's
no, but
gonna.
I think it absolutely subtly normalizes sex. It's like, oh, 1,000 guys, that's ridiculous. But like 10 guys in a day, it's like, that's just someone doing what they want to do.
Sure, but
You don't think that? You don't
I'm
think that has
saying
an effect?
no, I don't think it's gonna have like a big change on people. I think that most people do still have somewhat of like a disgust factor to it. And you could even see that in the majority of the responses to it. Like most people, even who said, like, yeah, like she can do whatever she wants. It's pretty gross. Like it seems disgusting. But like whatever. Like, even the very like the most sex positive people that I knew were like, yeah, that's fucking gross. But like, whatever. She can do what she wants. So yeah, I don't I think that even she thinks it's gross, but she can monetize it, so she's willing to do it.
Yeah, and I think that's immoral. That's like that's my whole point. Like, I'm not making this is like just a straight up moral like position. I'm doing emotivism. I'm saying boo Bonnie Blue. I'm not
Well,
making a
but
logical
why?
argument per se.
Why is it
Because I
boo?
think
Like, just because you think it's gross, then now it's boo?
no. Why? I think because it's a good question. See, it'd be so much easier if I just admitted I was a Christian.
Well, because that is kind of what
I keep saying I'm Christian
like
adjacent, but
emotivism
it does come
is.
from that.
Yes, that is
Yeah,
real
yeah.
quick. That
I
is
am
what
an
emotivism
emotivist,
is. It
I
is
think.
kind of saying like,
Yeah.
I don't like that. That's just kind of like it's just an intuitive like, gross or bad
Correct.
or something like that. But it doesn't necessarily lead to like bad. It just does mean I don't like it. And so there's lots of like I don't like chocolate ice cream, but it doesn't mean I'm like I think people shouldn't eat chocolate ice cream. I'm just
Yeah.
not going to eat
Okay.
chocolate ice
Yes.
cream.
Correct. But like this emotivism applies to all morality. So like, I assume you think pedophilia is immoral.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that would be that's saying boo pedophilia. That's what that
Right.
means.
Yeah, but I'm saying that
But
there's
then if
like
you get down to it, it's like, yes, but because it violates consent, it's like, okay, well, why do we care about consent? Like,
well, I don't think that there
that's
is an
also
intuitive factor to. I don't think there is. I don't think that there is like like an intuitive thing that makes us say, "Ew, sex with kids, gross." Like, I don't think that exists. I think that if you look throughout most of human history, I think that we can see that that has been a thing that was like seen as something very different for most humans, and that once they were capable of breeding, they were considered high value, and so it was. It's been very different until we came up with the ideas of consent.
If I was a bigger asshole, I would just start attacking you on this. Brett Weinstein was just on Joe Rogan, and they were talking about this, and I don't actually know how common we have these conceptions of like, oh, the Greeks still and the Romans had like their towel boys or whatever, and so that was normal back then. It's like I actually don't think it was as normal as like I think a lot of people did think it was gross at that time, but like rich, powerful people did it as a way to separate
In
themselves
different
from
places,
common
we have
morality.
evidence that different kingdoms like developed faster, and that there were points where they thought it was gross and thought it was bad, and that even if a king did get like a 12-year-old daughter given to them, that people did look at it as a negative thing. But the majority of the time, it was more so that fathers were more protective of their 12-year-old daughters and didn't want to give them up, and so that was like a thing that gave it a pretty negative stench. Was yeah, the people like the protection over your own children, but grown men having an issue with somebody having sex with a 12 or 13-year-old girl, that didn't seem to be as big of an issue.
Okay, well, I guess my broader point is just I think it's immoral for someone to treat their body like dirt. I think that goes against the natural order of things, God's law. To the degree that I believe in God, which I probably do, I think there are moral laws to the universe, and denigrating your own body in that way, I think is immoral.
Hmm.
like prima
Okay.
facie.
I mean,
And I
it,
think most people believe that, whether they can find the words for it, which is why they have a disgust reaction. Because to your point is, well, you find it disgusting, that doesn't mean it's bad. It's like, it's actually the case that all moral judgments are processed in the parts of our brain that processes disgust. That's why all of our moral language is like,
well, that's why I'm
I was
saying not
grossed out by
all.
that. I wash my hands of this. Yes, but anything that you find to be immoral, you are technically using, I think it's like the insular cortex, I don't know which part of it, the part of your brain that processes like when you see raw meat, or not raw meat, like rotting meat. It's like, it's
Mhm.
the same part of our brain. So you can't actually separate disgust from moral judgment because they're processed in the same part of the brain. I agree that just because you feel disgust doesn't mean it's morally bad. But also, anything you find morally bad will be a sense of, it's disgust is the operative neurological mechanism there.
But the problem is that a lot of these things are
it's not
socialized
so
with
easy to
us.
separate those things.
But it is because a lot of these things again are like socialized, and we do know this because like a lot of the like morals initially were just within one tribe, and that they didn't extend out to other tribes. And so if you had a tribe coming into your territory, you just killed that motherfucker, and there are no second thoughts about it because they don't matter to you. But today we consider the whole world as one big tribe now, and so now our morals apply to everybody equally instead of just our family and our friends and the people that we engage with. And so it is
Thanks
this is a
to
very different sort of morality, but we still see people suffering in Palestine, and we still have a disgust factor to it, even though that isn't really natural for humans to do.
I agree. Thanks to this is Christianity that did that. We're all made in the image of God. We're all equal before God.
So
We're all
Christianity
a
fucked
part
up.
of the divine essence. Christianity fucked up?
Yeah, it fucked up. It got rid of our emotivism, our natural instinct.
Which natural instinct?
Well, you're saying that all of this is just like a natural thing that exists, and I'm saying, well,
Yeah, God's
obviously
law was written
not,
on the man of every
because
heart.
yes, but I'm saying obviously not, because like tribes did not engage this way, and that they didn't. Everything was very
Oh, sure. Yeah.
insular.
Well, Jesus had to come and spread the message first.
Mm.
Hold on. I need 1.5 minutes here to check something that is time sensitive. So
Okay.
please entertain your chat and my chat momentarily. 1 sec.
What's up, chats? I'm here for you. I just pulled up your chat. I feel like you guys agree, but you can't put it into words. I feel like there's always somebody in chat who says that, who just wishes that that was the case. Yeah, I'm not a Christian anymore. So I used to be a Christian. Stopped being a Christian about 3 years ago. I grew up super in the Christianity and no longer believe in God. I never once thought Christianity should be imposed on others by government. Well, I don't think he's saying that it's like the Christianity that's being imposed on people, but just natural order that would be imposed because we are humans, and so that is the thing that would be beneficial for us. Christian nationalism is so cringe. I agree. Christian nationalism is so cringe. He's saying the natural order is Christianity. Yeah. He's saying if we are all actually created by God and Jesus is real, then that is part of the natural order.
Yes. Nobody loves Jesus more than I do.
Really?
Yes, really. Okay, so where were we? Yeah, God. So I think we have like just a fundamental moral
Yeah, maybe, because but
difference here.
what is it about? So you're saying that liberalism is failing because you think that there is some sort of natural order that exists that liberalism doesn't acknowledge because they value freedom
Yes.
over that like
Yes.
objective existence.
Yes. One might phrase it as, what's the healthy opposition to the healthy manifestation of fascism? Right? So the healthy manifestation of fascism, to the degree that you can call it that. And I originally just came up with that phrasing on my own, unprompted. Are the critiques of fascism that it has that are valid? Critiques of liberalism that are valid.
But again, I'm
So
asking
what the
if
hell's
that
the
is
opposition
some
to that?
sort of
Who
like
knows?
natural existence. Like I understand you're saying Jesus came, things changed, but that would to me would mean that these are not like natural things for us, and that if even today there's still tribes that exist that have to go out and kill somebody in order to
Well, I
become a
think it was
man.
latent. No. I think it's like epigenetics. It's like it was latent in our psychology. Natural law was written on
Part of
the
evolution.
heart of every man.
I got it, but I'm saying that would have been there like in the beginning as some sort of natural thing, and that if even later people didn't change or tribes didn't change, they didn't take on these beliefs. They were still very tribal and insular, and still were killing somebody to become a man. Like what
Yeah, man
what happened
is
to them?
sinful and fallen. Yeah, we're sinful. They're not a good job of.
So we have to be told that this is what good is, not that it just exists within us and that we have this disgust factor, but we have to be told
Correct.
this is good, which means that it is not all just like natural, like within us, but that it is something that is.
We have the innate natural capacity to learn language, but we have to be told what language to use.
Okay.
It's the same. I would say it's the same thing with morality. We have a natural, ideal moral functioning, and we have to be told what that is. And if we don't, we get Bonnie Blue.
Okay. Yeah, I don't believe even like most morals are real. I would say the majority of them are things that we create as rules just so we can get along with each other within a tribe, and that's that. Like we are just making them for our existence to continue around each other.
Sure. Well, even within those parameters, that then things become objective. Like,
Well,
that's sort of the
what
pragmatist
is
view
Bonnie
of
Blue
things.
doing to lessen our existence?
Well, that's fair enough. This is my point. It's sort of like, do you think
Aaron
that
took
it's
$2. Ask Jung if he acknowledges that
like, do you think it's
fascism
bad if
starts
a
way before
young man at
genocide and the
age
other
12
salient characteristics associated with it.
discovers porn and watches porn every day?
If it becomes like an addiction, if he's watching it every day, it is likely an addiction, which means that he's prioritizing it over things that he ought to be prioritizing. So then, yes, that would be a negative.
But only because it's an addiction. Not the porn itself is not the bad thing.
Only if he's prioritizing it over things that he ought to be. So, like, yeah, if it has some sort of like detriment to his life.
I guess it's more of an empirical question of like. Okay, here's a question. I think that human intimacy is not something that should be commodified. I think when you normalize the commodification of human intimacy, you cause diffuse harm that's difficult to pin down.
What about like soap operas?
What do you mean? I mean like sexual intimacy.
Well, why only sexual though? Like intimacy is something that like sex is something that comes from intimacy, but the relationship between two people is something that we have like, neurons and dopamine and stuff connected to, and that also connects to people watching two people in a relationship with their drama and them falling in love and going on picnics and stuff like this. Like these are things that'll put in movies and TV shows and all these things, and that people get off on because they enjoy the like.
Yeah, I have friends who have intimate relationships with. I don't have sex with them. I'm talking about sex is a form of intimacy that's in its own categorical thing. And I think there is something sacred about sex. And I actually do think the commodification of it and the treating it casually is a mistake. I think, like, for example,
when you say a mistake, what does that mean? Like, what do you mean it's a mistake?
I think people who treat sex casually end up treating people casually and train themselves to be sociopathic. It's a cultivation of vice argument. Like if you lie in small ways, you train yourself to become a liar, and that's bad.
Mhm.
I think it poisons your mind, right? To deceive others, and I think casual sex can be moral, and sometimes is. I think very often it's not. It usually involves one party kind of not outright lying or outright deceiving, but like it's usually the man feigning more interest in like a relationship just to get the woman to have sex with him, and then he ghosts. I think that's quite common, and I think that that's a cultivation of vice. I think that's good. I think that creates people who are immoral, and that causes problems by definition. If we agree that being immoral is bad.
But if the women are also just as interested in just having sex, then that problem would no longer exist. And part of the reason that women do feign
Yeah.
the interest in relationships is because there is like more of a stigma on women not wanting or just wanting to have casual sex than there is on men. So they do feign, oh, I only care about relationships
you don't
when
think
sometimes they only want to have sex.
Yeah, you don't think there's a fundamental biological difference at play there? You think it's all social
I
stigma?
think there is to an extent as far as how often men want sex, but not whether or not women want sex. Because in my experience, I grew up a Christian who wanted to like stay celibate, and it was always women who were very fucking pushy all the time. So, yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Well, yeah. There's a lot of complicated things going on. Shit testing is certainly a thing. But I get like the example. My broader point of like, I don't think we should treat sex like a casual activity where consent is the only thing that matters. And the example that I thought was pretty good is, let's say a landlord is renting an apartment out to a woman, and she's broke and she can't make the rent. Should we make it legal for that landlord to accept sex in exchange for housing?
No. But it's because of the
Why not? They're
coercive
both
aspect.
consenting adults. But they're both consenting adults.
Kind of. So the person who is living in the apartment has more to lose than the landlord. And so if the landlord says, hey, I want you to have sex with me instead of giving me money, the person in the apartment has way less of a ability to say no.
Sure. But there's all kinds of scenarios. Even though I can't think of one off the bat, I should probably have a more ready answer to this because that is the obvious response. I'm sure there are scenarios that you and I could think of where there is an imbalance, but as long as both people consent, it's still like you can sign a bad contract with bad terms.
Like where a husband and wife say, hey, I'll have sex, I'll give you a blowjob if you do the dishes today.
No, I'm thinking like super high interest rate on like a loan. Like you can take a loan at such a high interest rate that's like not good for you, but because right now it's set up such that society allows that because it's two consenting adults. Hey, I will loan you this money at this rate, and so long as you are aware, and that person might really need the money because they have gambling debts or some shit, but we still allow that. Do you think that should be allowed?
Yeah, but that's because we do consider sex to be something that has higher consequences because you could have kids.
Why?
And then because you could create a life, and that life is the consequence.
Well, you could use okay, you can use birth control though, and if you use condoms, birth control, and you pull out, you're not going to get pregnant.
Well, sure, and STDs and things like that. I do think that people might end up changing their ideas of this the better the technology gets, but currently that is not the case.
So, but there's something inside you. I would call it God's law that is causing you to go, yeah, there's just something. We should not normalize people exchanging sex as a form of legal tender for debts, because even if I'm sure there's always an edge case for everything. So like, are there adults where both parties would probably be benefit? Like maybe the landlord and the tenant are like, they like each other, and it's like, okay, actually this could work out, and it's like, and they both end up getting married and they have a bunch of kids. Like, okay, that's conceivable that could be the case, but the law and the norms are not meant for the edge case. It's meant for the norm. And I think it's fairly obvious we don't want to normalize that. And you could say, well, Paul, it's just so, it's just so easy. Just tell white women, like, you don't have to do that. Like, all this is doing is giving you another option, because no one's being forced to do it. But once the option becomes open to you, it becomes coercive in a way that's, again, this goes back to the paradox of choice. It's like, well, maybe freedom isn't as free if, like, well, if I can only pay with money and I can't pay it, then I have to go find another apartment. But if I can fuck the landlord and get, do it that way, well, suddenly now this option here, and you say, well, it's the responsibility of the individual to handle all moral dilemmas. It's like, maybe society should be oriented in a positively moral direction.
You sound like a communist.
I agree with communists on a lot of things.
I don't like
Dark
communists.
centrist, baby.
Yeah.
I absorb all other labels, like dark matter. You get my point? You get roughly where I'm coming from?
I do. But I think that there's always going to be spectrums, because those things will always exist. So this is kind of like when you talk to some like
With
stupid
vaccines
lefty
and Tylenol, there will be spectrums.
Yeah, when we talk to any like the stupid lefties on TikTok, a lot of times we talk to them, they'll find any imbalance within a relationship and then say that this is, a power imbalance that, it's like, okay, those will always exist. Like, there's no way to get away from power imbalances, but there's some that you get to where it becomes bad. You can't say that just because the guy has bigger muscles than the woman that this is now a power imbalance and therefore they can't be together. Like, that's the
right. Yes, I would say the way to resolve that is the thing that we all know to be true deep down, unless we've become truly psychologically damaged, which is that sex is not just some casual activity. There is something that is sacred. Is too strong of a word. It's too religious. But like, there is something, and special is too gay of a word. So there's something unique and emotionally and humanistically valuable about that should not be thrown away so easily by using it as legal tender for debts.
Maybe. I think most of it is socialized. And I've had this conversation with a bunch of people who are very like
what? Socialist?
Socialized. That is socialized into us.
Yeah.
So I've had this conversation with a bunch of people who are like, very, very liberal with these sorts of ideas. But then I start saying, okay, so like if I come and slap your ass, why do you get why are you going to get all upset about it? And they're like, oh, because it could come with trauma and things like that. But yeah, but why? Like, why would that come with trauma? It's because like there's this thing built into you that your ass is sexual. Whereas if I touch your shoulder, you're not going to give a fuck. You're not going to call the cops. You're not going to have any trauma attached to it. You're not going to have any like, you're not going to freak out every time somebody comes up behind you. But if I grab your ass, you will, because this is socialized to be sexual. And once it's socialized to be sexual, now it's considered something that is like different.
Yeah, there's signals, that there's social signals that accompany things. I need to turn the fucking autofocus on my camera. It's ridiculous. So yeah, it's an age-old, infinite, endless, impossible question to know what is natural and what is socialized. And even like how much of what has been socialized into us is the result of natural. So like language. Like, language is a social phenomenon that we can adapt, but like it doesn't change the fact that we have built-in, natural propensities to learn languages and use language and all that. So who knows? The point is, Tom, is that
but what is
fascism and communism have some good ideas.
What is but what is the alternative then? Because liberalism acknowledges that it does not, like, the government is not fixing everything, and that culture has to do a lot of these things for us. Just the same as like when we talk about the paradox of tolerance, we're saying that like the government cannot arrest you for these sorts of things, but society ought to like criticize Tucker Carlson for having Nick Fuentes on, right? Like, that is where it ought to exist, and that society ought to have these stigmas themselves.
That's a
good point.
Or revenge killings,
in the book club that we discussed this book, that was sort of that seemed to be the most difficult issue in advancing an understanding of this. Liberalism, most people associate with the political philosophy of liberalism, like democracy, free markets, and all the political things. Liberalism, when I say liberalism failed, and I'm post-liberal, I mean it more like liberal mentality and liberal philosophy of like autonomous individuals and freedom being the highest value. So like you can be, I'm not even necessarily saying the government needs to do anything. Like, for example, like porn, like I think porn is a drug effectively. I don't think it's good for anyone. I think the only argument you can make is that my understanding is there seems to be some evidence that when you introduce porn into a community, the rates of sexual assault decrease slightly. So, okay, you can make the case. That's fine. Is it worth like destroying the brains of young 12-year-old boys who are exposed to pornography, like hardcore porn when they're 12?
It doesn't seem to be causal,
Probably not.
by the way. While
What's
that
causal?
there is a correlation there, it doesn't seem to be causal that porn is causing
The
these things
introducing
to
of
go down
porn?
in any way. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then there's no good argument for porn. Fuck porn. Then we should just make it legal. But whatever. My point is, I view it like a drug. I don't necessarily think that means we should make it the same with weed. Like, I just don't. Making weed illegal clearly is not great. From like all the the cost of making it illegal is different from making it not illegal. But the attitude, like the philosophy of like, well, people should just be free to do it. It's like free from government interference, perhaps, but not free from like shame and social consequence and all that. Like,
Depending on how much they use it, I think that like habitual use, yeah, like it can with all of these things, like all things are, what is the term? Like all things are good in moderation or whatever. Like there's always points that you can get to with anything that where it becomes a bit too much.
true. I would say, never mind. Let's make a bad joke, and I'm against hate speech, so I wouldn't do that.
I love hate speech.
I condemn that legally and officially.
Nobody loves hate speech more than me.
You're taking me out. I don't know. Yeah, I don't have. I'm at the point
because when we're talking about fascism,
I think out loud.
What when we're talking about fascism, the problem is that the government is imposing these things. And that is like where the issue comes in.
Yeah,
we don't have an issue with conservatives existing and wanting things to be illegal and not liking things and shit like that. But we do still hold the Constitution as like the highest institution within our government, and that like you can have those beliefs because of the Constitution. But we're not going to stop you from like we are going to stop you from imposing it legally, and that is kind of what is happening currently. Is things that are kind of going against our Constitution are becoming more popular and are even being imposed on people. And so this is where people start to have a bigger issue, is that the thing that has made our country great and made us the greatest nation in the world is starting to be eroded.
Yeah, I think fascism is bad, generally speaking. I just because they make good critiques doesn't mean their solutions are good. And again, if you're anti-free speech, you're just foundationally wrong in sort of an irreconcilable way. So, but the Constitution, would you say the Constitution is sacred?
I would say that it's a utility. It's a tool that has been very successful.
Yeah, I think I view the Constitution the same way atheists view the Bible, which is like there's some good stuff in it, but this idea that it's some sacred thing, that if people attack, it's somehow some great crime. It's like, no, there's good ideas in the Constitution, the First Amendment being a particularly good idea, I would say. Probably the best idea in there. But, the Constitution was written by imperfect men 250 years ago. Though some of those same men said it needs to be rewritten every 25 years or whatever, and we haven't done that. So, and some of those men wanted a king.
I mean, we've added to it.
Disagreed on all kinds of things.
Like that a president can't run for a third term.
Yeah, we've had amendments. Yeah, but I think Jefferson said it should be rewritten in its entirety every 25 years, not just it should be amended every 25 years. But anyway, my point is the Constitution has some good ideas, has some bad ideas. If someone's like, well, you're against the Constitution, it's like, that alone is not a impugnment on their ideas, because I'm sure you're against the Constitution in some ways. It depends on what specific thing we're talking about. Like,
No,
do you
I
like
like
the
the
asylum
Constitution.
process?
Yeah, yep. I like the Constitution top to bottom, and I do think that yes, as a tool, it has been the most successful
I
tool
think,
in
yeah,
the world
true.
history
That
to create a great
that
country.
is not fine. That yes, that I agree. That's not even a matter of opinion. That's just like an objective fact. So that aside, the Supreme Court's the biggest joke of an institution I've ever seen in my life. Appointed, okay, maybe that might have been a little bit hyperbolic. I've seen some dumber institutions, I suppose. The Supreme Court, the idea that that is even good, like how it's set up, is almost ridiculous. That life-appointed judges who arbitrarily die on a whim, whoever happens to be the president at the time, gets to then cement the nature of the Supreme Court for the next 30 years. Demented, deranged, idiotic. Do you agree?
So it's kind of like I think Churchill said that democracy is the worst system except
Except for
for
all other
all of
forms.
the others. Yes, it is just
Right.
kind of like I can't think of a better way to do it. This seems stupid,
Yeah,
but there's
fair
nothing
enough.
better.
So if someone, well, there's nothing better that's been tried. That doesn't mean there aren't improvements that can be made upon it. So if someone says that I don't really care that much about the Constitution, or someone says, okay, well, first of all, it depends on what they're meaning. But like, when someone says this person doesn't respect the Constitution, it doesn't mean anything to me because I don't respect the Constitution in specific narrow ways. Whereas I would, die for the parts of the Constitution that I agree
Okay,
with.
fine. You do like the free speech part. Donald Trump does not seem to give a fuck about the free speech part, and that is one of the
I'm well aware
bigger
of that,
issues.
Tom.
Yes, it is one of the bigger issues. And so when we're like again, the term, I don't care if people use the term fascist. It is that I don't like people downplaying the term fascist when other people are like, yes, I've done a lot of research, or I'm a college professor, and I think that he fits the label and blah blah blah, and then there's everybody's a fascist, so like it doesn't really mean anything anymore. Like that's
fair. Well, I think there's a lot of fucking libertarians in Trump's administration, which is not fascistic. So, then it becomes a question of what are the more important elements of fascism. So, if someone's anti-free speech but very hyper-libertarian on economics, which do you put more emphasis on in whether or not someone's a fascism? Someone's a fascist.
I mean, again, so I have a little trouble with like the following or the people around him versus him, because the way that it's more about like the way that he ends up doing things, because fascism isn't like, it's not an ideology, right? It's not like communism or Marxism. Like it is just a tool that they use to get things done. And so like authoritarianism is just a way of getting things done, or
Sure.
ultranationalism, just a way of like gathering people and getting them very tribal behind your movement, or populism, just a way of using rhetoric. Like these are, well, I'm saying within fascism, that's how fascism uses these things, is they just use these things as tools to gather people in certain ways, to get things done in certain ways, to achieve goals in certain ways.
Sure. But yeah, okay. I don't think I disagree with that.
And so I'm saying that like somebody like Stephen Miller, Stephen Miller, that motherfucker, like, is very fascistic, like pretty much across the board. He does not give a fuck like what the law says, what the Constitution says, what the Supreme Court says, what the judges say. Like he just wants to get shit done.
Yeah. I don't know as much about Stephen Miller as I could otherwise. What's the most verifiably true thing that is the worst thing about Stephen Miller that I should know?
He had a family member recently come out and say that they grew up as Jews learning about the Nazis and how horrible they were, and that he has become the people that they were raised to hate.
Okay, what is the worst thing he's done in his political power? Because saying his family members don't like him.
Well, not that they don't like him.
Compelling.
Not that they don't like him.
They really don't like him.
He is.
Well, maybe that family member is a fucking loser. I don't know. But what is Steve Miller? He's fascistic. What has he done, said, or advocated for as a policy that is very, very bad that I should know? Because I know people don't like them, and I'm pretty sure I don't like them, but I don't know why.
I can't think of anything
Oh my
immediately.
God.
Like
Looks like we all just run off vibes, as I suspected.
No. If the problem is that this is what happens with a lot of people is that like if you ask me like Joe Rogan, why don't you like Joe Rogan? I would have a million like experiences that I've had where I remember being like, that's fucking stupid. But yes, like I would have to go back through it, like not on the spot, but I would have to go back through it and get it all. Yeah.
Welcome to my life, okay? Because I will debate people.
It's not vibes.
I will debate these people. Well, but it is no. That's my whole central point. Is over the course of your experience, you see these little instances. Like for example, if you, like, what's one thing that you don't like from the
okay?
The
so like he was advocating for locking people up for hate speech.
1,000 things.
After what happened to Charlie Kirk, he was talking about locking people up for hate speech.
Okay, but hold on. I just want to make this point. Though on the vibes thing. That's you get all this stuff, and then it influences how you think consciously. But you can't necessarily go and extract these specific memories and put words to it. Hence, vibes are orienting you, which is okay. No. Sometimes vibes can be. Well, whether you like it or not, that is how it works. You're
No, I like his vibes. He's got a white
severely
bald head. It's great.
See, it's funny because no amount of logic or vibes can cause something. Well, how would I say this? If someone just says like, "Oh, I like his vibe," when it's obviously not true, it doesn't work. People have this idea that like, "Oh, well, the problem with vibes is you can just say this thing."
Said nobody could like Stephen Miller's vibes. He is like the most stiff, nerdy fucking.
Kind of. Well, but it's like a comedian. It's like, well, comedians run on vibes like that. That's like sort of by definition, like delivery and all that. That's all vibes. If someone's so like whether or not someone is funny, like that's just a vibe. It's like yes, like virtually by definition. So then I could just say, "Oh, I think this comedian is really funny." So yeah, you could say that. But if they're not actually funny, everyone would know you're a liar, or at least
sure. But the problem with like this is that
there's a reality to the information that is encoded in vibes.
All of us who engage in politics, and especially as content creators, we all know that like charisma and like being likable, being funny, these things are all very important to what it is that we do and what it is that politicians do. But when we talk about politics, we understand that like the low information voter is just running off of vibes, and that if they see Mom Donnie smile, they're just going to go vote for him. Whereas we are trying to like, use a higher level of intellect to kind of educate and talk to people about these things. And that if we only operated off of vibes, then we wouldn't be like actually helping anybody in any sort of way.
My biggest failure, even though it's not my fault, but my biggest failure is ever once even giving the impression that we should only operate on vibes. My point is vibes and logic must be balanced into account. That's my broader point. Anyway,
we generally call it optics, and that everybody knows that optics matter. Like everybody is very aware. Optics are important.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
You can be Ron Jeremy and run on the same platform as Mom Donnie, and you're not going to win.
Interesting. I would say Ron Jeremy's got some powerful aura. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, what do we disagree on? So it sounds like we agree on everything. You are truly a dark centrist in waiting. I appreciate that.
Okay, yeah.
Is there any other final things we agree? You got a thing at, what is it, 8?
Yeah, minutes? 9 modern day debates, 30 minutes. Yeah,
what else should we talk about?
Well, okay, I guess if we're I did watch a video of you talking to a bunch of people about I watched your video first, and then I watched you have the conversation with Joel about whether
Big Joel.
Yes, Big Joel, not the other little Joel. Don't want to mix them up.
Joel, yeah.
Yes. About we need Nick Fuentes. Have you moved off this position, or do you still feel like he is the savior to stop the Israel order?
Okay, the vibe that you just gave me with your retelling of
I didn't say Jews. I was trying.
Is your position we need Nick Fuentes and he's the savior of the right? I don't think that's at all in any way.
I'm almost positive you said those exact words at one point, but go ahead.
That's a meme. You're joking, obviously. At no point did I ever use the word savior. There's only one savior, and his name is Jesus Christ. Okay, and he's
Okay.
gonna have a few fucking words for Nick Fuentes before
All right.
he just throws him into the lake of fire, most likely. What's the question? What's my opinion on Nick Fuentes? Basically,
Yes, you did. You
this
said
point?
you did say that like he is our best chance at like kind of getting people to turn against Israel and not be on their side anymore with all of this like
No,
boomer
I think I
logic.
said. I think I said what is objectively true, which is Nick Fuentes is one of the biggest influences on the conservative side of the spectrum, moving them away from a pro-Israel position, which is just objectively true. And if you are not super pro-Israel, and I would describe myself as not super pro-Israel, then that is something that is a good that comes out of Nick Fuentes, which is just that's objectively true.
Sure, but the
Now,
idea
now you
was
say,
that
but think of all the other garbage bullshit that comes out of him. I go, yes. And my whole point was that both things exist. It's not just one or the other.
Right, but that is what like that's what exists with everybody. Like I can talk about the fact that like Hitler pet dogs and was really nice to them and said, "Oh, you're such a good girl. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Oh my goodness!"
Right.
And that
So I'm right.
he loved
So
animals,
what
and
do
then
you
he
have an
had
issue with?
family members and shit like that. But it is a cost benefit analysis, and that like the
Yeah,
cost of this person's
100%.
personality being
Correct.
normalized
So
and
the
being
cost of
within
Nick Fuentes, right. So what is the cost of Nick Fuentes exactly? Anti-Semitism.
anti-Semitism, racism,
Okay.
Christian
That's not good.
nationalism.
What is the cost of America writing blank checks to Israel?
Well, I don't know that there is much of a difference whether we write them or not. I don't think we should be a part of it, but I don't think that I think we stop writing checks to them. They're
I
not
think
going
if
to change
America,
anything.
yeah, I think if you had an administration filled top to bottom with people who are explicitly, I don't take money from AIPAC. I don't think Israel is our ally the way they're behaving, and we need to decouple our relationship with Israel. I think America could wildly influence what's going on in Israel in a way that we're not doing now because we're just completely deferent to Israel.
Okay.
And so if Nick Fuentes so I agree, it's at 100% cost benefit. If Nick Fuentes is increasing anti-Semitism, which sure I can agree with, I'd like to see what the evidence is. This is what they said about the campus protests. It's increasing anti-Semitism. Students don't feel safe on campus, so that's why we need to deport people. It's like, okay, I don't doubt that a lot of dumbass leftists increased anti-Semitism on campus. I wouldn't put it past them. There's many resentful, hateful morons on the left who protest at campuses. That's not an excuse to then deport people for criticizing Israel. So if Nick Fuentes is being anti-Semitic and fostering anti-Semitism, which I would agree with, 100% he does, does that then allow us to ignore the objectively positive political impact he has had in terms of reducing the U.S.'s the conservative blind adherence to Israel? I'd say yes, that's good. And I'm not even saying it's worth it in the end. Like maybe we're going to end up in the fucking next, first American Reich or whatever. And, and we're all fucked. It's like, okay, fine. I've said that. I say that my whole point was Nick has good and bad to him. And the bad could very easily win out. But to pretend that there's no credit that can be given to anything about him at all is just demented.
I don't think anybody says that though. I don't think anybody says that about anybody. Like
that's how the debate felt with Big Joel, but maybe that might have just been me.
Yeah, no, I don't. I felt very differently in the way that he was articulating it, but it was.
I asked Big Joel what his solution was, and he said, "I don't know." I'm like, okay, well, that doesn't help anyone. So if you have an alternative,
the problem is that a lot of people talk about the Israel issue as though they're like the majority of people have become that the majority of people are now against Israel and more pro-Palestine, and that is just nowhere close to the case. That the way that we hear it said all the time is there is a growing sentiment of like, anti-Israel, not wanting to send money anymore, not wanting them to be an ally, not being okay with what it is they're doing to Palestine. That's, if you go look at like all the polling across the board, by far the majority of people are still more so on the side with Israel. By far the majority of the people, yes.
That's 100. No.
Yes.
No. Hold on.
Even in Gen Z.
Well, hold on. Majority. No, that's completely wrong.
Yes.
Hold on. Let's fact check, because that is an important fact that we need to understand. Support for Israel polls by generation. Let's look at a recent one. Support for Israel continues. So this is Brookings Institute. Support for Israel continues to deteriorate, especially among Democrats and young people. Here we go. Most Americans have adopted unfavorable views of Israel since 2022. Percentage of surveyed U.S. adults who expressed negative views towards Israel. In 2025, it is 53% of all U.S. adults. 18 to 49, it's 50% of Republican. 18 to 49, it's 70% of Dems. This is from a Pew Research Center survey of U.S. adults, March 24th to 30th, 2025. So, where are you getting that number? Or where do you think that is from? What do you?
So
the I'll send you the link.
Right? Yeah, the Pew Research polling showing that they're if you ask them who they would rather win the war, it's going to be Israel. If you ask them who they prefer or who they like more, it's Israel. Israel versus Palestine. If you ask which side is worse, Palestine. Israel government versus Hamas. They say Hamas is worse. And so it's
okay. That's okay. Hold on. That's a binary. This is just, are you pro or anti-Israel? Not are you pro? Who do you like more, Hamas or Israel?
Yeah, they put these things on spectrums with like 5 answers, and the sides that are closer, like you said, to like
one of these says, though sympathy for Israelis is down across the board, they are still preferred over Palestinians by Republicans, but not by Democrats. But the point is, 70% of 18 to 49 Democrats and 50% of 18 to 49 Republicans have a negative.
I'm sorry, to me, that's just what the question is. Like, if you ask me, like, hey, do you love Ukraine? Like, well, no, there's like a lot of problems in Ukraine. There's a lot of corruption. There's like a lot of issues. And like, oh, okay, so you want Russia to win? Well, no, I want Ukraine to be able to win and like have their territories.
Yeah, sure. Okay. But in terms of like, should the U.S., should the U.S.
Well, so I'm saying so I'm saying that like the sentiment overall is that like, yes, I'm still going to be like technically in this case pro Ukraine because I want them to win. I want them to be like, victorious in this matter.
Okay.
But I don't like Ukraine in a lot of senses.
Sure. My point is, to the degree that more and more people have a generally unfavorable view of Israel, I'm not saying they prefer Palestine over Israel, but generally unfavorable of the U.S. relationship to Israel, a big chunk of that movement is squarely Nick Fuentes' responsibility.
It's because people are moving away from Christianity.
People are moving.
They're not supporting God's chosen people.
God's chosen people are Christians. The church is Israel. There's a fucking heresy called dispensationalism. Separate issue. My point is, I just don't care that much about online anti-Semitism compared to the U.S. writing blank checks to what I believe is a genocidal regime. Okay. And I got called an anti-Semite for that. Now, to be fair, I also did say several times you can be a Holocaust denier and not hate Jews, which is a pretty hot take. And one that doesn't
the problem is that hate doesn't matter all that much. Like when we talk about anti-Semitism, a lot of people like, just boil it down to like hate. And that's not, when we talk about racism, when we talk about like homophobia, transphobia, like anti-Semitism, all of these things are mostly, we're talking about like some sort of unfair discrimination that's about it. Like, even if you hate a group, you
Yeah,
can hate
sure.
people justifiably sometimes, but if you hate them unfairly, that's when we call it like one of these isms or, you know, phobias or whatever. And so that's when it would be unfairly discriminatory. And so it's all just kind of comes down to some sort of unfair discrimination. But people
Yeah.
like Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, like a lot of they will always use this like, oh, but I don't hate them. I don't hate them. People think I hate them. Like, no, it has nothing to do with fucking hate. It's not that
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Well, it would have been
cartoonish.
more fun to debate you, but so we agree. Nick Fuentes does have some. Well, are you? What are your opinions on the U.S.-Israel relationship?
I
If
don't
you could press a button to stop sending aid to Israel tomorrow, would you do it?
I don't know if I would stop all aid, but I do think that like we've sent too much, and I think we've been too helpful. Even with like Iran, I think that Iran was like going a little bit too far with what it was that they were building. I think Israel had it fucking handled. I don't think they needed us. I don't think they needed our fucking B-2 bombers. I don't think they needed us to step in at all. And I think it was kind of dumb that Trump did, especially right as they're negotiating a deal. Fucking stupid. I think that was insane. But I think that like some funding is fine. I think that like, you know, when we're talking about funding the dome, that I don't have a problem with that. Everybody getting mad about like funding for the dome, that's fine. It's like a defensive measure, it's fine. But when it comes to like the offensive measures and all of the other things, yeah, I don't think that we need to fund that. And I think that they have more than enough money themselves. So,
well, I will once again say I condemn anti-Semitism like that and hate speech, and I just need YouTube to know that so I don't get struck for the second time.
What did I say this time?
You said that you don't think the U.S. should give Israel as much aid as we do right now. In fact, you said it with that haircut.
Mm.
And you said it to someone.
I went to a No Kings protest, and a woman came up to me and asked me what I was doing there, and told me I look like a Nazi.
And what did you say?
Heil Hitler.
That's not funny. That is hate speech. Unacceptable. All right. Well, I think Tom.
I think we fixed everything.
You and I are the front lines. I think you and I are the front lines of dark centrism here.
I don't.
Right?
No. I am regular centrist. You know,
cringe moderate. That's fine. We need you guys to keep the lights on, and you guys
cringe moderate.
Which is okay.
Yes, exactly. Cringe
all right,
moderate.
Anything else?
No, I gotta get ready for this other thing, but next time I will hit you up again when you piss me off, and you can gaslight me out of debating you on it again. So I'll see you soon.
That's fair. Did I gaslight you out of debating this?
No.
I was gonna say. I think I destroy. I should be like a Pisco. You're so cooked, Tom. Tom, I just cooked you, bro. Oh my god, my chat's saying you just got so cooked, bro.
It does do this. It really does.
Yeah, he watches too much Destiny.
Do you ever watch him like after he'll go on like Tim Pool? I love Pisco. Love him, best friend in the world. But so he'll go on like Tim Pool sometimes, and he'll come back and he'll be like, "Bro, I fucking rocked those people, dude. They got fucking owned. I rocked them. I controlled the entire conversation." Like, yeah, it's funny.
Yeah. There's a good line. You seen Game of Thrones?
Oh yeah, a couple hundred times.
When Joffrey says, "I'm watching it for the third time through," I think. Joffrey says, "I am the king," and Tywin looks at him and says, "Any man
who calls himself the king is no king."
And any debate bro who says the other side is cooked has certainly not cooked the other side. Anyway.
Fair enough.
All right. Good talking. Yeah, we'll talk again.
All right. Love you too.
Guys, don't do the Destiny stuff. Don't at the end of a conversation. Say I love you. That's the ultimate gaslight.
I didn't say I love you. You said I love you. I said I love you too.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Extra gaslighting. That's fine. Tom, I respect you as a commentator and a conversant, and I see a great deal of darkness within you, the good darkness.
Yeah, you drive me fucking crazy every time I watch you, and I get more and more pissed off. But
Excellent. Well, our conversations
I
are
enjoyed
remarkably
talking to you.
sane for
Yeah.
yeah. All right.
All right.
Godspeed, Tom. Peace.
Later, buddy. Yeah, I don't know where to go when somebody's like, okay, well, I'm done with liberalism. I don't know where to go from there. So I don't know how to like once there's like, yeah, I'm kind of done with liberalism. Like, all right, well, let's see.
My God, maybe this guy can't be destroyed. He just keeps going into conversations and getting destroyed, but then he only gets more views on his videos. Almost like it's almost like I don't know. Hi everyone. Well, I'll stick around for.
He's doing the peace gun. Yeah, like normally, because it is, as I said at the beginning, like normally when we're talking about why fascism is bad, like it's bad because it's anti-liberalism, and that like if we hold liberalism as like this core tenet that is our constitution and all of our institutions are built like on this idea of liberalism, that then when I come and I'm like, yeah, so here to talk about fascism, bad, right? Because it's going to get rid of liberalism. Like, don't really care for liberalism so much. Well, good talk. See you later. My brain is cooked. That was painful. Yeah, I cooked him. He got totally owned. He got totally wrecked. It's I controlled the conversation from top to bottom. And you could see it in his eyes when he knew that he lost. You could see the moment he knew it was over for him. And we're going to clip it and ship it. And that's going to be it for him when everybody finds out. I don't think anyone won. Yes, I think we all lost in this conversation. We are all losers here. Yeah, I guess the main thing is like, because I've talked about this before. I think that like the way that he talks about the stuff is just kind of downplaying a lot of the issues that are like a lot of the like dangers that come with these things. And so when somebody's talking about like Trump being a fascist, and you're like, oh, like, you know, fascism, like, oh, okay, like, then yeah, it just it kind of makes it to where you're just downplaying something that I think ought not be downplayed. But that is because I love liberals. So, Tom, what happened to the political violence convo? Still happening. In the title, happens at 9 p.m. Eastern time. We got 15 minutes. My nose fucking hurts, bro. You could have gone harder. There wasn't really anything to go hard on. That's kind of like the frustration with a lot of those, like the conversations with them. There are some conversations where we get into like more heated back and forths. Like there was one where he was a little bit more defensive of like Russia and Putin, and like, oh, Ukraine, they're not good. Like they're the bad guys. Like they're both just as bad as one another, and shit like that. Where we got into a more heated fight that time, but almost every other time, he turns things into a very broken down conversation to where like we're getting into what is morality and how much of it is intuitive versus like, you know, socialized, and like whether or not having sex with 12-year-olds is like, it's, you know, there's just not really an easy way to to
Did
go hard
PF
on it.
ever admit that he hates the word fascist being used because he disagrees and not because there's people who use it for different reasons?
No. Well, and I probably should have moved the conversation back to like, you know, so is Trump a fascist? But it's as I said, like I don't care if people call Trump a fascist. Like I don't care. Like I'm not telling you I want you to call him a fascist. But if your response to somebody calling him a fascist is instead of having that conversation, just like, oh, but like what is fascism anyways? Like everybody's a fascist. Like it's that is more so like the annoying part, because last time, and I when he talked to Pisco, he kept using this line of, this is how people use it, therefore that's what it means, because that's how words gain meaning, is through colloquial communication. Over time, a word gains the meaning based on how we use it. And so if everybody's using the word fascist to just mean that's bad or boo fascism, like, then that's all it means anymore. And it doesn't have this like concept of, you know, ultranationalism and autocracies and populism, and like it doesn't, all of that's gone, and it's now just, this is bad. And so he thinks that everybody just uses the word fascism to say, I don't like this person. And so I was trying to say, I agree that people do that. I don't agree that that is the norm. And I think that the majority of the time people use it incorrectly. They're using it not to say that's bad, excuse me, but to say that's authoritarianism. I think that is like the majority of the time people use it. I think they're saying authoritarian.
Zking tipped $5. I've been getting more and more turned off by Christianity and religion this year. Like I used to be more neutral, but I'm seeing so much nutty shit from the religious. Am I crazy? Now they're not hiding the insanity of the Bible, they defend it more, lol.
I don't know. I'm like, I think that, so like I talked to some people. So like I think Mantis has like a much more like hardcore, more like vehement dislike for Christianity and religion than I do. But I don't think that all religious people are like
I
that.
wonder how many Dems were calling Trump a fascist in his first term. And I wonder if it reaches the levels of how often Dems were labeled commies thinking face.
Trump was definitely called a fascist in his first term, but not to this level. And getting ready for this conversation, I read a bunch on fascism and then I read on like whether or not Trump specifically is a fascist. And almost everything that I read started off by saying a lot of people thought that Trump was a fascist in his first term, but this became more obvious in his second term. And that, we're only like 9 months in, 10 months into the second term, so it's a little crazy that it's this obvious, but it was a thing that was said in his first term, and I don't think I was convinced of it in his first term at all. But in his second term, it's been pretty obvious. It's been pretty obvious, and not much denying it at this point. So all right, I got to get ready and get onto the call with modern day debates. So give me just a minute. and I will be right back.
Pure, unadulterated tomfoolery.
Is Tom fucking retarded or something? Tom is honestly one of the most brain-dead fuckers that covers all this shit, okay? Just stick your fucking nose out of it, Tom, you retard. Tom fucking retard. Tom fucking retard.
Tom, stop it. Tom.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, Tom.
He's
Tom.
obvious that you are assuming. No, hold on, chill.
Tomfoolery.
You need a tomfoolery. Tomfoolery.
Pure, unadulterated
tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery.
I will not put up with tomfoolery in my classroom, children. Tom fucking retard. Fucking Tom fucking retard. Fucking Tom. Foolery. Tomfoolery. Retard. Brain dead fucker. Brain dead fucker. Brain dead fucker. Fucker. Brain dead fucker. Brain dead fucker. Brain dead fucker. Fucker. This isn't funny. No more tomfoolery.
Tom, stop it. Tom.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, Tom.
He's obvious that you are assuming.
Tom.
No, hold on, chill.
Tom is fair.
Tom
is fair.
Tom
is fair.
Tom
is fair.
Pure, unadulterated tomfoolery.
Is Tom fucking retarded or something? Tom is honestly one of the most brain-dead fuckers that covers all this shit, okay? Just stick your fucking nose out of it, Tom, you retard. Tom fucking retard. Tom fucking retard.
Tom, stop it. Tom.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, Tom.
He's obvious that you are assuming. No, hold on, chill.
Tom.
Is more violent than the right, and we're starting now with. In this case, each person will get 1 or 2 minutes to lay out their case. We're going to start with Tom, who's leaning toward the left position. Tom, the floor is all yours.
Yeah, so I think both sides, especially when it comes to political violence on the right and the left, both sides commit political violence. And I think that when it comes to instances of political violence, I think the left probably commits more instances. So if you think of all of each instance of somebody committing violence, during Black Lives Matter, or each instance of a car getting vandalized at a Tesla dealership, these are more instances of violence. But I think when we ask whether or not somebody is more violent, I think that we're generally asking about a spectrum of violence, and that when somebody normally kills somebody or murders somebody for political reasons, that this is normally what we're asking about. This is a much more violent thing to do, and so that is something that I think is much more common on the right and has been throughout most of our lifetimes. And so I would say that the right is more politically violent.
This isn't funny.
You got it. We'll kick it over to Kat.
Yeah, so I mean, for me, I have to look at the data to establish whether it is right-wing, more political violence or left-wing. And in fact, as Thomas said, there tends to be more instances of violence against property, so property damage, vandalism, things like that, on the left than there is on the right. But in terms of lethality, in terms of violence resulting in death, we see that number is just significantly more on the right. And, you know, if you look at this year alone, we're seeing, unfortunately, a rise in left-wing violence as well. That is the highest number it's been in 3 decades. However, if you look at it historically, it is by far, we're seeing many more instances. So apparently about 63% of politically motivated extremist killings in the US since 1975 were caused by right-wing perpetrators and around 10% by left-wing. So those are really significant differences. And I look forward to focusing more on that.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Connor next.
Sorry, I'm just gonna have to mute myself intermittently. That way I don't have an echo. But yeah, so I back my team's perspective completely. If you add in the BLM riots, if you add in vandalism, if you add in Tesla, if you add in all that kind of stuff, then individual instances of violence, of course, is probably going to be through the roof. But if you're talking about violence, the left and right term actually goes back to the French Assembly, 300 years ago, where the left was representative of the people. They were the Jacobins. And then the right was representatives of the establishment, of the monarchy, of the military, and all that kind of stuff. And so I'm kind of going to pull a Jordan Peterson here and be like, what do you mean? What do you mean by right? What do you mean by the left? But if by right you mean government, then yeah, the government, institutions, militias, pro-government people, they're infinitely more competent at death and killing than they are, than the left rioters. So I think that bears out historically. I think it bears out statistically. I think it's obvious, but we'll get into nitty gritty when we get into the open.
You got it. We're going to switch it over now for the more right-leaning position. Taylor, the floor is all yours. Thanks for being with us as well.
Thanks, James. Thanks, everyone else. So just really quick, I want to point out that if we want to look at specific instances, I would encourage the left to be clear about what data set that they're using, because many data sets have left out very clear instances of political violence perpetrated by the left, and just does not include it in their data. I'm happy to go into details in the open discussion. But if we want to get like meta and say like, well, what is the right and left? We can also just say like, what is violence and what is the culture of violence? So what is violence? Is 1 million aborted babies a year violence? Could say yes. We can also just look at which side is perpetuating a culture of violence. We want to see which side is calling people Nazis and fascists and Hitler and shutting down speaking events and assassinating people that they don't agree with. I would agree, and I think everyone agree that that perpetrates more of a culture of violence. So I would also like to talk about that, but we'll get into the details. So
thank you very much. And Jesse, welcome. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, so I would just say, in terms of framing the entire conversation, what is left, what is right, historically, is all over the place. All I care about, honestly, is minimizing violence from right now going forward. And it's really not challenging delineating left from right in the current climate when you are on social media or you're looking around. And like, if you just look at how violence happens, it is downstream from culture. And we could get into statistics about violence, but the statistics on which culture is more accepting of violence, it's not close. It's like really not close. There are polls here that I pulled up where 30% of Democrats said that they wished that Trump had been killed in Butler. I have another one here that says 23% of Democrats say that murdering Charlie Kirk was justified. I have another one that shows, I mean, it's like these stats to me seem totally insane. You know, like these are the kinds of things I look at. I'm like, I can't even believe that these are real. But you know, just to compare political ideology in terms of most Americans say it's unacceptable to be happy about a other's death. But when asked very liberal people that question, 24% said that it was acceptable to be happy about a public figure's death, when 4% of conservatives and 3% of very conservatives said the same thing. So, you know, to me, I saw a statistic that 50% of Democrats said that they would be happy if Trump was dead. 45% would be happy if Elon Musk was killed. And everybody that had two eyeballs and ears watched the reaction to Charlie Kirk getting killed and the number of people who went online and celebrated it. Like, that's psychopathic to me. There is not one person on the left, whether I disagree with every single thing that they stand for, and certainly not a political figure like a president, where I would feel exactly the same if Joe Biden had gotten assassinated as if Donald Trump got assassinated. It'd be identical to me. So I would say the culture, it's a tough position to argue against.
You got it. Thank you very much, Jesse. And then we'll kick it over to David, more on the right-leaning side.
Cool. So let me just point out the fact that all of them admitted, well, our opponents admitted that the left commits more instances of violence. So pretty much they are already conceded that point. So what we are arguing then is who committed the most heinous, violent acts, I would say. And we can get into that. But I would like to say that, you know, if we're being honest, the right and the left wing are both violent. I would say that the left has more of a propensity towards violence because the feminists on that side view things from a oppressor versus oppressed lens, and also a large portion of the Black community views it that way as well, with the victim mindset. So if your ideology is composed around, well, you're being oppressed, then the natural tendency is to feel like you have to defend yourself. But if it's just a feeling and not facts, then you're actually on the offense. But I'm more than happy to get down to the, get down to the nuts and crannies on everything, and let's have a good debate.
You got it. Thank you very much. Couple of quick housekeeping things. First, folks, for the Q&A at the end, want to remind you to keep the questions on the actual topic, as well as quick housekeeping thing. First, folks, if you haven't heard about it, if you've been living in a cave on Mars with your fingers in your ears, Modern Day Debate's own conference, DebateCon 6, is happening in Nashville, Tennessee this weekend. Get your tickets, linked in the description box below. You can see the promo poster at the bottom right of your screen. It's going to be our biggest conference yet. I can tell you, based on tickets sold, it is record-breaking so far. We're expected to sell out. Grab your tickets now. With that, we're going to jump into the open dialogue. Does anybody have anything from anybody else's opening where you're like, I really want to know, like,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
curious. Connor, let's get it rolling.
Yeah, so I think that we need to differentiate the stats for what Jesse said. And what I would be curious is how those questions were phrased. Because, for instance, if Donald Trump had been killed in Butler, Pennsylvania, I think that would be bad. I think it'd be bad for the country. I think it would normalize political violence and all that kind of stuff. I wouldn't cry over it at fucking all, okay? And this is where I kind of get frustrated with the conservatives is extrajudicial violence is what we're talking about. Extra legal violence is what we're talking about. And we can probably all agree that that's bad. But then when the left wing, because they're bleeding hearts, come to you with legal violence or legal death, you guys can be very abrasive about it. As an example, screwing over Ukraine the way that we did, having JD Vance backstab Ukraine and us cut off aid to Ukraine that arguably killed thousands or tens of thousands of innocent Ukrainian civilians. Nobody on the right wing gives a shit about that. PEPFAR being cut, which is 0.16% of the federal budget. It costs $6.5 billion in order to run. That got cut. That's projected to kill 3 million people over the next 5 years. I can't get a single conservative to give a shit about that because they're not Americans. So they're not real people. So they did, who cares if they die? So this whole like moral frogging over, oh, if Trump gets shot, you're not crying. Yeah, you're right. I'm not, because Trump arguably has killed millions and definitely hundreds of thousands of people through incompetence and stupidity.
I would love to take that one.
You bet.
So my entire position on this could be summed up literally by just quoting everything that he just said. And I'd be like, there you go, right there, which is that the left's position is that Trump and anybody who supports Trump are so abhorrent that they don't care if they get murdered. Like, I don't look at the country that way. I look at it like the left is a bunch of people I disagree with who I think have, currently, I don't know, are very confused about what real violence is. I also think that that's a big part of it as well. It's like where, I don't understand how could anybody say that like it's okay for people to laugh about a guy who gets murdered at the Butler rally in front and his corpse falls on his kids and his wife. And they're like, fuck, F that guy because he's at a MAGA rally. Like that is insane.
Wait. Hold. But I want you to deal with what I just said, okay? Because what you're saying is a guy gets shot in Butler, Pennsylvania, a firefighter gets shot and he's dead. And people are callous about his death, okay? What I'm telling to you is that through Trump's incompetence, there are hundreds of thousands or millions of people who are dying.
Prove it.
And that is like water off of a duck's ass. And even in your own response, you're just like, oh, well, I only care about this level of death. I don't, like you didn't even address the fact that I just told you the Trump administration is responsible for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of preventable deaths. You didn't even acknowledge it.
I didn't acknowledge that because we could play that game all day with every politician in the history of the world. Like, oh, Biden did blah, blah, blah. He's responsible for this, blah, 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 blah. It's about how our side reacts to those things. If you're telling me that you think that there is an administration in the history of America that we couldn't play they sent this money over to this country and they used that money to murder blah, 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 blah. And if they cut this thing, then this many people died. Like it's an endless argument.
I do want to hold on one sec.
Every single time.
I do want to jump in just because I know Connor, one of the things that Connor brought up as well, and that I'm curious about is he had asked about the wording of some of these surveys. I don't know if you have it offhand. I don't expect you to have all these printed and laying in front of you, Jesse. But Connor, it sounds like you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying in reference to the surveys, I would be curious about it because if you ask me, do I think that assassinating political figures is good? The obvious answer is no. And I think the basically 95% of the country is going to answer it, including like socialists and communists and revolutionaries. They're probably still going to say that in general, political assassinations are bad. But if you say, hey, are you going to mourn the death of Donald Trump or JD Vance or Elon Musk? The answer is going to be no. And I include myself in that.
Sometimes the framing from what I've seen has been things like, do you feel it's ever justified, to remove somebody, for their actions or for, the threat that they possess, right? And if that's not specific enough, that could take, if somebody asks me that question, while I'm very, very, very anti-violence, but if we're talking about, a dictator of a country, my answer to that is probably going to be different than, just a democratically elected.
We can all come up with the extremities: Pol Pot, Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler. Those are all people who, if they were extrajudicially assassinated, it would probably be a net good on society.
Back to the survey, though.
So the survey, the way it's framed is this. It says, is it acceptable to be happy about a public figure's death? And then 24% of liberals said yes, 4% of conservatives, and 3% of very conservatives said yes.
But I think,
but that is very different than thinking it's justifiable, though. And that is something that we see more often on the right. Is that when shootings happen, or happy, yes, exactly. And that's what I'm saying, is that being happy about the outcome of something doesn't mean that you're actually encouraging it. So it's rare that Democratic leaders or even podcasters or politicians are using violent rhetoric, but it is common that somebody like Donald Trump says, we should punch that guy. The police should be more violent with these people. And then even when it comes to protests like January 6th, more than 25% of the of Republicans believe that January 6th rioting was justified, whereas I think it's less than 10% of liberals thought that BLM rioting was justified. So they not only engage in it, but then justify it afterwards, whereas liberals don't justify it, but they might be okay with it and think it's or be happy about it.
These are actually
Pardon
pretty
the-
straightforward. Like these are real straightforward. Like the
Okay,
one
but
about
I also
Donald
wanna
Trump
call-
being killed, the way
One
it was.
sec. I
It's
just
not
wanna call-
straightforward.
I do
Can
wanna
you?
hear- I do want to hear from Jesse though, because we did hear from 2 or so of
Well,
you.
but I wanted him to
the
actually
way it was
respond to what
framed
I'm saying,
was-
the difference between
well,
justifying
hold
it
on,
and
hold on.
being happy about it.
Sure.
Okay, let's
So
hear
what
from
the
Jesse.
question was, do you agree with this statement? Quote, I wish Trump's assassin hadn't missed. And 1/3 of Democrats said agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think for sure.
Is
Well,
it
how
yeah,
is that
like, so
not
you guys are in that
justifying
group.
it? How is it not justifying it? I think,
Like-
Tom, you said something like, "Well, happiness." The leftists can be happy about it, but that doesn't mean that they're not justifying. That doesn't mean that they're not encouraging it. But you would have to. What's the delineation then between being happy about something and speaking openly happy about it? Like, yeah, I'm happy that this happened. Then justifying it. What's that delineation? Like, what's
Well,
the
yeah,
distinction between the two?
It's obvious.
I think it was
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Well,
Go ahead.
I think it was quite disgusting to watch, obviously, how people were so gleeful about, say, the murder of Charlie Kirk, or when there was an attempted assassination of Trump, where I would say there is a distinction, though. And by the way, I've certainly seen some of these sentiments on the right towards left figures as well. For example, when Nancy Pelosi's husband was bludgeoned, there was all this like crazy rhetoric as well. But, I will concede that the reaction was really awful. However, at the same time, if we're talking about figures on the left who were representatives of the party, significant people who are members of institutions, they immediately renounced very clearly all political violence. We didn't necessarily see that same action on the right.
I want to hear from
That's not
Connor.
Yeah.
I also want to hear from Taylor at some point too. Go ahead, Connor.
Yeah, so what I wanted to do is I wanted to drag it back to the question, and I wanted to call baloney on it, okay? If this was asked within the past year, okay, then everybody was thinking Trump when they answered this survey. And I guarantee you, if you actually thought, oh, crap, sorry, I hit a button. Can you come back to me? I literally just hit a button.
Yeah,
Taylor-
that's totally fine. So I still want to answer on my question though, Tom, and maybe Kay. But I'm sorry, what's your name is? I only see a letter K.
Kat. You can go with Kat,
Tom and Kat. So basically, what you're saying is you're saying, well, the left, we didn't encourage it, so therefore it's not just, we didn't justify it. But some of the people on the left a lot of them were definitely happy about these certain deaths and these BLM riots and things like that. They were happy about it. I'm asking you, what's the delineation between happiness? Like someone is saying that they're happy about it, you're watching these videos and they're saying like, oh yeah, I'm glad this happened.
This panel might
How
be
is
AIDS,
that
but at
not
least you got some
encouraging it?
competent
Which is,
teammates.
how is that not
And James is
justifying the
decent
death
too.
of these things, of these
Are we going
events?
to so would we say that words are violence, for example? This is where it becomes sort of tricky, because I've heard, I mean, in terms of
I
rhetoric.
didn't say words are, you're
No, I
straw manning my position. I didn't say
Okay.
words are violent. I'm asking you, actually, before I do so, steel man my position so you understand. I don't know if you understand. Steel man.
No,
for me.
I understand your position that the culture in which people encourage and laugh at somebody's death or are gleeful about it is an environment where it might be easier to take somebody's life, right? That's essentially your position. Am I correct?
Yes, but what I'm saying is the position, to make it clear, is that in itself, those people would be justifying it. What you're doing,
I mean,
and
I
what
think-
Tom
I
is
think
doing,
we're
what you and Tom are doing, I don't know if Counterpoints did this, but what you and Tom are doing, you're saying that, well, they're happy about it, but they're not justifying it because they're not encouraging it.
Yeah,
So
if I can.
I didn't say they're not
between-
justifying. I didn't say
Well,
they're
that's
not
what Tom said.
justifying.
Well, I did
said
say
that they're
this.
not justifying
Yes,
it.
I did say this, and I'm saying that there's a difference between having a moral prescription for this and then having a feeling about the outcome. And so if you're saying that like, oh, somebody dies and I didn't like that person, I feel like if they stayed alive, they would do a lot of harm. But that doesn't mean that I'm okay with people just killing others because they're afraid they're going to do harm in the future, because that would have like a catastrophic outcome for society if we're all just running around, especially as a content creator. I don't want people running around killing political content creators. And so this is something that I'm totally against morally. I think it's going to be a bad mark for society. But if somebody dies that I think was harmful to society, I might think, well, I mean, it's kind of not such a bad thing that they're gone and no longer causing this harm, but that doesn't mean that I think that that is justifiable. It's a moral good.
Yep.
Okay,
I'm,
wait.
I'm
time
having
out, time
tech
out.
issues.
Real
Can you
quick,
guys
real
hear
quick.
me real quick?
Yeah, we could hear you. Counterpoints, real quick. So let me just get this right. You're saying that it isn't bad that they died. So if it isn't bad, what's the opposite of not bad?
I'm
Then
not
it is
saying it
good
isn't
that
bad.
they died.
He's
No, I'm
saying
saying
that it's not.
I'm saying
he's
the action of
that
what it
he's
is
not
they're
upset.
doing. The action of killing somebody is bad. But
Okay,
the
so if we're
fact
speaking
that
about
they are
Charlie Kirk
dead
and how
is
how a lot of the left wings, a lot of the left wing people, they were happy about it. They were speaking about it on social media. They were, tons of TikTok videos saying, "I'm glad he's gone. I'm glad
Dressing as
someone
him with
killed
a
him."
bullet hole in him for Halloween.
Yeah,
good.
like
Yes.
all of these things, they're happy about it. Now, my question for you, if they're expressing their happiness for it, how is this not justifying it? Like saying that it's a good thing that he's dead.
that is what Kat was just saying, is that this is going to create a culture where that makes it feel justified. That is correct. I'm saying morally it is not justifiable, but you are correct that that can create a culture to where it feels justified. But as Taylor said, I totally disagree with her that there's like political leaders on the left that were actually justifying this or backing it up whatsoever or laughing about it. I think almost across the board, whether it was politicians or content creators, everybody on the left and on the Democrat side were all like very adamant that this was a horrible thing and denounced it.
That is what
I
I
wanna-
said.
No, it was
Okay,
Taylor
then you
who
do
said it.
concede the point. So real quick, then you do concede the point, right? Because you guys are like talking in
No,
circles.
you just say
do
that.
No,
Okay.
you are. You
No,
do concede.
we
No,
aren't.
I'm drawing a delineation between the two.
Counterpoints, I don't even know why you're speaking. I wasn't talking to you.
I want to hold on one
Yeah,
second.
because
I
I'm on
do
a
want
debate
to,
panel.
But
Why
one
are you
thing I
speaking?
do want to, gentlemen, I appreciate your
Wasn't
guys'
even your
passion.
argument.
It's better than if it was. I like that you guys are passionate, but I do have to just quick rein it in. So I know that Connor had that audio issue. Now I know Taylor. I have a feeling you maybe have something you wanted to say, but I also want to get Connor in because he had that audio issue before.
And I'm going to have to, I want to say my statement and then I need to restart my computer. So I'm actually going to leave the room and come back in, but I'll make my statement first and you guys can contend with it.
Okay.
So with going back to Jesse, where we're talking about like the happiness of a public figure being killed, and that polled at 3 or 4% amongst conservatives, and it polled at 25% amongst Democrats or something like that. Those were approximations. Okay, I'm gonna call bullshit on this poll 100%. If it was done within the past year, everybody was thinking about Donald Trump. But guess what? Everybody celebrated the death of Osama bin Laden. That was a public figure. In 2011, conservatives were out in the street celebrating his death. Okay.
You compared the American president
actual
to Osama
statement.
bin Laden.
What's that?
You're comparing the American
No,
president
I'm not.
to Osama bin Laden.
No, I'm not. No, I'm saying that your polling is bullshit. Because guess what? I'm happy that Osama bin Laden is dead. I'm happy that Pol Pot is dead. I'm happy that Mao's dead. I'm happy that Adolf Hitler is dead. So as a result, these are all public figures. These are all political leaders. So, and I guarantee you that if I went to 80s Reaganite conservatives and I asked them whether or not they were happy that Joseph Stalin was dead, they would 100% say yes. So effectively what happens was within your polling, and you guys already did it, which is bullshit, by the way. I'm not saying that Charlie Kirk is Joseph Stalin. I'm saying that the people who answered this poll are lying to themselves because they know the political sensitivities reference to this sentence.
I want to give Taylor a chance, and then I know that Jesse, it sounds like you want to.
I'm gonna restart my computer and come back.
Okay, just on that, I mean, that was a crate. You can't just, that survey is invalid because they were lying to themselves. Well, that's not an argument, number one. I hope everyone heard him just compare everyone being happy to the death of Osama bin Laden, a terrorist, to Donald Trump. So I just feel like we won based on that. But I want to just address a few things. So if you want to talk about political leaders on the left responding to Charlie Kirk, I would say that the only correct response to Charlie Kirk's death from any political leader would to say, this was wrong, full stop. Want to know what AOC said? This was wrong. She voted no on some sort of Remembrance Day for Charlie Kirk. And then she went down, oh, it's wrong. And then she said, but let's not forget what kind of man Charlie Kirk was. And then she quoted him out of context. That sums up my position, is that you guys want to say, oh, well, if Joseph Stalin and all these awful dictators and fascists were dead, of course we'd be happy. But then your party wants to use terms like fascist and Hitler and Nazi like it's any other word. So you guys want to throw it at everybody, and then what does that do? That helps make the violence okay. That you do not see that on the right. That has been happening for a very long
Oh
time.
my
It's
goodness.
continuing to happen. Gavin Newsom just called.
Do you not listen to anyone on the right? Like this is the thing. Like the idea that I don't support violence. I don't support that rhetoric. However, to say that only the left use it, well, there it is a however, because the idea that only like the left calls people Nazis, and have you listened to the things the people I've been called names by both groups. I mean, they've been called like communists, terrorists. You're destroying the country. You're the enemy. You're evil. You're a demon. Those are things that have also come from the right. And I think the left has gone too far with some of the words and how people apply this. But to say that the right does not engage in that is delusional.
Well, I don't engage in that stuff.
Yeah,
well, but Donald Trump does though. Donald Trump does though, and Donald, like when Donald Trump talked about Kamala Harris, he literally said fascist, communist, socialist, Marxist, like every single time.
Which people think is absolute evil. I mean, and in terms of violent rhetoric, like you should see some of my DMs. And by the way, I've gotten DMs from like both sides, right? Where they're violent, threatening me
and there's
with
a
violence.
difference between your DMs and just like the normalization of this in the public sphere. Like there's a difference
you
between
don't have
people trolling in your DMs and people
but people don't
celebrating.
say in public. People don't say in public. Leaders of the party don't go and say all these kinds of things in public. I mean, sometimes it happens, but it's quite rare.
On the left,
individuals do. Individuals.
Okay, so let me speak on something real quick. So you brought up when AOC went up and said, it's unfortunate that he's dead, but let's not forget what kind of person he is, and she took him out of context. Specifically, what she took out of context is she said that Charlie Kirk was a man who disagreed with the Civil Rights Act, which gave Black Americans the right to vote. That's exactly what she said, verbatim. And what Charlie Kirk actually said was, he said that he thought that the application of the Civil Rights Act as it related to the LGBT movement in 2024, 2025 was being misused legally. That's what he actually said. And then she went in front of the entire world in Congress after this guy got murdered in front of the entire world. And she was, don't get me wrong, she was reading it, straight up just reading it. But whoever wrote that intentionally tried to convince all the Black Americans that would watch and are not smart enough to go look for themselves, try to convince them that the guy who got killed
racist
wanted them to not have the right to vote.
Yeah.
That's an intentional, disgusting lie that is absolutely obviously easy to say would incite violence.
It is not a lie. He explicitly said that it was a mistake, that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. It's called yes, hold on. I'm in the middle of explaining. So you can hold on for a second. So he specifically said the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. It's called a Mott and Bailey, where you make a very strong statement that you refuse to defend because you know you're going to look like a jackass. And then when you are asked about it, then you switch to, oh, I just don't like the application of it. But when people ask you, hey, do you like the Civil Rights Act? He says, no, I don't like the Civil Rights Act. I think it was bad. But then he refuses to defend that position. That is a Mott and Bailey. That is exactly what he does every time. And that is very common on the right, is they use one very strong statement that they do not defend.
I mean, I would read
specifically said why he didn't agree with it, and it had nothing to do with Black people's.
Did he say he thinks the Civil Rights Act was a mistake? Did he say that? Yes or no? Did he say?
One sec. Just to be sure we can hear.
It gave way to LGBTQ plus agendas. That's why.
That is specifically what he was saying. And he was talking about how it's legally applied.
No, he said it was because of DEI.
There were certain things that were misrepresented that Kirk had said. There were some things that were correctly presented. It doesn't necessarily, I mean, if we're not arguing about whether Charlie Kirk was a saint or a wonderful person or a bad one.
No, I'm saying AOC's writer is a bad person. Whoever wrote that is a bad person.
AOC's writer could have also just been really poorly informed and looked at clips out of context the way that most people have looked at them, right? Like, it's not, you don't know if there was like a malice there necessarily, but I do think it's extremely irresponsible to not present things fully when it comes to that kind of scale. So, but it doesn't mean,
I believe you that you think that. I do.
Okay. But the problem is that you're saying, though, that just saying that, like, you condemn the violence but you thought he was a bad person. That, like, this is when conservatives are running around trying to rewrite the history of Charlie Kirk, like you guys are doing right now, trying to say, oh, he never said that, when he explicitly said he thought the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. You cared. You brought it up. You care. You brought it up. What do you mean? You fucking brought it up. You care.
Okay, we heard you say you care. Let's go to Taylor.
But real quick, is that so? If he said the Civil Rights Act was a mistake because, and then lays out the reason that he is arguing that it was a mistake, and it's this, and then AOC says this is a man who said the Civil Rights Act was a mistake, the act that gave Black Americans the right to vote. Is that an honest way to present that, or is that an overt intentional lie?
Yes, I think he is purposefully being dubious in the way that he presents it, because he doesn't have a problem with the Civil Rights Act. He has a problem with the application and Supreme Court decisions made later on. He doesn't have an issue with the Civil Rights Act, but he does explicitly say numerous times that he has an issue with the Civil Rights Act, and he thinks it was a mistake.
How AOC presented it, was that an honest or intentionally dishonest way?
That is honest.
Okay.
The rewriting of it is what's dishonest.
If that's honest, then, what about the stuff that he said about, I'm sure you'll probably take this out of context when he said, if he walked into an airline and he's seeing a Black pilot, he would probably question if the Black pilot was qualified. You would probably have an issue with that too. You think that he's racist because, he said that, well, he would question the pilot's qualifications.
Yeah, because there weren't different qualifications for DEI hires, so that's why there were not different qualifications. So yes, that is racist, of course. Yeah,
I do want to.
So that is racist. Okay,
there's not different qualifications for DEI hires, so yes, of course.
So,
but does it matter whether we hate him or like him? Yeah,
I do want to give David a really quick chance, but then I do have to redirect us. The only
we can
reason
redirect it. We need to speak about violence instead of talking about violence.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's funny because I'm a Black man and you're white, but somehow you're saying that, well, I felt that he was racist. How did you
say
feel?
Feelings.
Well, how else can you say that something is racist if you're not interpreting it through a feelings lens?
Why don't you steal men his?
First off, your identity politics about you being Black makes absolutely no fucking difference to me. I don't know.
Still man a position perfectly here. This is what I'm saying. So you took that statement out of context. We were just speaking about the situation with Charlie Kirk and with the but now we're currently speaking about Charlie Kirk and the whole DEI thing. I think Kate, you said that, well, his reasoning for it was DEI. But then Tom, you said that, well, his justification for saying that, well, he would question the qualifications of if he's seen a Black pilot. Are you not saying that he doesn't have a reason for saying it and it's DEI?
Yes, I'm saying that he is purposely misrepresenting DEI so that he has the ability to question a Black person's qualifications.
The context behind it all, because it was a video that was played and it was pilots. I mean, not pilots, it was many airlines, and they were saying that they were going to make 50% of their staff women and different races. So if you're going to make 50% of your staff women and different races, including pilots and air traffic controllers, everything, that's the agenda, then, well, I mean, we should question the qualifications.
If somebody actually said that, I have trouble believing that was actually said.
Yeah,
but
that's what Charlie Kirk was responding to. That's what he responding to. He was responding to a CEO of an airline saying that, I'm going to make 50% of my staff different races and and half of them women. So therefore, the logical entailment would be, well, I would question a woman if she was flying a plane. I would question an Asian, a Black man. I would question everybody.
What about a white man who has nepotism on their side?
The simplest way to look at this one, though, is imagine you just take race and gender out of it and you go, okay, so American Airlines decided that they want 50% of their staff to be under 5'8" and blonde. And then so you sit down and some dude who's 5'4" and blonde comes in and they're like, hello, I'm your captain today. You're not going to be like, oh, and they said that they were going to reduce the qualifications. So you're not going to think to yourself like, shit, I hope this guy knows how to fly a plane, man, because I know they just reduced the qualifications. That's the point. It has nothing to do with race. It's about the fact that there are like physical identifiers that indicate that they might not be qualified because they announced it. They're like,
the problem is that if you actually look into it, the majority of the people who don't get the job were qualified as well. And so the majority of the people who get the job, like, or sorry, who don't get it.
DEI, not
Yeah,
violence.
but yeah, we should probably refocus. Yeah.
Are there any topics that we haven't covered from anybody's opening that someone said this? Oh wait, I think someone had a bone to pick with Taylor, but did you feel like you got to address that? Someone had something they disagreed on from Taylor's opening, but I think we got to cover a bit.
Well, I think one thing that we discussed a little bit that we should probably refine, because when we were discussing instances of violence, well, everything is sort of lumped into this one category. So whether property damage is not great, but it isn't the same as taking a life. And, you know, to me, that kind of violence is a lot more sinister and dangerous and obviously takes lives, right? And we've seen a lot of that. I mean, I mean, there's been, so in terms of data from 2016 to 2025, right-wing political violence resulted in about 112 deaths, and there's been 13 on the left. And, you know, we are seeing a rise, and we're seeing, you know, in general, like we're also seeing a lot of lone, or not a lot, but we're seeing some lone wolf kind of non-affiliated violence as well. For example, something like the assassination of the healthcare CEO. I don't think you can place it on the right or the left necessarily. You also have situations in 2025, certain topics coming up, like Trump, deportations, which is causing some of this like left-wing violence. We could talk about that perhaps.
I mean, the one thing I was just going to comment on related to like the healthcare CEO, I can't remember whatever his name is, and just the big it's honestly, this is actually not meant to be any form of debate. I just wanted to point out how stupid I think it is that the immediate reaction of everyone is to try to identify what political affiliation these shooters have. I always think that's so dumb. I'm like, that person's crazy. Like, that person's not a Republican or a Democrat. That's a crazy person that did that.
But you see that all the time where people try to do that. I agree with you. Yeah.
Every time. And it's like, and it seems like it almost feels intentional how ambiguous it is sometimes. Like where you'll have like the shooter in Minnesota that shot the Democrat, the state, I think they're state senators or whatnot. And it's like, I can't remember, you know, you have a witness. It's like, oh yeah, this guy loved Alex Jones, but he was on a commission appointed by Tim Walz. And then he has this, but then I end up being proven right because in his manifesto, he is a crazy person. Like, he's a crazy person. He's neither.
I think most of these people would just be crazy people. And at the end of the day, it becomes a bit like, okay, who has more crazy people? And by the way, I don't think that like, because you have like these right-wing extremists, that's like representative of the right wing necessarily, but that just seems to happen more. And so what really pissed me off when I was and why I'm even part of this debate is like when certain things had happened that were, acts that were committed on the left or just committed by crazy people, whether they're left or right, there was this like, immediate kind of way of condemning the left for it. Like, and then there was this debate of like, who commits violence more? I'm totally fine with saying they're just crazy individuals. And I don't think the left or the right is like fully responsible for these crazy individuals. They're just crazy. I mean, to commit an act like that is...
I couldn't agree.
Okay,
I couldn't disagree with Kay or Jesse on fire more. I think this is absolute cope. I'm sorry. Luigi Mangione, the reason why people characterized him as left-wing is because he was we have one of the most convoluted healthcare systems on the planet. It's something that the left wing cares about passionately. Once the CEO was assassinated, who was cheering? It was lefties online. So actually, I would safely categorize that as a lefty. And then same thing with
he wasn't a lefty,
jihadist terrorists. Yeah. Sorry, real quick. In the 2010s, I'm getting old. So in the 2010s, jihadist terrorism was super prevalent with the rise of ISIS. I would never say, oh, you know, it's just a bunch of crazy lunatics. No, they're not claiming any kind of ideological bias. There's nothing correlated with the rhetoric that's leading to jihadist
That's different when it's an
terrorism.
organization, though. That's not
But
the same as an
they weren't an
individual.
organization. I live in Central Florida. Pulse nightclub is around a half hour away from my house. Pulse nightclub was a jihadist terrorist, but it was a lone wolf jihadist terrorist. And then people were trying to make excuses for him being a jihadist, and they were saying, oh, it's because he was like internally homophobic to his own homosexuality. And listen, the reason why we care about the ideologies of violent people is because we have stochastic rhetoricians. Tucker Carlson can't pronounce that word, but I can pronounce that word. Stochastic, meaning that they logically lead their audience right up to the precipice of violence, and then they stop right there, like right at the legalistic where they're about to say, hey, you should go outside and do X, Y, and Z. They lead people up to that logically, and then they back away because they know that that will get them into legal trouble. And that
So then
is
you're-
true.
And that's the right, you're saying that's the
finish in
right
10
that
seconds,
does
I
that.
promise. That's true of jihadist imams. That's true of dissident right-wing freaks. That's true of far leftist communist revolutionaries. That's why we categorize. That's why we care.
So then, wouldn't by that logic, then whenever somebody commits an act of, killing, an act of terror, are the individuals that are cheering for that act, are they then responsible in part for it? Because then, the other side would then have that point, right?
Well, no, because what I think that we would do in a healthy society, so let's say that we were actually a healthy society, then let's say that Taylor, Cooley, and Jesse were like, damn, there's 3 relatively reasonable debate opponents who are totally callous to the death of Donald Trump. Why is that? That's kind of fucked up. And then you could realize, like, our complaints about the Trump administration, they're not rooted in bullshit, and they kind of need to be addressed. But instead, what we do is we go, oh, your side is delusional, your side is crazy, your side doesn't know what it's talking about. As a result, I can dismiss everything you say. And that's currently our political dynamic is fuck the other side.
But the other side's, like, their complaints aren't, and that is kind of the point, is that when we look at a lot of these manifestos, we're seeing people who are, quoting the, Hunter Biden's laptop, or Pizzagate, QAnon, Epstein's Island, like all of these, like, conspiracy theories that the right builds up, that Donald Trump will push. So there is not specific shooters. So, like, some of them were shooters, like the Pizzagate shooter, the guy who went to the actual pizza parlor. Then there was also the guy who attacked the Pelosi's, who was talking about, like, laptops and, getting, like, Epstein's list and shit like that. There's
That guy lived in a bus in Berkeley. Like, that guy.
Well, and then we can go on to Donald Trump also saying that the 2020 election was stolen and having a bunch of people rush the Capitol. Like, the conspiracy theories that they come up with are very extreme and move people to action. Whereas, and that is the type of rhetoric that Trump uses as well. He's encouraged people to punch other people at rallies. He's, I said earlier, he's encouraged, like, ICE officers and military agents to be more violent with people that they're arresting. He says things like, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Like, he is constantly kind of pushing for more violence from people, and that is the type of following that he cultivates.
Did you guys see that the lead person at the BBC got fired because they uncovered that they had intentionally, deceptively edited a quote from Donald Trump at that thing? And
they didn't say intentionally, but yeah, that is bad.
Take that and then multiply it by 20 million times that has happened over the last 10 years. And that is basically where everyone is okay with Donald Trump getting shot in the head, is because they have been mind effed by constant bombardment of misrepresented stuff that is meant to dehumanize him, dehumanize his followers. Like, that's the whole point. Like, I agree with counterpoints that it's like 24%. Yeah, they're thinking about Trump. I agree with you. And, like, that's like, you got, look at Virginia in the attorney general's race, just elected Jay Jones after the guy had his text messages leaked. Let me read these to you, dude. Like, the Democrats voted this guy into office. Okay. And his text messages literally said that he wanted Gilbert's wife to have her children die in her arms because the guy's a Republican and he wanted him to change his mind on policy. Gilbert, by the way, just had to resign as U.S. attorney because he refused to cooperate with the Trump administration and indict people in the Russiagate thing. Like, he's not some like crazy MAGA guy. He's like a Republican. You guys would, if this was in some other thing, you guys would been like, that's finally a Republican that has some, you know, has a little bit of character. He stood up to the Trump administration. But the guy, Jay Jones, was talking about that dude when he said, if I had 2 bullets and it was Hitler, Gilbert, and Pol Pot's, I'd give Gilbert 2 bullets to the head. And then she gave him 15 opportunities to say he was joking, and he doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down. Like that dude, I've never seen anything like that where a person didn't immediately drop out of the race, and the Democrats didn't even pull their endorsements from him.
Yeah,
and he
lost
won.
no endorsements. And he won. And he lost no endorsements. That's your parties. You want leaders condoning violence. There you go.
But they did again condemn that violence.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So okay. In an ideal society, Jay Jones would not hold power, okay, because of what he said. However, we're not in an ideal society. And by the way, this is what pisses me off about what you just said. You said, the left, anybody who hates Trump just has TDS. I'm sorry. I was raised Republican. I consider myself philosophically a Republican, which means that I believe in a republic. Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. He alleged fraud that he has had 6 years to prove. When he did not get, Bill Barr, his DOJ, what his attorney general said, you don't have a case here. This is all bullshit. And he went with a lawyer named Scott Eastman who said, hey, guess what? The vice president counting votes, that's not a ceremonial role. You can actually toss out the votes of the states that are in contest and you can just seize power. And this all came down to the vice president of the United States, Mike Pence, somebody with conservative bona fides that are unimpeachable. There is not a more conservative human being inside the United States besides Mike Pence. And Mike Pence said, you know what, at the last second, fuck you, I'm not destroying this republic. And so the fact that you guys have, you have a clip from The Office of a state attorney who, by the way, I'll say again, should not have a job. But if you remember from The Office, it's Toby, Hitler, and somebody else. I would shoot Toby twice. That's the exact joke. I've made that joke before. Now, this guy's not joking. He's an asshole. He shouldn't have a fucking job. Your party, and it's not even party because I don't even consider MAGA Republicans. MAGA and Donald Trump almost destroyed a 250-year-old fucking republic, and you give a shit about some dickhead's text messages? What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with MAGA?
This is what I'm talking about, dude. We're talking about violence, and you're talking about 2020, dude. I'm not talking about the 2020 election.
No. You almost destroyed the Republic of the United States. It being 5 years ago has nothing to fucking do with how serious of an indictment that is.
Those text messages are from 3 years ago.
Wear fucking high tops when they play basketball. You're talking about something that has nothing to do with the conversation. We're talking about violence.
No.
You know what? It does have.
Don't care. This is why we don't care when some random dickheads get shot. Nobody cares about Ashley Babbitt.
No, I know.
Ashley
I
Babbitt.
know you don't
Nobody
care.
cares about Ashley Babbitt getting shot. Who's never Trump. And the reason why is because she was a riotous insurrectionist who was a part of the team who broke into the Capitol. Nobody gives a fuck about her getting shot because you played with fire.
This is you losing, dude. This is you losing the argument.
And we're not gonna
Literally, this is you losing the argument.
We literally have Donald Trump saying when the looting starts, the shooting starts,
One second.
but you can go inside the Capitol and not get shot.
1 sec. I do want to just, I think, Taylor, you had something you want to say?
Yeah, why would we take anything you say seriously that you care about violence if you just say you don't care about this girl's death because of X, Y, or Z? You don't care about her politics. What a joke. You have absolutely no regard for human dignity. You're you're changing the freaking subject every 5 seconds. We talked about the Attorney General text. You say, well, in a perfect situation, that would have happened, but blah, 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 Trump 2020. Like, that's not an argument, dude.
Number
that's
one,
nothing.
and number two, I like righteous violence just fine. So
how
do you
and when you
there it
justify
is,
violence
dude.
by calling everybody a fascist,
Yeah.
there you go.
No. You guys
Cool.
are so dense. It's like talking to a different species. Do you like it when cops arrest criminals?
Yep.
That's violence.
Yeah. Do you think it's okay that Kyle Rittenhouse shot people who were attacking him?
1 sec.
Equivalent to criminals that are worth.
Do you like it when the United States military kills jihadists?
Right.
That's violence.
I'm steel manning your argument. You're
Okay,
saying
go
that
for it. I'll listen.
Trump and his supporters do not deserve to have the empathy or concern of other Americans that they disagree with.
He said
them
Ashley
because
Babbitt, not
they're equivalent to convicts. That's literally what you just
no.
said.
Ashley Babbitt is not all of the supporters.
Try to destroy the Republic of the United States. You're an enemy of the United States, and you don't deserve my sympathy. I don't want you to be killed. I don't want you to be killed. I don't want you to be assassinated. It's probably about 25 to 30% of the country feels the way you do. I don't think 30% of my country getting wiped out is a good thing. But if you try to overthrow the Republic of the United States and you get shot, I don't give a fuck.
How do I feel? You said feels the way I feel. How
do you feel? Hold on. When I brought up January 6th, you said it was 5 years ago. It was too old to care about. How do you feel?
No. I was pointing out that your argument has nothing to do with the current argument. I was wrong, though, because you were losing the argument and proving my point that you're trying to justify violence because you're on the other side. You're literally trying to justify violence. I'm not talking about anything except violence. You're saying that people are not deserving of empathy.
Hold on. If the House of Representatives, is the Congress, is conducting their legally responsible duties, and you're a part of a riotous mob breaking into the Capitol, should law enforcement shoot you?
I don't know.
Counterpoints lost the debate. You think Counterpoints lost the debate? You don't know. You have no idea, do you?
So to win the debate on which side is more violent, I should be willing to acknowledge when it's okay to shoot people. I just want to make sure I understand your argument.
You should be willing to acknowledge self-defense and things like that.
Unrighteous violence.
You should be willing to defend people like Kyle Rittenhouse when he has to stop people from attacking him. You should be willing to defend like our own military stopping people from invading. You should be willing to defend that there are justified actions in violence that are okay, and that sometimes, yes, if people are running inside the Capitol, that makes sense, that yes, they might use violence, just as Donald Trump says, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Somehow that's okay, and we can vote for that motherfucker. But when people are running inside the Capitol by the tens of thousands, no, that's how could you shoot one of those people?
It's funny because what about May 29th through May 31st in 2020? Where Black Lives Matter, they had a rally, and the rally turned into a riot, and they attacked the White House, injuring over 60 law enforcement officers with using some lethal weapons and stuff like that too. And they were chanting, "We have to remove Donald Trump from office." So I know you guys want to focus on, January 6th and stuff like that, but no one speaks about May 20th.
No, we acknowledge that. It just wasn't by the tens of thousands of people. It wasn't tens of thousands of people. We all denounced all of that. Like, again, like at Counterpoints and I, we were both Republicans our entire fucking lives. And it is just Donald Trump that makes us vote for Democrats now. But yes, we denounced the BLM riots. We denounced that was kind of part of the BLM riots as well. But yes, we were against
also the
all
car
of this.
attacks on the protesters at the BLM riots.
Well, but even like the Tesla, damages to the cars
that don't denounce it at all. They think that it's actually
the
a good
violence.
thing.
I mean, I think a lot of people think that the BLM activities
that
were
the
good.
BLM riots was justified.
The peaceful. No, they think the peaceful. There are some people who think it's justified, but
I would say that a lot of people.
Again, it was less than 10% of liberals. Less than 10% of liberals thought that rioting was justified, whereas over 25% of Republicans thought that January 6th was justified. So there is a massive difference in the justification.
The people who committed crimes of January 6th have been pardoned, which shows to me that there isn't really a regard for crime and punishment in this situation.
And the BLM rioters already averaged more time.
Because on January 6th, they went into the Capitol and didn't do anything.
One sec, sorry guys.
No, some of them did things. Some of them were involved in
but
violence.
25% of Republicans said that January 6th was justified. Where's that poll?
I'll grab it for you.
Like the rioting at January 6th was justified, because that's not the position of the Republicans at all. The Republicans are saying that it would, like, every single Republican that I know thinks that their argument on January 6th is that the feds entrapped people, incited the violence, invited people into the thing as a justification to kick Donald Trump off of social media and then block his ability to run again. The Republican
which is
side
like
is
the
not like, they want to,
most
riot this
inane
fucking
cope
place.
I've ever heard in my entire life.
Every single Republican that I have
the
ever
election's been
listened to
stolen.
One sec.
So
We're about to lose
I
our
have the
republic,
poll.
but don't do anything about
I do.
it.
Hold on
Yeah,
one sec.
okay.
Tom says he has the poll.
Yeah, so it's from The Economist. It says that 27% of Republicans either strongly or somewhat approved of the riot on January 6, 2021.
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit on that poll for
It's
sure.
The Economist and YouGov.
Okay, and I'm
approved
sorry.
of the riot.
So hold on. I'm just. I
This
wanna
was
call
done
bullshit on
in
this.
2023.
Okay, so the narrative for January 6, 2021 was the Democrats have stolen the election. Using COVID as a pretext, they have stuffed the ballots. They have ballot harvested, they've lied, they've stolen identities, they've done this, they've done that. And as a result, this is not only that the election is stolen, it is outcome determinative. It's not a few hundred people, it's not a few thousand people. This changes the landscape of the election, and Donald Trump should still be in power. And so Donald Trump himself, in his own speech on that day, said, you have to go down and you have to make your voices heard. You have to get Mike Pence to do the right thing.
But he said peacefully and patriotically, Connor.
We're not going to have a republic anymore. We're going to be a dictatorship. We're going to be a banana republic. And what you think, or what you think a lot of conservatives think, is that it was feds who baited them into attacking the Capitol, not the president of the United States, the largest authority figure in the United States, saying that if they don't act now with immediacy and urgency, they are going to lose a 250-year republic, which he still has not proven the outcome determinative fraud 6 years later. In court, out of court. That's the bullshit you're going with? For real?
I feel like I should just point out that the conversation is which side is more violent, and I was saying that no Republicans agree.
We're talking about whether or not they believe it was all. We're talking about whether or not they believe it was all feds, because you're saying they all think it was all feds. He's saying no. Donald Trump literally told them to go do it.
It was justified.
No one
Hold on
was
one
okay
sec, one
with
sec.
a violent riot, is what I said.
What?
I said no Republicans I've ever spoke to were like, that's awesome that guys got violent and rioted. No one.
You can go watch all of my debates with all of these Republicans justifying January 6th.
And you won't even fight for it? Doesn't that make you moral cowards?
See, this is what I'm talking about, dude. The difference between the left and the right. It's one of those things where it's like the right knows what real violence is.
Hold on.
It's kind of like, that's why it's like, you know, we'll
Okay,
just, like,
okay.
avoid that.
Wait. Counterpoints. Hold on. Wait. Do you think that?
You don't know who you're talking to, by the way.
Okay. Jesse, do you think that the American Revolution was justified?
Are we comparing the current state to the American Revolution? Is that the
question
question?
I'm asking you a question. Do you think it was justified? Like it is.
Listen, dude, I don't have any opinion on anything that happened hundreds of years ago. I take for granted that what's in
All
the
right.
books.
So I will tell you, I am very happy that the American Revolution happened. I think it was justified. Sure. But I also think that if the election was stolen, and if an insurrection of sorts was happening, that somebody actually stole the election from the other person, and I was told this and I believe this, I would be at the motherfucking Capitol too. I would be rushing into that fucking building. And
with
so,
guns for sure, you guys are on the left.
And so does the right. Everybody believes that. I don't know where you came from, but everybody. I don't know if you I don't know. Do you know who Kyle Rittenhouse is? Everybody believes that this is like justified violence, where he's protecting himself. This is a type of self-defense.
Oh, you mean like if someone actually had a gun pointed at his head when he shot them?
That was one of them. That was the third. So first off, that was the third person, but sure, that I think that he was justified in defending himself, and I think that we would be justified in defending our Constitution and defending our republic if somebody's trying to steal the election, that these are times where it is justified to engage in violence to protect our country, and that is a necessity in that moment.
It's the predicate for every single law enforcement officer and every single Marine person, every single Marine Corps vet, every single Army vet, every single Air Force vet. It's the predicate that if you threaten the Republic of the United States, violence is justified. So this is where it doesn't make sense to me conceptually. You're saying simultaneously that the election was stolen, the Democrats did it, Donald Trump's correct, he doesn't have any evidence for it 6 years later, but also the feds baited us into it and we're such moral cowards that we wouldn't fight to restore the Republic of the United States using violence. That doesn't stand up to
I didn't say
anything.
any of those things.
That doesn't stand up to any kind of logic or scrutiny whatsoever.
Not one part of that is
totally
what I said.
straw man his argument, man.
That's not what I said
Go
at all.
ahead and explain it to me, because I would love to know how the election being stolen isn't enough of a moral pretext to justify the violence of January 6, 2021. I'm with Tom Foolery. If Donald Trump wasn't a lying piece of shit, January 6 would be totally justified.
Right. I know. Violence.
Under your worldview. So what
wait.
Jesse here is doing, he's making a clear distinction.
You don't
He's
think the
speaking
Republic
about
is worth fighting for?
Hold on, I want to hear just
real
because
quick.
I want to hear.
He doesn't have an
What
opinion
we're
on
getting
that.
at here, and what Jesse was saying is he's basically saying that the Republicans that he knows, and even I know as well, no one was talking about, oh yeah, January 6th is justified. We knew that the people that entered the Capitol at that time, that they were in the wrong. No one was really saying, like, collectively, all of the Republicans wasn't saying that, oh yeah, they're justified. We were saying that they're knuckleheads. What are they doing? You get what I'm saying? So,
well, it was only
Why are they not
27%.
held
between the
responsible?
two.
Wait.
Why
So
are they not held?
was the election stolen or not?
They were held responsible because some of them went to jail for a while, and then when Trump got in office, he was like, you know what? It was a lot of fishy stuff going on. Let's get some of them out.
Yeah, you voted for the guy who pardoned all of them. Yeah.
Was the election stolen or was it not stolen?
The conversation is about which side's more violent.
No, that matters.
Justification for January 6th,
Oh, that's the whole
2021.
question.
Was the election stolen or was it not stolen? It's the justification for what happened on January 6th, 2021. Was it or wasn't it, in your
The
opinion?
left is looking to see if it's justified because that's what you do. You're looking for a justification for violence. What we're
No,
saying
I'm
is
trying to test you on your own logic.
No,
his logic.
Hold on one sec. Kat, what have you got?
Yeah, his logic. This is what I'm hearing. Okay, the logic is this: if one believes that the election was stolen, that means the system is no longer functioning. There is no way to use a democratic system like law or protesting or things like that to gain power back, to have a democracy, right? So essentially that was the claim that was being made by certain individuals or that's the belief that the individuals who went and did the insurrection or whatever you want to call it. So that's where it does justify, because historically, when people believed that that the system was no longer functioning and no longer worked, that people couldn't use law, it was a lawless society essentially, which is really what was claimed, then the only way to kind of restore that isn't to write articles, right? It is to use force. And I think every side
that
kind
they
of
were trying to
that.
overthrow the government on January 6th, the people who
Yes,
went and got
through
mad?
the Eastman memo. Yes,
They were trying to stop the certification of the election, and numerous groups had firearms off site. I'm getting to that. Numerous groups had tons of firearms off site that they were planning on having brought to them once they got inside. But they decided there were so many more people than they had anticipated that they didn't need firearms. And they were correct. Once you get to that number of people and you have like 200, 300, I think it was like close to 2,000 Capitol Police and over like 20,000 people there.
Yeah, you're just making assertions without any proof. Oh,
wait, what are you, what are you questioning me on?
I do.
You've had 6 years.
There's, no, wait, what are you questioning me on? What do you think I don't have proof for?
Hold on. So, and let me back you up.
Okay? Well, I want the answer to that. I don't even know what he's questioning.
I'll give you an answer.
Please let me cut to the heart of this matter.
I think that
you guys.
Tom asked David, what do you think I'm full of it on? And David, what was it? I want to give you a chance.
Yeah, what I was saying was he's making these assertions. He's saying that, well, there were armed men outside of the Capitol, and the plan was they had plan A, but then there were so many people. So plan B was like, we're not going to use our guns. We're just going to let them go into the Capitol. These are all assertions.
That are in court cases that in their testimonies, we can pull them up. I can show you their testimonies and what it is that they said.
What I'm saying is
you just said I don't have proof, and I'm telling you I do have proof that they had them as part of the plan, but they didn't need them.
A different way. What I'm saying is that plan never came about. So
yeah, I gotta say this is why this is
you just said that. Hold on, wait, hold on. You said I just need to clarify this.
I want to give David a chance to finish. So David has been patient.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's just it's not.
But it's real quick. I'll give you my refutation to your argument that you're putting forward. What I'm saying that you're making the assertion towards violence where the violence didn't happen. You can say that they had a plan, but the plan never went into play. Right? Oh, well, we had a plan here and that plan never went into play. So like Jesse was saying, when he asked counselor points the question, well, like, what true violence did they actually, like, were they really trying to take over the Capitol with no guns? Like, when they got in there, they didn't trash the place. It
They were
was
just
kinda
trying
like
to
just
delay the
chilling,
certification
sitting
of
in
the election.
chairs.
That's it.
I
They
wanna-
just wanted to
Connor,
delay the
eventually I wanna get
certification.
to you, but Tom, I want to give Tom a uninterrupted time. Go ahead, Tom.
They just wanted to delay the certification of the vote. That was it. They just need to delay it, and they did successfully delay the certification of the vote because Donald Trump was trying to get more Republicans to actually challenge the vote that was coming up. But what you actually did is you challenged whether or not they had weapons and whether or not they would go to the Capitol to try to delay the certification of the vote without weapons. And I'm telling you, they showed up with weapons. They just decided not to use them, and they left them in their hotel rooms because way more people showed up as part of the insurrection than they had
Got it, but
anticipated.
that
So
still proves, that still doesn't refute the point that they did not go into the Capitol with weapons. That's the point.
I don't know why that matters.
Connor a chance.
What don't you
Connor,
get?
go ahead.
Yeah. So this is why this point is total bullshit. You guys have had 6 years realistically to read this stuff. Number one, when you say there's no evidence, Enrique Tarrio, the head of the Proud Boys, was convicted of seditious conspiracy and sentenced to 20 years in prison. All of the evidence that Tom is talking about, where they had a quick reaction force with firearms that were ready to roll in order to detain Congress members, this was all part of the Tarrio case. So the fact that you're ignorant of that doesn't do anything. And by the way, trying to coup the government and then failing doesn't mean that you tried to do a coup. So not only that, let's take that aside. There was a QRF with guns. Enrico Tarrio was convicted of seditious conspiracy. He was sentenced to 20 years. Let's put that aside because you're wrong and you should concede that. But let's move to the next point. The Eastman memo, something that you could Google and read probably in the time of this
Wrong
debate.
about
It's
what
5 minutes, 10
counterpoints?
minutes max. Okay. The
You're not
Eastman
refuting
memo,
any of my
you can interrupt
arguments.
me if you
You're just
want, but
talking.
it just means that you're
Well,
full of shit.
I want to give
So the
Tom
Eastman
a
memo,
chance to wrap
You're
up.
just talking. You're just
I want to
prattling, man.
whole
Go ahead.
give you a
plan-
chance. I'll give you a pithy wrap up counterpoint.
I want
Go ahead.
to finish.
Go
So
ahead,
the
man.
Eastman memo, you can go read it yourself. The whole point was to pressure Mike Pence in order to vacate the vote. That was the whole point. So you're saying, oh, they didn't have guns. They didn't have bombs. They didn't plan on taking over the entire Capitol. The whole plan was to get the vice president, one person, to throw out the vote. And we came one person away from fulfilling this plan. The fact that you guys failed doesn't mean you didn't try.
I want to give David a chance, but then what I do have to do is I have to bring us back to, I think there was one thing that it might have been in Jesse's opening, I might be wrong, in terms of the alleged celebration of violence when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. But I do want to give David just a really pithy, because I don't want to go too much on
Yeah, I mean,
January 6th, but
yeah,
go
I
ahead.
mean, my point on this, he didn't refute my point. He's just, prattling. He's just talking. He didn't make it. He doesn't really know how to
you're
debate.
wrong.
I debated this guy.
You're just wrong.
He did
You
not
said that
refute
there was
any of
no
my
evidence.
points.
There was evidence.
Okay,
It's in the
when
Enrique
did I ever
Tarrio
say
case.
evidence?
That's
That's a
direct
lie.
refutation. You're
Evidence
lying
never
out
came
loud.
out of my mouth.
You're lying.
Evidence never
I
came
do
out of
have
my
to-
mouth.
Lying.
So that's another lie.
I
The
do
same
have to-
thing you've been doing with Jesse, you're doing with me. You're just like making these claims that we're making that we.
You said I was making assertions with no evidence. You said you're just making assertions with no evidence. You literally said that.
Said that they
I
did
said
not
in the
have any
Capitol.
weapons when they
This is the only
stormed the
one
Capitol.
where I have
When
to
they
do-
stormed in the Capitol, y'all
They didn't
had
have any
4
guns.
active
I
listening
have to do
skills.
this.
We just told you. We
It
just
doesn't.
gave you direct
He just
refutation
told you.
that there was
What?
a quick
What?
reaction force with
There is no
firearms,
weapons.
and the evidence for that is in the Enrique Tarrio case.
Did they go
that
in
is
the
a direct
Capitol?
refutation of what you just said. You are
Were they
lying to
in
your
the
audience.
Capitol?
You are
I
lying
hate
to
to do
this
this.
panel.
Were
You're
they in
lying
the
to yourself.
Capitol?
I have to go. Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Dork.
Just to be sure we don't go. Just to be sure we don't recover the same ground. I do want to redirect us because we might have covered this, and forgive me if we did. But the alleged celebration over Charlie Kirk online, like X, I think this came up, but I might be wrong. And this is anecdotal, but nonetheless, I think everybody would agree there was kind of this conservative cancel culture. Whether or not that's right or wrong, I'm not trying to make the point on that. But more so, like if you think there was a cancel culture, like there's something they're trying to cancel, I think everybody agree that there was a lot of celebration of Charlie Kirk being murdered on X, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or how about like at the TMZ video where that room cheered behind when it was live streaming, and a whole room of people cheered when it got announced that he was officially dead. This is like, that's what I'm talking about. Like that's unfathomable to me. That whole, like Charlie, I was live streaming when I saw Charlie Kirk get murdered the first time. So like I got an alert that he had been shot. I went and was live streaming. I had no idea what his status was. I didn't know if he was alive, dead, whatever. And I got someone sent it to me, and so I watched it while I was live. And it was, I mean, obviously, I saw the one from the side that was really graphic, and that was shocking, obviously. But the reaction to it was so, like, I could have visualized a world where a right wing or left wing pundit of some kind was shot in public, but I didn't understand that I lived, because everybody lives in some form of an echo chamber. I'm not a Republican. Like I'm not a MAGA person. I'm an independent. And I mean, I voted for Obama twice. I abstained in 2016, voted for Trump twice. And I didn't realize that I lived in a place where there was there's a place where in America it would be acceptable for people to know that they so fervently hate the other side that they could just cheer out loud when Charlie Kirk was announced dead. That the reaction to the murder was actually more shocking to me than the murder itself. And yeah, I mean, it's like, and I can't relate to it culturally at all. I do notice that it is primarily female or very, very like clearly men who have no experience with violence at all, where you're like I think they look at it like it's like a video game, and it's not like an actual person who had young children and a wife and all of that stuff. Like they don't, they've never hurt a person. They've never seen their friends get hurt. They're just, it's like make believe that's in the box.
I think
want to
they're
give a chance to
sorry,
go ahead, Kat.
Yeah,
No,
no,
go ahead, Kat.
I was just going to say, I think it's more of a detachment from that individuals and kind of this level of dehumanization. But I feel, and I was quite stunned by that response. I will absolutely agree with that. It was horrible. At the same time, the idea that response only exists on the left is just not true either. I think the scale of it was maybe more significant than what I've seen with other recent kind of situations of violence. But like I mentioned, like with Paul Pelosi, and he wasn't even killed, right? But he was bludgeoned, and the rhetoric around that and response to that was not like very different to me. I just think the scale of the Charlie Kirk specifically, and I think also because he was a more prominent figure in the conservative movement or the Republican MAGA movement, whatever you want to call it, I think that was also part of it. And then also like the altercation between, because there was suddenly this like pressure to like, there's a difference between, and I think we tried to make that distinction earlier, where there's a difference between being like, I'm very firmly against using political violence to, kill people that we don't agree with. 100%, there is no doubt. In terms of, I do feel for him as a human being, just whose life was taken. But that doesn't mean that people are going to feel like, really sad about him. And, when the MAGA right wing, they started making these lists of like 200,000 names of people who supposedly celebrated his death. And I looked at some of those lists, and of course there's some very vile people on there, but there were also people who said things like, oh, I'm just afraid that there's going to be more violence as a result of this. There were people like, I mean, in a way, making that list was encouraging retaliation. And there was this talk of civil war. It immediately went to this like very violent place as well. So 100% denounce anybody who, cheered for it and is okay with using violence in that way. But to say that it's just something that exists on the left, and to also take in the people who were just opposed to, just didn't like Charlie Kirk necessarily, didn't necessarily condone his death, like, and those two were lumped together. I don't think that was right either.
Taylor, did you have something you wanted to say? Or David, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, when it comes to Charlie Kirk, I think that a lot of people on the left that was, praising his death. When we look at it, we just got to be honest. The left wing is a party of emotions and feelings. They try to say that they're the party of empathy and things like that, but if most of the ideologies on the left side is an oppressor versus oppressor lens. This is how they kind of view everything. Well, oh, black people think I'm a victim. White man is oppressing me. The women think that, oh, the patriarchy is oppressive. The the nuclear family is oppressive, and all of these things. Let me finish. I'm saying that we do know that there's some areas that the right wing and the left wing, I would say both have emotions and both act off emotions and ego sometime. The distinction that I'm making when it comes to the left is the type of emotions that they act off of is more of like it's incoherent emotions. It makes no sense. It's rooted in things that is just like not truth. So like when you look at some of their ideologies like feminism and stuff like that, feminism is just a lie. It's the movement towards egalitarianism to try to equalize the genders and things like that, which you can't do because they need men. They always need to appeal to men to get the rights. So feminists, the entire agenda, the ideology is just not true. So it's based off of an incoherent ideology that makes no sense, right? So my argument and my delineation between the two is that, I mean, I see why that, and we even see it here from counterpoints in time where they're looking for justifications for violence, right? They're looking for justifications for violence. But over here, me, Jesse, and Taylor, we're like, well, what are you talking about, counterpoints? Like, you're actually proving our point. Like, with your actions and the way you're speaking, you're proving all of our points because you are emotional. You get what I'm saying? And I think that emotional people tend to act out in violence.
Counterpoints or Tom, I want to give you a chance.
Yes, I would love the opportunity to respond. Yeah, so this is where Jesse being like, okay, I agree with you, by the way, because I've not been a liberal a majority of my life. I haven't been progressive or leftist. As a matter of fact, I hate communists, okay? And I think the left wing is largely incompetent when it comes to violence. You're not talking to two stereotypical soy lefties, okay? I was in the Marine Corps for 4 years. I served in law enforcement for 4 years. I've seen violence up hand. I've seen people die. I get it, okay? Violence is bad. Tom, as well, is not a stereotypical person. He's been incarcerated before. He's seen the wrong end of the justice system before. He's been around rough characters. So you're not talking to the stereotypical soy lefty. So if you want to say that as a talking point,
just
that's
because
totally
you've been
fine.
to prison
But
before,
this is where, Cooley, hold on, Cooley, I'll address you directly.
I'm speaking about
since you
emotions.
addressed me directly.
I want to,
while you're interrupting, but that's okay. It's my turn to talk.
Go ahead,
so,
counterpoint.
So you said that the left wing is incoherent, doesn't understand anything. They have a feminine, energy where they use empathy to justify their violence and all this bullshit.
Well, I didn't say that.
Well, yeah, it's what you implied. It's absolutely what you implied.
No,
you brought
I
up
didn't
feminism
say that.
3 times tonight. It has nothing to do with what the fuck we're talking
No, I didn't
about.
say that. They
so, Cooley, I'm
use that
addressing
to
you,
then
so I would like the
justify it.
opportunity to finish my sentence.
I want to give you a
So anyways,
pithy
I would like the opportunity to finish.
Continue to straw man my position. Go ahead.
I will, because what happened was you said something fundamentally incorrect. Tom corrected you. I corrected you. And instead of being like, damn, you know what? I never heard about that before. I'm going to Google it. I'm going to research it. I'm going to see if these guys are right. You started dancing in circles and turning yourself into a fucking pretzel in front of all of our eyes. So who's emotional now?
Okay.
You can't deal with the fact that you're wrong.
Okay.
So we can get back
let me
into it again.
say something about that.
You're
real quick.
straw manning real quick, Jesse.
I'm not straw manning you. That's what happened.
Yeah,
You said something, you were wrong.
You continue. I debated you before, and you have low IQ because you don't know how to follow a position. You don't know how to follow an argument.
I have a very high IQ.
No,
actually.
you don't.
I doubt
no,
your
you don't.
IQ.
No, you don't. No, you don't. So real quick,
yes, I do.
even when we let's
Guys,
just take
I
a
hate to
quick
do
step
this.
back. Can I finish
David,
my point?
do you feel yes, I'll give you a chance to finish, David.
I'll land my
Jesse.
point.
Go ahead,
Okay,
David.
so here's what I'm saying. Even when we were speaking about that point where what you're speaking about now, when we're speaking about January 6th, I just said that you still don't understand my point. I said that, well, when they went into the Capitol, did they go in there armed?
We already answered you. There was a quick reaction force with
No,
guns.
stop it. Were the people that went into the Capitol, did they have guns? Were they armed?
No.
That's my point. So shut up, you dork.
No, it wasn't.
You are an idiot.
That was not your point.
Dumb. Anything else that you say, counterpoint.
I hate
Shut
to
up.
do this.
Anything else you say is an assertion of your argument. It is not refuting my argument.
That was
Stop
not your
saying
argument.
things that I did not say. You are dumb, bro.
I do want
You're
to.
dumb.
all right,
Cooley,
I
Cooley,
do want
Dumb
to.
I'm going to
counterpoints.
I
prove
want
to
to
you.
sell this
Stupid.
one.
I would
I
like an
wanna- I know
opportunity
that-
to respond. I would like an
Look, he
opportunity
thought
to
he was
respond.
cooking.
I
You're
do.
stupid.
The thing is, the only challenge is that I don't want to go back too much on this topic. I know Jesse wanted to say
I can
something about.
respond and then we can move on.
I can give you like 12 seconds. I hate to do it, but we have to move fast.
12 seconds. Okay. Tom and I brought up Enrique Tarrio, his case, seditious conspiracy, the Eastman memos, and all of these make your point look like you're a fucking idiot.
What was our point?
Yeah, what's the point?
He just said that if you don't bring a weapon to a riot, then clearly you didn't plan on overthrowing the United
You're
States
dumb.
government.
I didn't say
That is what you said the first time. You moved the goalposts.
Forgive me,
You
guys.
were saying that.
Quick jump in. I hate to do this, but just all right, really quick reset. Okay, we're going to. Are there any thoughts that
I wanted to
Tom?
respond.
I want to give you a chance, really pithy, and then Jesse. I know you also had your hand up before Tom, so I can go really pithy responses. Then we have to go really quickly into the Q&A because we only have 30 minutes. We've got a lot of questions. So, Jesse, do you have maybe like even might be a chance to do even like a quick summary in maybe 30 seconds to a minute if possible, and then
No,
Tom
I
will give you.
really want to talk about January 6th. I'm just kidding. No,
Yeah,
okay, look,
I'm not talking about January
This is
6th.
where I was going to reset. Is this like, what is the core connective tissue among the left currently? Like, what is the thing that makes people go, I'm on this side? Okay. There are a lot of things that make people on the right, whether it is medical freedom after the pandemic, or it's this, that, conservative values, anything, the million things. The core fundamental shared ideology on the left is they hate Donald Trump and they hate his supporters. The end. Okay. If you want to know why they're more okay with violence, it's because their ideology is built around the hatred of the other side. People on the right, it's not. The people on the right, it's a reaction to that, my opinion. I mean, actually, it's not really an opinion, it's a fact, but yeah.
I want to give Tom a chance to. This will be the last before we go into the Q&A. So we got to let Tom have the last word here. Go ahead, Tom.
I think like overall the fundamental issue, not just in this conversation, but overall with the conversations over the last, couple months, feels like everything on the right is just kind of about their feelings, and everything's just about the oppressed versus the oppressees. And like, Christians are oppressed, the right is oppressed, Trump is being oppressed, for being held accountable for his crimes. Like it's all this oppressed oppressee sort of thing. And I think that when you look at things through that sort of lens, it is always going to make you feel like you are a victim and you have to fight back against something. And so I think even when we're looking at like stats saying, 25% of conservatives agree with January 6th, they deny that. Or if we talk about like actual, things that were said in court and statements that were ruled on, they don't believe that, because it's just not about the like facts at all. It's always about their feelings. And I think that applies also to pointing at random 15-year-old TikTokers who said something mean about Charlie Kirk after he died, while ignoring the fact that all of the right-wing leaders were calling for civil war, while the left-wing leaders were all denouncing the violence and saying that we don't want any violence. The very drastic differences between the two, when one is wanting more violence and the other, while being leaders, while the leaders of the left are calling for less violence. And Donald Trump even said that when the right commits violence, it's because they want good things, and when the left commits violence, it's because they're evil. That kind of says that he is justifying the violence.
I know that you guys have a round in the chamber ready to fire back, but we do have to go to the Q&A. So I hate to.
So I win.
Bring us quickly. Quick housekeeping thing. Bottom right of your screen, folks. If you didn't know, you can watch DebateCon 6, our conference this Saturday and Sunday, live from home. If you join the Final Word channel membership, you can watch all 7 stage debates live. You can enjoy your Soylent at home on the couch while watching these. It'd be a great time. With that, we're going to jump into these questions. This is going to be really hard, but if you guys can do me a favor, it's so hard that if you're able to try to have there be one person that responds to each of these questions, only one, because you do have a lot of questions. People were amped, very excited. And if you're able to abstain from giving a rebuttal. It's going to be really hard, but here we go. We're going to jump into this. Greg Schuster, thanks for your question. They said your DMs are irrelevant, victim. This topic is not even debatable, and it's silly to pretend that it is. Okay, so this is for Kat. The left argues about the right's violent rhetoric, while the left actually murders, riots, and destroys. Facts don't care about your feelings. Kat will give you a chance to respond.
Sure. I mean, that's right. Facts don't care about your feelings, and the facts are this. So mine was a personal anecdote. Fine. You can ignore that. You can throw that out. That's fine. But in terms of numbers of murders, those go to the right, not to the left. I mean, that's just data point. I don't have to use my feelings for that. So I think that should address that.
You got it. This one from Pseudonym. I don't know what's going on. Well, the hyphens, man. Great debate. We know the left is okay with mental health, LGBT, BLM, socialism, anarchism, etc. We can all be Republican or Democrat. It should be based on policies, not feelings. Who's angry here? Bless. I don't know who that's for. Anybody?
I'll address that. That was incoherent nonsense. And policy is not arbitrary, especially with the United States being the most powerful commercial empire in the world. Who is in power and how they wield that power kills or saves hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Basil problem. Gosh, a lot of these are not exactly on topic. We'll maybe cover yours. Gentleman Damon says the American Revolution wasn't actually a revolution because the Continental Army never brought weapons into Windsor Castle. If there's one person that wanted to respond.
That was a shit post from my community. They were basically calling bullshit on this perspective, that January 6th wasn't an actual attempt to overthrow the government.
This one from Brandon Hansen says, watch 2000 Mules, proof that 2020 was stolen. All right, we'll let people.
Yeah, he took that back.
Another opposing documentary as well.
He admitted his documentary was wrong, just by the way.
Kuzium Weird says, can't believe I have to ask this, but for the more violent side, parentheses MAGA. Oh, they say, is violence ever justifiable, or are you all really pacifists?
Yeah, the Republicans don't believe in self-defense.
To you, Jesse.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, all I do is violence. That's literally, I record videos and I train how to break people's limbs and strangle them unconscious. And then I hang out with my kids and my wife. That's my entire life.
See, we found out that I'm kidding.
I say words and they think words are violence.
Ideology, Jesse?
I do have to.
No.
I hate to do it, but just because we have so many
that
questions.
doesn't make any sense.
Last one's left says Tom Fool is prime example of the snakiness from the left. Oh, Tom, all right. They say the ones that play the victims the most are calling conservatives victims.
Can't believe
what
there
a
was someone
weasel.
worse than David on that side.
Tom will give you a
Is
chance
there
to
anyone
respond.
who is a good faith engager for voter on this
yeah,
topic, in your
I
opinion?
missed the last
there
of
was
it.
one man
I have a
shorty.
TTS talking over me right now. What was the very last part?
They said, "What a weasel."
Oh,
But
yeah.
the last
I
part,
do
they
my
said,
best.
They said the ones that play the victims the most are calling conservatives victims.
Yeah, I think that like I again grew up a Republican. I've been a conservative by far the majority of my life, and I moved away from the conservative side because I did feel like the ideology was changing, and that I'd grown up making fun of the SJWs who were always victims, and the MAGA group became that stereotype very quickly. So was not my thing.
This one from Bless My Vibe Code says, have you guys ever seen female cops on body cam videos? They fail every single time, in all caps. They can't handle extreme pressure and usually need men to back them up or do their jobs. There's compilations of it. I don't understand how this had to do with violence on the left or right, though. But anybody want to respond?
As a former cop, I know plenty of female cops who do well under pressure, and they're perfectly good marksmen.
Kuzium Weird, thanks for your question, says, it's obvious the left is less violent than the right when it comes to political fatalities. But the question is, does right-wing politicians running on hate fuel that? I think it's more so religion, to be honest. Anybody want to respond? David or Taylor or Jesse? This is a strange one.
Wait, can you read it again?
I mean, I respond to it.
I thought it
Okay,
was for the left.
He was basically said something that like religion. He was saying that like religion is basically takes accountability for what the violence. I guess read the last tail end of it.
Yeah, approximately. They say it's obvious the left is less violent than the right when it comes to political fatalities. They say, but the question is, does right-wing politicians running on hate fuel that? I think it's more so religion, to be honest.
No, that's nonsensical. Because even if you look at things, and data would show it as well, most violence come from secularism. People that do not believe in a religion at all, or do not believe in God, they're more likely to act out violent. It's not to say that violence doesn't happen, in Islam communities and maybe even Christian communities, hundreds of years ago and stuff like that. It's not to say that no violence happens if you're religious, but if we're looking at the data, if you're secular, you're more likely to be violent.
This one coming from Greg Schuster. Oh, we got that one. Basil Problem has a lot of I don't know. I think sometimes these seem like insults. Sometimes I think he's trying to flirt with our guests. But here we go. He's got one for you, Jesse. It says, so is Trump's murdering of people on boats off the coast of Venezuela or the Eastern Pacific an example of violence?
Is it violent to kill people? Yeah.
You got it. This one from...
and the promotion of it and the videos and everything.
Wait, but out of curiosity, because I don't want to assume, but this actually just crossed my mind like 2-3 hours ago. I had that cross my mind. What do you guys think of Trump having blown up these boats? Kat, are you like, yeah, demonstration of power, or are you kind of like, no, I don't think I like that?
You know what? I'm gonna plead the fifth because I just don't feel like I'm informed enough about that particular situation to
Not to say that your position has to be as simple as the way I put it if you were for it.
No. I genuinely I don't know enough about the ships that are being blown, because I do think sometimes it's justifiable to take military action, right? Or to protect country. So I just don't.
I mean, I would say it seems as though their fear is like drug trafficking. I think that in this case, if we don't have a whole lot of evidence that there are drugs, like they're not a very transparent administration, so we don't really know what's going on there. But two, even when it is just drugs, it would be better to actually like send ships out there and apprehend these people instead of just blowing up 12 different boats, which is what they've done at this point. I think that's pretty horrific.
Yeah, I think it would depend on the data that they have on those boats, I guess. Like how much do they know for sure that this is what's happening with those boats specifically?
Basil Problem, nasty guy, has one for you, Taylor. So he says, Taylor, will you be okay when Stephen Miller begins sending single moms to CECOT? I don't know if I'm saying that right for the acronym. It's CECOT. What does this mean?
CECOT, yeah.
It's the El Salvadoran secret prison.
Prison, yeah. That's not a real question. I mean, what is that?
Okay, you got it.
No, I would not be okay with that.
He just wants attention. Okay, this one from Brandon Hansen says, quote, they didn't say intentionally. They said, bro, BBC clipped 2 sentences that were spoken 53 minutes apart from one another to create a very dangerous quote.
I mean, I agree that they did clip it a little bit out of context. It was not good the way that they made it sound as though he was explicitly saying that they ought to go inside the Capitol, and that was the problem with it. I think most people would say he said at the beginning, let's go peacefully and patriotically through a 3-hour speech, and then had like 10 other statements where he was implying that they should do that, but he didn't say it explicitly, and they clipped it and made it sound like he explicitly was saying, let's go and fight.
I see. So I think I understand that you're saying Trump was implicitly kind of like hinting and like winking, like go do violence. And you're saying
they clipped one part where he says, we're going to march to the Capitol, and then clipped another part where he said, and we're going to fight, and put those two things together and made it sound like he said, we're going to go to the Capitol and we're going to fight. Whereas that's not what he said. So, yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, like when they said that Trump said it was going to be a bloodbath on You know, when he was talking about an economic bloodbath if they didn't block the Chinese car manufacturing in Mexico.
This one from Basil Problem. Jesse, do you believe Tucker Carlson was attacked by demons in his bed when he was spooning with his dog?
I already answered him on chat. I said yes.
You got it. He's like, you know, he's got curiosity over there. I think we got Bless My Codes. Thanks for your question. And Ajax CTXR, thanks for your question. Yes, DebateCon 6. Become a Final Word member. You can watch all the debates. It's just average of $2 a debate. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be amazing. Andrew Wilson takes on atheist Dr. Richard Carrier on Christianity or secular humanism, which makes the world a better place. It's going to be lively to say the least. Insert your name here. Says, this is to anyone. Please bring up the YouGov poll. It was done recently. More liberals think that violence is okay.
Yeah, I know what they're talking about. Again, this one
that we talked about. Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the ones that we went over. There's a bunch of them that are worded differently. So one actually asks, do you think that it would be justified if somebody murdered Trump or Elon Musk? And there was a good 20 to 22% of those. And then there was another one that asked, do you think that political violence is sometimes justified?
Did you find that study about Elon and Trump? Because if it's 2025, I'm misquoting it. It's 20 to 25? Did you find it?
I don't have it pulled up, but I believe that's what it was.
I've been telling everybody it's 50-45, but I could be totally wrong. I need to look it up.
Let me double check.
I'm probably wrong. I like the other ones I had all pulled up. That's why I didn't talk about that one very much. You can move on though, James.
Yeah, I'll update in a minute.
Last one's left said, quote, liberals hate everything that is good. God, moderation, children, men, they are the elites, useful idiots, and they don't even realize. Connor, is this true? Are you a useful idiot?
No. I believe in Nicomachean, Aristotelian virtue ethics. I'm a deist. I believe in God. I think that liberalism is the worst form of government, except for all the other ones. Maximal human freedom is based. And I love freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to self-defense up to and including against your own government. I love due process of law. I love republics. Philosophically, I'm a Republican. And part of the reason why I'm so emotional, as people have pointed out, is because I think that the right wing has become a cult.
This one from XJTAC says, I'll roll with super points, even my broken ribs. I don't know what that means. They say he's a dork.
He said he'll fight counterpoints in jiu-jitsu is what he's saying.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So
he's in Florida. Let's go.
They say he's a dork. Who uses that word anymore? It's like something I'd say. They say, and weak like the rest of the men on the left with low T. Counterpoints, are you going to take that?
Yeah, come down to Orlando. We'll spar. Maybe, I don't know where Jesse is, but he can referee.
I'm in Texas.
He doesn't like violence.
I have family in Texas.
He does not want to be anywhere around violence.
Sounds
like we'll do a recreational sparring match.
Dude, look at that. Man, I'm laughing at one of these guys in the chat, dude. He's got a lot of energy, dude.
This one from Zachram says, for Taylor, how often do you think tribal loyalty makes people overlook violence from their own side, even when they'd condemn it from the other vigorously?
Yes, that definitely happens. I've been on both sides of the political line. I've been a liberal. I'm more conservative now. I just happen to think one of those parties participates in that behavior more in tribalism.
Yeah, I just do want to say, Jesse, you are correct. Actually, it is about 50%.
It's 50-45?
It's 50-55.
Oh, wow. I was wrong in the wrong direction.
Jack Attack MMA says, abortion is violent. Is it righteous violence?
I'll respond for me just because I'm more centristy. I think that whenever the fetus has like proto-consciousness, like once you have a complex central nervous system and a frontal lobe and all that kind of stuff, I think at that point it should be prohibited. And I do think it's to some degree violent.
I'm a bit before that. I'm pro-life, maybe like 14, 15 weeks for government, but like morally, I always think it's wrong.
Same.
Let's see. This one from Basil Problem. Nasty guy, I warned you. Says, Kat, I'm surprised you are agnostic about the boat attacks. They are one of many of the most unconstitutional actions by the Trump admin.
Yeah, I think people took that the wrong way. I'm not agnostic about the attacks. I very sincerely just don't know about them
Yeah, she
enough.
said she
Like,
didn't
I'm
know.
not at all informed about it. It's not that I don't have any opinion because I just haven't kept up with that particular piece of news.
You got it. This one from last one's left. I think I did I get this one. We got that one. And I'm just going to make sure that there aren't any legitimate ones we missed among all of Basil Problems.
I just have no idea how they're identifying them as narcotics traffickers. So, like, my mom asked me the same thing, and I don't know anything about it. Like,
That is
nothing.
why I was
I
saying
would
they're not
speak on it
very
like I was an expert.
transparent with it, so we just don't really know. We don't really have the information, and so
That's well, and that's the thing. So when you look at the war on terror, we had the authorization for use of military force, which is what justified us doing drone strikes all over the Middle East and North Africa. What happened here, though, is that the Trump administration declared a bunch of narco organizations in Central and South America terrorist organizations, and then used that as a pretext to drone strike them. Now they keep saying that they're narco terror boats in known narco terror distribution lanes, and some of the pictures are speedboats with a bunch of drums in them. So maybe they are, but they're not releasing the information on the targets. They're not releasing the information on the boats. They haven't gone through Congress for this. So as a result, I agree with whoever that chatter was. Oh, and by the way, drug trafficking is not a death sentence. So we're basically turning drug trafficking into a death sentence. This is all very legally flimsy and very morally and ethically fraught.
This one from last one's left said, quote, and the left isn't a cult? They're the real fascists. Trump is the lesser of two evils by far. If you don't believe that, you're being disingenuous.
well, so
I
this
think
is what
that's
we
just
mean.
me, and I don't think you know what fascism is.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is what we mean when we say that, like, kind of the left, or sorry, the right calls the left fascist all the time as well. It's just that I think that we're more accurate when we say it.
Juicy. Dice5226 says, hi, Cooley. I like your beard. Without denying that you never said that, can you explain this clip where you, in fact, literally said that? I don't know what they're saying you said. But, David, we'd love to hear from you because it's been a while since we've gotten to hear from you.
I was gonna clip it as well.
I don't know what clip is he talking about.
Earlier, you kept saying I never said that, but the clip it is that you did say that they weren't, that there's no way they thought they could go in and take over the government if they didn't bring guns. And so we were saying, well, they did think that they needed guns. They just realized they didn't need them anymore. And so your whole idea is that there's no way they thought they were going to take over the government without guns. But we explained, no, they did think
No,
they were
that
going to take
wasn't.
over with
Yeah,
guns.
you're taking what I said out of context too. So what I said was, and what I was getting, my position and my argument was very simple, right? So if they didn't go into the Capitol with guns, my standpoint was like, well, we're speaking about violence. I'm like, well, how much violence can they do if they didn't go in there with any weapons? And then I even made points saying that they like trashed the place. They didn't even trash the place. They were sitting down, doing some photo ops, chilling. That was the point, right? So this other stuff that y'all speaking about that's not my argument. So
I think you're taking those clips out of
Basil.
context because there's other parts of them
Basil.
inside the Capitol, smashing them
Problem.
within doors,
We have to
breaking
go to the
windows.
next one.
Sorry.
David, my guess you disagree with Tom, or does he win you over?
no, he doesn't win me. He hasn't given any refutation for my argument, and it's very simple. I don't think these guys know how to really follow an argument. So my argument
We
was
said
simple.
the Enrique
When we're
Tarrio
comparing-
case 3 times, you dumbass.
Yeah, no, listen. And I even brung up something because I want you guys need to listen to my train of thought too. Because I brung up something. One of you were speaking about January 6th. And I said, well, what do you guys think about May 29th to May 31st, 2020, when Black Lives Matter rallies turned into a riot and they attacked the White House and injured 60 law enforcement officers and da-da-da. And they had some lethal weapons, right? They actually had lethal weapons. And then that right there, this is why I said, well, in January 6th, they stormed the Capitol, but they didn't even have any lethal weapons.
Well, 25% of them had
who's
weapons.
more violent? I was comparing the two. Who's more violent? This was the comparison, but people were talking at the same time. So it was a conversation here, a conversation there. So I guess you guys missed that.
I want to
go back and watch the clip.
I want to jump over. The pseudonym said Kat looks like she has a lot on her mind. Kat, are you holding back on us? Are you like listening and just thinking, what idiots? Do you have something you want to let fly?
No comment on that. No, I do think that I wish we sort of discussed even like what causes that violence in the first place. And what we're seeing today is just a lot more violence, all across the board. And I think that often happens. Part of that is the rhetoric that we're hearing, perhaps, and people's beliefs, but also I think it's people's sense that there's a system within which they can't achieve their means of what they believe. And I think that's part of also what's driving some of that violence. And we're just seeing an increase in violence. So wherever it's coming from, I think that's something that we should be addressing. And I think we should be keeping an eye out because that is a pretty big upward trend in a very short period of time.
I have a
I think
question.
the violence tends to come from people that have hatred in their heart. I mean, if you have hatred in your heart, like you hate another side based off of they have a different ideology than you, or they believe in a God and you don't, or whatever it may be, then you're more likely, the probability increases for you to act out in a violent way. And we see this because, well, look at the left wing. The things that they believe in is like very, very vastly different, and their ideologies is vastly different from the right wing. Like feminism truly thinks, and feminism is on the left. Maybe it could be a few conservatives that's feminists, but I really wouldn't claim them. I don't think Jesse would either. Right? But when we're speaking about these things, I think that influence creates thinking and thinking creates behavior, and all of the propaganda and the influence on the left is viewing things from an oppressor versus oppressor lens, which is feminism, which is BLM, which is all of these, organizations or groups of people that tend to have hatred for the other party because they think that they hate them. But on the right, well, we're more religious. We don't really have hatred for people.
But do you
think
really
that they're
not
wrong.
see the hatred on the right? I mean, I
I would
agree
say
there's
that the
hatred
far
on the
right
left.
could have. I would say that both parties have hatred. That is true. But if we're speaking about the topic of the debate is who's more violent. So who's more violent? I would say that peel back the layer. Who has more hatred? Right. I would say that the left has a lot more hatred in their heart than the right.
Well,
Yeah,
due
so
to the fact because they're very emotional as well.
I think people on the right are just as emotional. I don't think anybody has a monopoly on emotion. And anger, by the way, is an emotion too. If you think it's just empathy is an emotion or tears are a reflection of emotion, anger is an emotion. And we see that emotion spread out throughout different groups of people. And hatred is an emotion too, which is also spread out.
Hatred is an illogical emotion. It's illogical to have this type of like hatred. And I think that we do know on the right, there is radical, far right wing people that can have some hatred in their heart, right? That is true. But if we're looking at the left, like,
it's not as far right though,
dude, and this is so fucking stupid.
I don't know.
Dude.
I think that is. I think
there
that's
is such
very
thing
far right.
as righteous hatred. Like if you were fighting World War II and you were fighting Imperial Japan, then anyone who was serving the Imperial Japanese government, which was murderous, which slaughtered civilians, which raped and killed people, that is a perfectly valid person to hate. Same thing with Nazi Germany. Same thing with Joseph Stalin. Same thing with the communists. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
You're equating Nazis to people you disagree with, and that's the whole problem.
I do disagree with Nazis. That's an ideology that I disagree with.
Yes,
but I think
not equating it to
he's not. Yes, he's not equating it. He's giving you an example of times that hatred. Wait,
I think.
Sorry, go ahead. My bad.
I'll give you. I want to give you a chance, Tom, but I just think Taylor might be saying like, but Connor, do you think that you're justified in hating like Republicans?
Okay. By the way, I don't hate Republicans. If you like the Republic of the United States, if you support and defend the Constitution of the United States, you're my favorite person on the fucking planet. I want to be your best friend. Hold on. I want to finish the question. But if you're MAGA, Make America Great Again. You're a Trump sycophant. You have bought into a cult. You lie, or you spin yourself into knots about the January 6, 2021 attempt to overthrow the Republic of the United States. If you believe in him consolidating power, unilaterally going after tariffs, fucking up the economy, screwing over Ukraine, screwing over Africa through the PEPFAR cuts,
Okay, I think
then yeah, I
we
think
got
you're an
it.
asshole.
Okay. We do have. I want to give you a chance, Taylor. If you had, then Tom, I know you had one thing too.
I'll be
We have
quick,
a
I
couple of
promise.
questions I just want to be sure we get to before we wrap up. Go ahead, Tom, really quick.
I was just gonna say, yeah, he wasn't equating Nazis to Republicans. He was saying that when people just make this blanket statement that like hatred is automatically bad, he's just giving an example of times where hatred can be justified. And so then the conversation would be, is the hatred towards Republicans or MAGA or Trump sycophants justified? That should be where the conversation goes. Not, you can't compare them to Nazis, because that's not what he was doing.
We got two more quick questions, I think. Knight says, if you're pro-life, Taylor, how come it is morally fine for you to kill a human being because it's without consciousness?
Wait, if I'm pro-life, I think it's morally okay to kill a baby. Is that what the point? If you're pro-life, how come
I think
yeah,
they meant
like
pro-choice.
pro-choice, yeah.
How come it is morally fine for you to kill a human being because it is without consciousness? That must be what they meant. Pro-choice.
If you're
Anyone?
pro-life, how? Oh, because they think it's not without consciousness, so it's more. Oh yeah, I don't think it's morally fine, so it must be pro-choice. Okay, I'm trying to parse their question.
Come on, man. He's drinking or something. But Brandon Hansen says, in the past 50 years, can you name one politician on the left who's lost their life from the right? In America, American.
Yeah, I can. There was just recently, just a couple months ago, what was it? Hoffman or Hortman? Which one was it? I think it was Hoffman.
Talking about the person in Minnesota?
Yeah, Hoffman and her husband both lost their.
That were shot by a dude who was personally appointed to a committee by Tim Walz,
who voted for Trump.
Whose roommate said that he
crazy
was a
person.
giant MAGA and Trump dick sucker.
Yes, he was.
So if we're going to compare evidence on that one, we have appointed and worked with the left for 4 years.
No, not worked with the left.
Documented all that, and then
and then we have his roommate.
Wait, hold on. The group that the committee that he was a part of was a nonpartisan committee where they had both Republicans and Democrats working on that committee, and he wasn't directly appointed by Tim Walz. He was appointed by people who worked for him, and then yes, he ends up appointing them. But the people gather those people. You apply for the position, and then they put you on the committee. But he applied for it, just as tons of other Republicans
work for
did.
Tim Walz?
I believe, no, she did not. There was a different one with the same name.
We must wrap up. I do want to keep our promise. Folks, thank you so much for watching. Thanks for your questions. I want to keep our promise to the guests. We got to let them go. They are all really busy people. We are grateful to have them here. I want to say thank you so much. Tom, Kat, Taylor, Connor, Jesse, David, we really appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. It was an amazing panel. People really enjoyed this.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate you.
We have one more. I'm just kind of seeing if this is okay. We're sorry. Last one's left. We're gonna let our guests go, but I'll read it afterwards. I want to say thanks again to our guests. Check out their links, folks. If you have listened to this, which you've been here listening, you enjoy it. Check out some of our guests. There's value to even checking out those you disagree with, because you're at least getting their position straight from them, not what someone says that they say, especially if it's someone in your own kind of camp telling you what someone on the other camp says. So check out our guest links. We do appreciate them. I'm going to let them go, but I'll be back in about 18 seconds. So stick around. I'll let you know about upcoming debates. Thanks so much.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
All right, guys.
Peace.
Later.
Guys, take care. It was a great time. Thank you for hanging out here, and I hope you have a great night.
Appreciate it,
Thanks,
guys.
everyone.
Yeah, and also I stream every day. Y'all ever want to come talk? I'll be on for another like 4 hours.
I think I've seen your stream, Tom, at some point. It's
But yeah,
come on my,
we do
I
like
debating
open
all-
call-ins every day, so y'all hit me up anytime.
Okay.
All right, bye guys. Thank
See
you.
ya.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Yeah, sorry about the music at the beginning. I don't know what that is. I don't know why that happens. And so when I go and cut this into a video, I'm going to have to like take their VOD for the beginning and put that into, or maybe just take their audio from their VOD. But yeah, that was really fucking frustrating seeing that the audio was just still playing. Tom, you did really well. I'm so bricked up. Thank you. Yeah, that was frustrating. So the guy, just to be clear, he pivoted, like he moved his goalpost so fucking far because his initial claim was when he said, "Oh, you think they went in there to try to take over the government?" And we were like, yeah, like a counterpoint said yes. I was saying, well, no, they were just trying to delay the certification of the vote. Like, that's it. They were just trying to delay the certification of the vote, which they succeeded in because Trump was talking about the fact that some of the Republicans, he didn't know if they were going to do the right thing, that they needed more time, that they needed to delay this, blah, blah, blah. He was saying all this in tweets for like a week leading up to it. And so, yes, the goal was to delay the certification of the vote. And they did succeed in delaying the certification, which is why they tried coming back that same night to do it, is because they didn't want to let the insurrectionists win. And so they're like, we have to go back right now. But anyways, he was saying, okay, so you think they were trying to take over the government? Well, then you're well, then why didn't they have guns then? Like who shows up to take over the government and they don't even have guns? And then we explained they did have guns. And then he said, you're just asserting all of this without any evidence. And I said, what evidence do you want? And he said, well, you're just making claims that they were gonna bring guns and that they had them nearby and all of this. And like, no, I'm not just making a claim. We have the fucking court records. We have them. I can show them to you. We have like all of the explanations and everything under oath. We have numerous groups who did this. It was the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers both had guns. And so this is well known, well documented. This is not a fucking secret. And yeah, and then he tried moving the goalpost to something totally fucking different and kept acting like I never said that. Oh, I never said that. Oh, I never said that. No, you did say that. You did say that they didn't have guns and therefore there's no way you could believe that they were actually trying to take over the government. That is what you fucking said, and you're just refusing to admit it, which is a Martin Bailey, because later he'll go back to the same statement later and say again, oh, I don't think these people could possibly be trying to take over the government. There's no way. They didn't even have guns. But if somebody challenges him on it, he'll shoot, just whoop, real quick again and be like, oh, all I'm saying is that there were people on the left who were outside of the White House and they were firebombing places and they were also violent and you guys didn't even talk about that. And also, I was really trying to talk about. He'll do it every fucking time. And this is why I was getting really frustrated with the conversation about, what's his name? Charlie Kirk, is because that is the point with the Charlie Kirk thing, is that Charlie Kirk does this Martin Bailey where he says, oh, I think that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. But then when challenged on it, then he just moves to, oh, I just didn't like the implementation of it. And I think that Supreme Court decisions that came later on down the line actually or I disagree with the Supreme Court decisions, is really what I'm saying. Okay, if that's what you're saying, you would never say the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. You would say Supreme Court decisions were a mistake. But you don't say that. You don't ever say the Supreme Court decisions were a mistake until you're challenged on it. You start off with the Civil Rights Act was a mistake every fucking time. And this is not just a thing with Charlie Kirk. This is like a MAGA process. This is a staple for MAGA, where they make claims that they refuse to back up because they want to have the allure of this claim without the logic behind the claim. So this is exactly what happens with Myron Gaines. When I had a conversation with Myron Gaines, and he was calling this black guy the N-word with the hard R over and over, and then he kept saying, I'm racist, and I'm sexist, and I'm homophobic, I don't care, I hate women, and I hate Jews, and I hate black people, and I don't give a fuck. And so then I come up and I challenge him on this, and I'm like, okay, I've heard you tons of times say that you get mad at Abba and Preach and all these other people for calling you racist and sexist and homophobic and all this. And you say that they're wrong. But now you're saying that they're right and that you actually do believe those things. And he says, well, I just believe that men are stronger than women. Okay? I just think that men are stronger than women. And I know that people think that I'm sexist for that, but it's true. It's true, and I don't care. I don't care. I'm willing to say it. Men on average are stronger than women. And I'm willing to say black people commit crimes at a higher rate than white people. And I'm not afraid to say it, okay? I'm willing to say it. Black people do commit crimes at a higher rate. And I know that makes me racist, but it is what it is. It's like, okay, motherfucker, that is not what you were saying just a minute ago when you were calling that black dude that N-word with the hard R, and you were saying you hate black people and you hate Jews and all the shit. That is not what you were saying. But when you say, I am racist, I am sexist, I am homophobic, I am all of these things, when you say that, you know there's a very specific message that you are giving to people. And then when you're challenged on it, you totally move the goalpost to this totally other thing because you're not going to defend the thing that you're actually communicating to people. You want to communicate this idea to people. And then when challenged on it, you'll defend something totally different. And so if somebody comes, Myron Gaines says, yes, I am racist and I am this. And I saw it later, I'll go say, yeah, Myron's racist. So, how dare you? How do you think, where does he ever say he's racist or what, like you think he wants to like burn crosses in people's yards and shit? Like you think he's going to put on white hoods and dance around and throw bricks through people's windows? Like where do you get that from? Like that he's racist. Like he literally said he was racist right there. Oh, you took that out of context, dude. Yeah, he said he was racist, but he said it was because he thinks black people commit crimes at a higher rate. So you're just taking it out of context. That's literally what they're doing with Charlie Kirk, where he literally says, yes, I think the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. He literally says this. But then they turn around and say, oh, you're taking that out of context. No, I'm not taking it out of context. He said it like 10 fucking times. He said it over and over and over. He just refuses to justify it. But that is his position. That is what he communicates to people all the fucking time. And if out of nowhere, Donald Trump came in and said, we're going to get rid of the Civil Rights Act, him and all of his followers would be standing there going, based as fuck. Based as fuck, we're all against the Civil Rights Act. And then we would say, wait, what do you mean you're against the Civil Rights Act? What the fuck? I thought you guys just didn't like that one Supreme Court decision that was made. No, we told you guys don't remember. We said this the whole time. We said this the whole time. This is exactly what we wanted. What do you mean? We said the whole time we didn't like the Civil Rights Act. Just the same as they do with immigration. Donald Trump says, oh, I'm going to do mass immigration. I'm going to get all these people out here. Then a reporter comes and asks him about it. And he says, well, we're going to go after the rapists and murderers and like the violent criminals. That's who we're going after, right? We don't want to go after like the hardworking people and the productive members of society. We're going after the rapists and the murderers. That's what we're doing. But then Donald Trump gets into office and he starts just deporting anybody and everybody all willy-nilly. And then the MAGA people all turn around and say, yeah, this is what we voted for. What do you mean? This is what we voted for. This is what we wanted. This is what we said the whole time. So no, it's not. You guys said rapists and murderers. That's what you said the whole fucking time. That's what you said. But that's the justification that they use for a totally different statement. It is just a Mott and Bailey. That's all it is. They believe the statement that they make first. They also believe the justification that they're giving, but that's not the real position. It is the initial statement that they believe. That is the thing. To the right-wingers, will you acknowledge that the racist part of Charlie Kirk's quote regarding DEI is where he says a white person's slut was stolen? So this is Mantis sent this to me, and I'd already looked it up, so I was already trying to like push back on him, but I didn't want to fight with the host over whether or not we stayed on that topic, because it was a bit off topic, whether, arguing over what Charlie Kirk did or didn't say, and whether or not AOC did or didn't take him out of context, and then whether or not, if she took him out of context, whether or not that means that she thinks it's justified to kill him. And they're like, that's just a whole fucking thing. But they didn't say that they were going to hire 50% black people and women. That is not what they were saying. They were saying that they were training people at that rate, and that this was like a goal to work towards. But the thing that I told him, as I said, I was like, the reason that this is racist is because Charlie Kirk is acting as though these people are less qualified, and that's why he's going to be worried if he sees a black person flying a plane. And that is the lie that they push with DEI, is that this is all like a bunch of people who are unqualified getting these jobs. And that's not true. They're wrong. They are qualified. These people are qualified. And when it comes to pilot hiring, and not just pilots, but I think the majority of the people that they were talking about weren't even fucking pilots. Like they were like air traffic control people and shit like that. They were also like, there were all sorts of positions in there. But when it even comes to like hiring pilots, there's a majority of people who end up like in this area here, and these are all qualified. And then from here, who they choose in that group, they're only going to take like maybe 30% of those people. Who they choose in that group is very subjective. They're all so close. There's not a big difference between one and the other. They're all fucking qualified. And so there's a lot of subjectivity that goes into who they are picking. And so there's a lot of subjectivity, yet there's a disproportionate amount, which is what happens in a lot of cities, is there's a disproportionate amount of black people who are qualified for this job. And then there ends up being a disproportionate amount of white people who get the job. White men, right? So, okay, well, within that subjectivity range, there's something being chosen there that is a bit dubious at best. So they're like, when they're addressing these things, they're addressing the parts that are very subjective in their hiring practices, and saying that, yeah, there might be some sort of bias there, and we're going to try to address that. That is the main thing that they're trying to use DEI for, is just going after the subjectivity. But they're not ever saying, well, black people are scoring at about 50 and white people are scoring at about a 90. But let's just hire the black people anyways. I mean, fuck the white people scoring a 90. Let's just get the black people who are scoring 50s and hire them instead of the white people scoring 90s. Like, that's not what's happening. That is not at all what's happening. It is about the subjectivity part that they're trying to address. And if you think what it is that they're just trying to just hire black people and that's it, that is a totally different thing than DEI, and that is affirmative action. Affirmative action is not DEI. They're almost opposites. Like, they're literally opposites, because affirmative action is a type of discrimination, which is why in 2019, the Supreme Court ruled that this was discrimination, and they overturned any sort of affirmative action hiring practices. But DEI is when you get rid of discrimination. Like, you remove discriminatory factors, not just in hiring practices or, anything like that. Hiring is a part of it. But yeah, there's no hiring quotas in DEI or anything like this. DEI has very little to do with hiring practices. That is a part of it, but the majority of it is about the culture that you build and the types of people that are running the business to make sure that if you get like a very highly qualified Black person and you're trying to recruit this person, you don't want them to show up to the job and then be like, this isn't for me. I don't feel comfortable here. I don't feel welcome here. This is all a little weird. And so, yeah, they just try to make an environment that's welcoming, not just to Black people, not just to Indian people, not just to Mexican people, but to white people, to women, to men, to everybody. They want to try to like reconstruct working places so that everybody feels welcome. It is trying to get rid of any sort of like discriminatory factors, especially in the culture of the business. So like this is the racist part, is where I either have to believe that Charlie Kirk is so fucking stupid that he doesn't have the ability to look into this shit like I did. He doesn't have the ability to comprehend what it is he's looking at if he looked into it. Or I have to believe that he is pretending he looked into it and he's just fucking lying. And I'm going with the latter. I don't think he's so stupid and so incapable that he can't go and just look into the shit like I did. I don't believe that. I don't believe he is that dumb. I believe he is lying. I believe he looked at it and he said, I'm going to go with a little bit of different story than this. I'm going to go with something that makes me feel like a victim. But yeah, I copied what that guy said. So at one point, I forget his name, but the guy who was like the Black guy with the beard, he went on a long ramble for a minute talking about the real problem with the left is that they're all victims and that their whole ideology is about like victim, oppressor, oppressee, sort of mentality, and that everything's about, coolly. It's all about being oppressed. And so if your whole mentality is about being oppressed, then you're going to feel justified in enacting violence on the people who are oppressing you all the time. And so then he starts, going down the line of like, there's feminism, and then there's the Marxists, and then there's and he just goes down the line of all of these groups that feel like they're oppressed and that they're all it's all about victim status. It's all about this. So then as he was talking, I was sitting there just typing the entire time, everything that he was saying. And then as soon as he got done and they came to me, I repeated exactly what he said word for word, just flipped and said, well, the reason that the right is more violent is because they're all about the oppressor-oppressee sort of mentality, and that it's all about, the Christians are oppressed and the white people are oppressed, and and I just like literally repeated word for word. And so I saw some people later when he said it again, like 10 minutes later, Abaddon came in and he's like, Tom, he's literally repeating almost word for word what you just said a minute ago. And I was like, no. I was repeating what he said. He said it first. I just repeated word for word what he said and then just flipped it. So, yeah. And he says, I didn't say that. Yeah, did one of you guys send the super chat that said without saying I didn't say that? Because he ended up still saying I didn't say that. He ended up still, like in his, somebody said, can you answer what your actual point was without saying I didn't say that? And he's like, yeah, well, this is really what my point was. And I was like, no, you said this. And he goes, no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. And like, oh, there he goes. You said it. You said you didn't say it. Manipulate. I didn't really have like a whole lot planned for today, and we didn't do I think nearly enough in donos to really get to like a full 8-hour stream. So let me look at where we're at, and then I will try to find like a fair middle ground. Okay, so we got. All right, so Trib said PF Jung is gay. I bet CGA can't tell what I meant by that. Biskirskir, it's used in different ways. Oh. I bet you can't tell what I mean by that because it's used in different ways. Oh, because the thing. Yeah, the fascist term. Okay, I got you. Thank you, Triv, for the $5. Then Aaron said, ask Jung if he acknowledges that fascism starts way before genocide and other salient characteristics associated with it. Yeah, I don't know where he made that statement, but I do know that, like, I do wish that I had, like, kind of pushed a little bit more on the fact that, because I said when people say fascism, they really just mean authoritarianism. And he said, okay, yeah, I think I agree with that. And lots of times when people agree, I don't like pushing them on something that they agree on. It's a bad look, and it's just it's generally, I just give up pretty quickly. But I wish I had been like, okay, you say you agree, but you've said over and over, the people say, like, fascist, what they mean is you're a Nazi. And if they say you're a Nazi, what they mean is you're genocidal. And if you're genocidal, like, you're going to kill all the Jews. But also really all they mean is that you're bad. And I wish I pushed on this, because he said both of these things. That, like, if you call somebody a fascist, that everybody thinks you're genocidal. But nobody means genocidal. They mean bad. How can it be both of those things? How can it be that I call somebody a fascist and I mean genocidal? But if I hear somebody call someone a fascist, they just mean bad. I wish I had pushed on that a little bit more, because he said he agreed. Yeah, I think nobody else had brought that up before, so fuck. My hand is like all swollen. It is all puffed up and everything. It is like totally fucked. Yeah, I should have told them that some fucking crazy right-winger punched me in the nose. Those violent right-wingers, dude. Just randomly coming up and punching lefties all the time, committing violent acts on us. I'm not even on the desk. So this is actually from me doing this. And so I've had my wrist bent back like this the entire time while I've been sitting like this. And yeah, I started to notice that the whole time we're talking, he's sitting there like this. And he's kind of talking to the camera, but he doesn't look at it. He looks a little bit below it, a little bit to the side, a little bit to the side here. But he's always kind of like looking around the camera. So after a while, I'm like this. And then I pulled up his stream, and he is over here. And so I'm turned away from him. But I set up mine so that I'm turned towards him. And so I started to think, wait, is he turned towards me? And then I look at his, and he's just like this the whole time. And so I was like, okay, well. So now I'm just like turned and just started talking to the camera the whole time. Made it a little bit easier, but. All right. Thank you, Aaron, for the $2 tip. The Trib for another $5. He said we could go back and test the emotivism with multiple things we now are okay with today or aren't okay, different skin colors or revenge killings, etc. Yes, that is literally something that I normally bring up, is that when it comes to tribalism, I do think that like race and skin color and things like that are things that do give us this like ick factor, but we socialize people to be a bit more okay with it. But yeah, it's just the problem is that it's hard to tell with people. Like if we go back to, and this is something that I should have brought up, is when we go back to like the way that sex has been treated, especially back in the day. Like when I say back in the day, I mean like before any human like societies existed, we were all still very tribal. We had an insane amount of diversity when it comes to how sex was treated and the way that it was viewed and the way that they engaged in the act. And
Mantis tip $10. If you stay on, could you maybe watch Destiny versus Tom Bellew?
Sure, maybe. I was thinking about watching you guys were yesterday talking about the Live and Learn fight that I didn't see, so I thought about watching that, but yeah, maybe we'll do that instead. I don't really know. Yeah, I don't know who that guy is. So, but yeah, so in the book, Sapiens, they talk about the fact that there was such a wide diversity of the way that humans engaged in like sexual acts or in any sort of partnerships. And so a lot of them were, some of them were like, just, I'm blanking on the term, like, just two people in a relationship, homogenous, hetero, mono, fuck. What is it? Monogamous. I knew there was a mono there. Yes, monogamous. So a lot of them were monogamous. But there were also a lot that were not monogamous at all and were just very like just very willy-nilly about who they were having sex with and didn't really care, and that it was kind of like it takes a village and you just had a kid and like, all right, there you go to the nursery and we all raise you, and there was stuff like that. Then there were also some where I'm having to like totally switch from the conversation that I was in and like all of the like ideas and words and concepts and everything that I had there. Then I'll try to shift it back to the PF Young thing. But anyway, so there was those, but then there was just like a wide array of them. And there was even one that they talk about where there's women who would get pregnant and like they would have sex with somebody, and then while they were pregnant, they are supposed to have sex with every man in the village, because every man, the idea was that you had to get semen from everybody to get the best traits from each man. And so you would get the strength from one man, then you would get the height from another man, then you would get the brains from another man, then you would get the like, the fighting skills from another man and shit like that. And so it's like they're just talking about the fact that like there's just there was just a lot of diversity. There was just a lot of diversity, and that there was no like single way that humans made it. There was not one. There was not a way. That there was just, it was very different from one tribe to another, to another, to another. And that brings us to believe that as far back as we can go, there is no like human way of mating or of partnering. That is kind of the conclusion that we come to, is that there's just no human way of partnering, and that it's just cultural. It's just from one tribe to another, whatever. Whatever they want to do, whatever they practice, that's what they do. So yeah, that is something that today we would get the ick factor from, but you know, it's all just very, very subjective. So yeah, that's another thing with his emotivism where like, you know, oh, well, she had sex with 100 guys. Like, well, it's bad for our psyche. It's bad for our morals. Or it's bad for our mental health. Well, some women seem to like it. Z King for $5 tip. He said, I've been getting more and more turned off by Christianity and religion this year. Like, I used to be more neutral, but I'm seeing so much nutty shit from the religious. Am I crazy? Now they are not hiding the insanity of the Bible. They defend it more. Yeah, it's hard to tell because yeah, I remember when I was like in church and everything, there were always these books that they kind of did just push off to the side. And Bonnie Blue is kind of unbelievably based. Look her up, she's hilarious. So when he said Bonnie Blue, okay, there's this girl who keeps popping up on my shorts. It's apparently I think the girl who used to date Emmy Room. And she has like really cool, I was talking about her the other day. She has like really cool clips of her like making her clothes, and she'll just go grab clothes out of the closet and then start like cutting them up and putting them into like new designs and shit. And it's actually fucking based. And so I watched like a bunch of those clips because we watched stuff about Emiru. Then she started popping up for me, and I'm pretty sure her name is Bonnie Blue. So I thought that's who he was talking about. But she's the girl, this is the girl that Emmy was saying when Mizkif said he held a gun to the stalker's head and was like, you know, keeping him in one place and everything. The Emiru said, no, Bonnie did that, not him. But no, this is not Bonnie. I'm not talking about Emiru. Her name is Bonnie Blue, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's her fucking name.
Here's the fit for today. Ta-da! It's okay. But I put this corset because I don't want my tummy out. I made this shirt completely from scratch. It's I like it. It still needs work on it. So I'm still working on this one. Here's the fit for
Bonnie Rabbit. That's what it is. Okay, it's Bonnie Rabbit. Not Bonnie Blue. But yeah, like I remember the first couple of times I saw her, I thought, bro, she's got fucking sick style, dude. Like she's got very cool style. And then she just started popping up more with her like making her clothes and shit. And it's just I don't know. I think she actually has like really cool fucking clothes all the time. When she wears normal clothes, she looks like a fucking weirdo. I was gonna try to find one where she actually like cuts stuff up and shit, but I can't tell. Anyways. Alright, back to the donos. I wonder how many Dems were calling Trump a fascist in his first term, and I wonder if it reaches the levels of how often Dems were labeled commies. Oh, no, not even close. Like, especially when it comes to, like, normal people, like, the term fascist was just not even a common term used. I bet we could look up. Actually, let's check. Let's check. Okay. How often was the word fascist used since 2000? The word fascist has been used thousands of times in English since 2000, its frequency of use in books and media has been on the rise, particularly since 2016. It is not possible to provide a single precise total count, as the word appears in countless books, news articles, academic papers, online discussions, and public statements. Rising trend. Data from sources like Google Ngram suggests that the frequency of the word fascist has increased in English language books since the 1980s, continuing into the and rising sharply in the 21st century. Fuck. I was hoping to actually get some, like, see some data, because I was going to say I would bet that the term communism was used way more. She cosplays, probably. I haven't seen anything that's cosplay. Everything that I've seen is, like, the only thing that would come close was, like, I think, like, Halloween shit, but Emiru does, like, consistent cosplay, so. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't see anything. If anybody else wants to find, like, actual data on the term fascist, Googled, like, how many times it was Googled versus communism, you can send it to me. But yeah, I would imagine that communism was used way more before and probably continues to be used way more. So my hand is serious. I already have a pinched nerve, and it goes from here up the side of my hand, and then my pinky. I can't feel my pinky at all. There's no feeling in my pinky. And then half of my ring finger. So it goes up and then to there. Like, can't really see it, but it's like not even half, but it's like, yeah, this side of it. I can't feel it. And it's been like this for like a week. And there's nothing I can do to make it stop. And it fucking sucks. Like, it really fucking sucks. So I had a pinched nerve in my neck a while ago, and it was on the other side. When it first happened, I thought I fucking tore my rotator cuff or something. Turned out it was just a pinched nerve, and I had to go to physical therapy for a long time and, like, do all sorts of, like, you know, movements and shit to try to get rid of it. And it was about a year later, it finally went away. But no, it's not carpal tunnel. I don't think it's carpal tunnel. It's a pinched nerve. I think it's the sixth nerve. So, like, it's pretty obvious. Just the pinch six nerve 6, whatever. But yeah, like, they had me, like, do all of these, like, different movements to, like, try to get the nerves to go back. And so if I do this for a little bit and I, like, rub it, I can feel it sticking out here. It is like the funny bone. And so normally when you hit your funny bone, you feel it go right up into your fucking fingers, and it, like, feels like you get shocked. And so if right now I feel like I'm getting shocked in my hand, and so I, like, do this, and I feel like I'm just getting zapped over and over. But fucking hurts. All right. Whatever. All right, let's finish these up. Another $5 from Trib. He said, this panel might be AIDS, but at least you got some competent teammates, and James is decent too. James, the host. Yeah, I like James. Trib, $10. Y'all did good, Tom. Can't believe there was someone worse than David on that side. Is there anyone who is good faith? Is there anyone who is a good faith engager from MAGA/Trump voter on this topic, in your opinion? If there is one, So I do think there's like there's probably a way to have these conversations where it's not like on a panel and you're able to have a conversation with somebody where you acknowledge some of the things in the way that they're saying it, right? So I totally understand that when we look at the way that Charlie Kirk says the stuff that he says, right? They think, wait, but Charlie Kirk's not a racist. What are they talking about? He doesn't hate black people. Let me go look at this. And then you go see, and you see the justification after he talks about the, you know, the Civil Rights Act, that like afterwards he's like, oh, I just have problems with the ways it was implemented and the things that it led to and blah, blah, blah. You're going to be like, oh, okay. So he's not this horrible racist. He just didn't like the way it was implemented. Okay. Well, then wait. Why are all of them running around saying that he thought that the Civil Rights Act was bad? And why? What the fuck? Like, I can totally empathize with that thought process, and I can get why somebody would feel that way, especially if they liked Charlie Kirk and they're a little bit defensive of him and they want to feel like they're not watching a racist, right? I don't get that back, though, right? I don't get that back where I'm explaining why the fuck does he say the words, I think the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. Why does he say that? Who the fuck would say that? Why would he ever say that? He said it many times, in many places. Why? Why would he ever say something like that? But I don't get that back. I don't get that, like, you know, that understanding back. And so it's very frustrating. And so, yes, when I go into these conversations, I'm not going to give them the understanding that I'm not going to get. Because I feel like if we could both have that understanding at the beginning, then we can come in like to some middle ground there. And the middle ground would be how you think of the person. So they're going to say, oh, well, I think that Charlie Kirk is of good character. I don't think that he would ever do something like that. I don't think that he would lie. I don't think that he is being manipulative. Excuse me. I don't think that he's racist. I don't think that he's, you know, he's a good Christian man. He's a family man, blah, blah, blah. So I think he has good character. I don't think that he would do the things that you think he's doing. And then I would say, well, I think that he has bad character, and I think that he would lie, and I think that he would do it. So that is like where we would come to, but we can't ever get there. We can't ever get to that fucking point. And it's frustrating, especially on panels. Like, you guys heard me kind of explain it at the end where they kept doing this thing where they kept saying, you guys just want to justify violence because you're on the left. You're violent. So you love violence. You just want to find some way to justify violence. That's what the left does. And we're like, wait, but it is justified, right? Like, we're bringing up like all these different things. Like, do you think like the Revolutionary War was justified? What about Kyle Rittenhouse? What about this? Like, these are there's times when violence is justified. Like, you guys can't keep doing this pansy shit where you're just like, whoa, violence? What? You can't ever be in favor of violence. Like, you know, we got to be able to find somewhere where you guys can like at least agree violence is justified sometimes, but we could not get them to admit that. So then Counterpoint says, well, I mean, like, you know, because they were like, you know, it's all because you have hatred in your hearts that you guys just want everything to be violent. So Counterpoint's like, sometimes you should hate people and want to be violent towards people. Sometimes that's good. Sometimes that's justified. When it comes to Hitler, we should have hated Hitler and the Nazis, and we should have wanted violence towards Hitler and the Nazis. That's good. That sometimes it's justified. And then you have the girl turn around and be like, wow, you're comparing Trump and MAGA to Hitler and the Nazis? I can't believe you're equivocating these things. That's disgusting. It's like, that's not what he did. That's not what he did. We can't ever have the actual conversation because they won't have it. Like, what her response should have been is, well, okay, I can agree that it's justified to hate Hitler and the Nazis, but I don't think that Donald Trump has any of the same qualities as Hitler or the Nazis. So how do you think that hating Trump is justified in any sort of way like hating Hitler or the Nazis, right? That would make sense. But nobody said that Trump and MAGA are like Hitler and the Nazis. That's not at all what the point was. The point is sometimes hating people is justified. That's it. Sometimes wanting violence towards people is justified. If we can't even agree on that point, how the fuck are we supposed to explain how we could hate Trump and MAGA? How the fuck are we supposed to get there? But we literally can't even get them to agree that it's good to hate Hitler and Nazis. We can't even get them to agree on that fucking point. So there's no way we can ever get to a point where we can talk about this other stuff. There's no way to get there. And this is kind of the problem. This is the overriding problem with a lot of the polling that they're looking at, is when they look at the polling and they're talking about the left saying, oh yes, I think the violence is justified in this case, or I wouldn't be upset if this person died, or I think that this person would be justified if they died, or I'd be happy if this person died. It's because the left is just fucking honest about it. They're just being honest. They're telling the truth. But when you ask right-wingers, they're all so deluded, they refuse to tell the truth. They can't even say that they hate Hitler. They can't even say that violence against is ever justified. They can't say any of these things. They have deluded themselves this much that they won't even tell the truth on a poll like that. But then when we see all of them calling for civil war, and they're all justifying civil war, and Donald Trump is saying, when my followers commit violence, it's because they want good things. When the left does it, it's because they're evil. Like, we see them justifying violence all the time on a very wide spectrum, where it's not just some 15-year-olds on TikTok, it's everybody everywhere, every day, all the fucking time. So they're just lying. They're just deluded. And we can't have conversations with people like that. We're just incapable of having those fucking conversations because they can't even come to a point where they can say, yeah, Hitler is bad and I hate him. So, and then Mantis, $10 tip. She said, if you stay on, could you please watch Destiny and Tim Ballier? All right, so 10, 20, 30, 40, 45, 46, 47. 52? Did I count that right? 10, 20, 30, 40, 52. All right. We're good. We Gucci. Let go. All right. What did you guys want to say?
Because it's for us to sarcasm, we have to think.
See, you keep saying
We have to
sarcasm,
remember.
but it sounds like you're saying suck cousin.
Sarcasm.
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 Cousin.
Oh, I thought she was saying, like, he's our cousin. I thought she was saying he's our cousin. I didn't know she was saying sarcasm. Yeah, you should suck your cousin.
Funny. Here's the fit for today. Ta-da! It's okay, but I put this.
What the fuck?
Here's the fit for today. Ta-da! It's okay, but I put this corset because I don't put my.
There's a specific one I was trying to find, but I don't see it. So.
I'm excited for today because I want her to show me like how she styles things.
Oh, here's
I
one.
do not have a plan. So I'm thinking I need scissors. I'm thinking, why did I buy this? Okay. Okay.
She's sewing.
I know who Bonnie Blue is, so what I didn't think that was her name, but obviously I covered like the 100 guys in a day thing, because all the right wingers were lying about it, saying that she cried afterwards and regretted it and was talking about how bad it was, and then we went and found the actual documentary, and they totally lied about it. She did not say that. That is, oh, that was Lily Phillips. Okay, that's right. Okay, I know who Bonnie Blue is. Okay, I know who. Okay, so they are different people. Okay, I know who Bonnie Blue is. I saw her on something. I don't know what. I saw her on like a live stream or something like that. So wait, what of Bonnie Blue do I need to look up? See, this looks like Lily Phillips.
There's been so many cuts. So the officers are only feeding me cum. There's been so many cuts.
I don't know what she's saying. I can't understand a fucking word she's saying.
What's your like typical sex life like now?
I'm getting a lot of
A lot.
girls still.
Like,
I'm not gonna lie.
how many we're talking?
Like a lot, innit? Like I like the chocolate ebony thing, so like I'm.
So I
going
want to be
for-
your type.
Nah, let me.
I might leave.
How much you weigh?
Why has he just asked how much I weigh? That's rude. Like 52, 53 kilograms.
Yeah, that's like the featherweight division. I'm kind of a heavyweight kind of man. If
Right.
we got you eating some steaks, some
I had a
like,
steak last night,
some
actually.
sausage, like was that code for Willy? Like is that what?
No, no, no. I had steak, peppercorn sauce, some carrots, chips.
It's a featherweight thing.
What's your like typical sex life like now?
I'm getting a lot of.
A lot.
Bro, we need captions. I need English. What the fuck?
Sorry, officer.
Oh, okay. She's in prison. Okay, I got it. Didn't one do 100 guys and the other 1,000? I think that's what they're saying. Is that I think they're saying Bonnie Blue did 1,057 in a day, whereas Lily Phillips did 100 in a day. I think that's the. Or I don't even think it's in a day. I think it's like in a sitting or something like that. I don't know.
Did you ram a guy and turn one of these trains?
Oh my god, sit on my face, suffocate me.
Did you ram a guy and turn one of these trains?
Oh my god, sit on my face.
There would be a degree of masculine guidance, but feminism didn't want that. You know, women complain.
Oh, this is the whole like 2.5 hour thing.
Andrew, what do you think of Bonnie Blue sleeping with 1,057 men?
My screens.
You know, how honest should I be out of 10?
I want you to be honest.
You want me to be honest?
Yeah, go on.
I don't understand why men sit here and try and lecture you about it. I don't understand why men sit here and say you shouldn't do it. It's your body, your choice, right? This is the world we now live in. This is the end result of feminism. You are the perfect end result of
I saw this. I thought that she was Lily Phillips, though.
feminism. In the world I believe in the conservative, traditionally masculinely ruled world, a man would be in charge of his daughters until they're handed over to their husbands or boyfriends, and there would be a degree of masculine guidance. But feminism didn't want that. You know, women complain that men don't want to get married. We did actually want to get married when we got obedient virgins, but they disappeared, and they complained about the patriarchy, and they were tired of us giving them a house to live in and kids to raise, and they wanted to make their own choices. So she's making her own choice. That's a fantastic thing. I actually have a lot of respect for you because you own it and you're honest about it.
For sure.
I really do.
Are you gonna be
What if it
honest?
was your daughter? What if it was your daughter?
Well, that won't happen.
But she's her own person.
I never said my daughter's her own person. I said I said
you
women
gonna
want to
be
be
a-
their own people. But my point is, there's so many women who go to Magaluf for a weekend and do something very similar, and then they come back to England and get with some fucking guy and start asking for presents from him and talking about how they deserve a traditional relationship and they want to get married and they want a Christmas present and all this bullshit. Most women do exactly what Bonnie does. I don't see you any different than most women. And I'm not saying that in a degradation
Most women
way.
don't sleep with 1,057 men in a day.
1,000 Does it fucking matter?
I think it does.
I don't really think it does.
So
It's all disgusting to me. If I met a woman and she said, I just sucked a dick yesterday, I'd say, well, I find you repulsive. I don't want to sleep with you. Goodbye.
What, so you're only going after virgins?
Well, it's not about only going after virgins, but I think if you're a straight man, the idea of having a bunch of men fuck a woman that you're with is pretty repulsive.
Everyone has a past.
See, this is the kind of shit white people say. I don't know what's wrong with you people. Everyone has a past. That's not acceptable. In fact, let's analyze that. Everyone has a past. You're right. Everyone does have a past. It's true. But isn't the primary objective of a man to find a woman with as little past as possible? Would you argue that's one of the precursors to finding a wife? Considering that wives were supposed to be virgins. This was the deal. The reason I'm proud of Bonnie, and I am genuinely proud of you, I like Bonnie. I like what she's doing. Because the deal was...
Are you not, like, contradicting yourself here?
In what way?
Well, you're proud of her sleeping with 1,057 guys, but women should be virgins.
No, I'm saying that the social contract, the construct of society that made family function was women were obedient virgins and they found a man who provided for them and they listened to that man. Women have then said, we don't like the patriarchy. We're tired of being provided for. We're tired of being taken care of. We don't want to listen to anybody. We want to make our own decisions. That was women and feminism that ended the traditional family unit. And now women can make their own decisions. So I'm glad that Bonnie's making her own decision.
Yeah,
I'm not here to tell you not to do it.
I take
It fucking hurts to flex. It's gonna drive me crazy, bro. It's gonna drive me crazy. Ah! Ah! I don't think that's helping.
take women back 100 years. I'm like, no, I'm the clear example of how to be empowered. I use my body. I do what I want when I want. And this is the thing you've been banging on about for years. And when I get hate, like when I click on the comments of these women that are like, oh, you're taking us back 100 years, then in their bio it says stay-at-home mom.
That's destructive. Would I Bonnie for all the power in the world?
Yeah.
That's destructive. Would I Bonnie for all the power?
I actually have a lot of respect for you because you own it and you're honest about it.
What if it was your daughter?
And now women can make their own decisions. So I'm glad that Bonnie's making her own decision.
Yeah,
I'm not here to tell you not to do it.
I take women back 100 years. I'm like, no, I'm the clear example of how to be empowered. I use my body. I do what I want when I want. And this is the thing you've been banging on about.
Then don't flex. I'm a man. I'm a man in the patriarchy. This is what we do. This is man stuff. I have to be able to flex. I gotta flex on them bitches. You're just worried that if I flex, women are gonna try to come take me away. You're like, oh shit, if they see the fucking guns, I'm in trouble.
For years. And when I get hate, like when I click on the comments of these women that like.
Okay, all the highlights are exactly what we just watched. Okay. What am I supposed to watch? Destiny versus Blue?
We just had a socialist elected to be mayor of the biggest financial city in the world. What do you take away from that? Do you think that that's going to make New York City better? Is this a good direction for the Democrat Party or else?
I feel like everybody's over-indexing on this election a lot based on what they want to see. The far left people online are saying that this is the proof of concept that the whole Democratic Party is going to go to the socialist direction. I think conservatives are saying this is evidence of Islamic jihadists winning elections, or see, that's the really ridiculous for other people saying like, oh, the whole Democratic Party is becoming socialist. But I mean, it's New York City. It's a very blue place. He won his primary. When the primary was won, he was basically going to win. Cuomo probably not the best person to try to run against him for that. It's not his time anymore. I think Mamdani ran a good campaign. His stuff is funny. If you watch the videos, I almost feel like I'm watching cutouts from like The Daily Show from like the 2000s. He's a funny dude. He's good on camera, which is one of the most important things, unfortunately, in today's media environment. So Yeah, I think it'll probably more or less be business as usual in New York City, for better or for worse.
Do you think it'll be business as usual because he'll be stymied and he won't be able to get the policies through? Do you think it'll be business as usual because he calms down some of the more what I would call socialist, like just blatantly socialist rhetoric? What's going to make it be business as usual?
Generally, the left doesn't overstep their legal authority, like I would say MAGA or the right does. So I think that for a lot of stuff, it's just not going to be possible. He's either not going to have the funding or the legal authority for it. And then for other stuff, I mean, I don't know. I welcome it. He's significantly to the left of me on a lot of economic policy. So if he tries stuff and it fails, then I can just point to that and go, look, like these are bad ideas. We shouldn't do them anymore. If he tries it and it works, then maybe I reconsider. I'm like, oh, maybe somehow there's some kind of external force that makes it so the city backing grocery stores or the city, investing more in like rent control property is actually a good thing. And then I would change my views on it. So.
And how are you approaching the issue? So are you looking at this going, okay, well, the economy is obviously broken. We obviously need to do something different. I have a rough idea of what we should do, but hey, if he's got ideas, let him go at it. Or are you approaching this from a building the economy sort of brick by brick, these things adhere to a set of rules? And I think that the way he's positioning this, it's more in line with the way that economies work.
I don't know if we've talked about this personally or on camera before, but have we ever talked about the concept of like red teaming?
Yes. I don't know that we've talked about it. I'm intimately familiar.
Yeah. I don't know if like real stuff can happen without red teaming. And I kind of view politics very similarly, like left to their own devices. I don't know if either political party could figure stuff out on their own. I feel like having another side there to kind of keep you honest and to kind of check you on a lot of things is where the best.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was talking about with Jung, where I said conservative and that is like exactly what I meant. The liberals are the ones that get everything done, but the other just the other groups just kind of exist to keep liberals on it. There we go. Close enough. They all just exist just to keep liberals honest, and so it's kind of like a balancing effect that always exists. And I've said before that, like, I do think that for a while, the left kind of did go too far, and it made sense that a lot of people were kind of pushing back and fighting back against that. And that I think liberals have eventually like kind of evened out and have started to become a bit more rational and a bit more pragmatic in the way that they engage. And so I do think that like that is kind of the way things work, is that the conservatives and like the progressives, they're all there just to kind of keep the liberals balanced the whole time. So if they become too conservative, progressives will pull them back. If they become too progressive, the conservatives will pull them back. And in the meantime, you got just the shifting effect between the two of them so that the Democrats can eventually get back in office and put everything back right again.
Best kinds of discussion happen. And I would obviously say that the right has completely abandoned all forms of policy conversation for the past year. So I don't think we're even remotely able to approach solving any of the economic issues that we have right now in this country, because there's no serious way to have a conversation about it. I don't consider like super big price control policy to be a serious way of dealing with stuff like housing or cost of living, but there's like no counterpart to that right now. So yeah.
What do you mean there's no counterpart to it?
As in, I don't know what there's not a serious policy discussion about what do we do about housing in the United States. We're not capable of having that conversation right now, because it's a very difficult conversation to have that's going to require some pain in different areas that people aren't willing to give on, I guess.
Yeah, meaning that Donald Trump has to crash the economy by using tariffs so that once he's crashed the entire economy and everybody's out of work and nobody has jobs anymore, then he can lower interest rates with the Fed. That's what we need.
Like, for instance, like when it comes to housing, people, the thing that you keep hearing over and over again is that housing's unaffordable, rents are too high. You hear that. That's like the popular talking point. The reality point is that it's like 70% of Americans live in an owned home. So, and these are your strongest voters, because people that have houses are probably older, they're more committed to an area, they're more likely to go out and vote. If you want to bring down rents, or if you want to bring down the cost of housing, you are necessarily hurting the people that already have homes. And I've never heard a single politician confront that reality. So there's a delusional fantasy where people pretend that they can protect homeowners, which are some of the most like loyal, like voting based people, but you can also bring down rents and the price and cost of housing for everybody else, which is not possible. And also the people that get hurt the most by high costs of housing are people who aren't even capable of voting, because technically the people that are hurt the most are people who aren't even able to move to an area because the cost of housing is prohibitively high. So it's a really weird, housing is a weird issue that's hard to solve in a democratic manner.
If I'm tracking what you're saying, the reason that it's hard to solve in a democratic manner is because the very people that want the policies to be strict, the NIMBYism, not in my backyard, those people are always going to try to vote it down. They have the most political power. They're older, they're more entrenched, more connected, all of that. They've got more money to back elections. So all of that momentum pushes them in the direction of not only voting against reform policies, but they have the power to like see it all the way through the system.
Well, I think even on top of that, even before you get to policy, there's already a hard balancing effect with capitalism and the market and trying to figure out like how much regulation and how much interference is actually okay and how much is actually like justifiable. How much of it is like at what point are you going too far? And this is kind of what a lot of like people don't like about NIMBYs, is that they're just like kind of pushing their own personal preference a little bit too hard on everybody else, to where like you need to just kind of allow things to happen in a free market and allow the market to do its thing. But obviously the market by itself is not good enough. And so there have to be regulations on pricing, but then price freezing and going after landlords and crap like that isn't the answer either. And the kind of the NIMBYs versus the like anti-landlord people are these two extremes that are both too far, and there isn't really easy answers in the middle that people are willing to agree on.
System.
Yeah, and it's in their interest to do so. They should be voting that way, technically. They would be making a sacrifice to vote otherwise. Imagine you buy a home, and then the next week they talk about building massive high-rises, in your area. Well, that's going to bring the cost of your house down, or it's not going to go up as quickly. You don't want that. Like, now that you have a home, like, you want to, how many people say the house is the most important investment or the largest investment of any American? Well, I don't want you to build a whole bunch of new properties that are going to drive down rents and ultimately the cost of real estate. So you become incentivized to vote against the greater interest of the economy of the city or whatever in favor of protecting your own narrower interest of your particular housing price.
It's interesting. You're very right about that. And I think one of the reasons that the capitalist system works is because we're saying humans are selfish creatures. If you create a structure in which they can just go be selfish and we get to take advantage of the outcomes of all that selfish behavior, look at Elon Musk, right? Doing all this incredible stuff that's moving us forward from a technological standpoint. Also making him fantastically wealthy, putting him in a position where he can control like just these armies of people building all this incredible stuff. He can get his agenda done. He can influence politics, all of it. Okay, so cool. There's obviously many people that are going to argue about his level of influence and all that. But the system allowed for somebody like that to pursue their selfish interests, and it kicks off all this technology along the way. The catch becomes, from where I'm sitting, is that when I look at the NIMBYism, there is a point at which so many things have come together where everybody is pushing for only their sole interest that we begin to bake into the structure of the economic system itself all these deranging elements. And then it's like, yeah, you can point at housing and you can say, hey, well, it's really in your best interest to do this. But once everybody is acting like that at every level and everybody is solidifying power and voting for things that are good for only them, and then they don't realize they're disenfranchising the young, and that there's a historical pattern that says you do not want to disenfranchise the young, as they will completely flip the tables over and they will come for your head. That's where this starts to get problematic. And so getting people to understand that the economy is broken in exactly the way that someone like Mamdani is pointing out, he's right. Like, he's got his finger on the right problem, but his solutions are disastrous. And this is one where we'll differ in that you're very sanguine. You see maybe a positive thing coming out of this. And I just look at history and I'm like, this loop has played out so many times, and it becomes way dangerous long before anybody learns their lesson, because they're not looking, they don't have a metric that they could say, oh, I'm just going to watch this metric. I'm going to try the policy. I'm going to watch this metric. And we can all agree that's a great metric, right? Yay. And then when that metric doesn't go up, they just end up blaming something else.
Yeah, but that's not, you can't ever, I don't think that you can say like this is the metric, because there's so many other external like problems that can come from things that you even lots of times don't know how it'll work, because even in some systems it can be successful in some areas with some, you know, with specific markets and specific regulations that have already existed, or if you do it in a certain way. But like there's always external problems that you can't really account for. And so how, when those external problems come, it's about like how you deal with that. Like, how do you deal with the external issues afterwards? And are you able to actually fix those? Are you able to like successfully stop that from becoming a bigger problem when it does? And so I think that, yeah, like you can't just have this like marker that you say, this is how we know, is it good or is it bad? You just kind of got to just like, okay, do your thing, and we'll kind of give a broad overall assessment afterwards.
They don't go, yeah, okay, this policy really just doesn't work, which is a fascinating part of, I've heard you lament recently about some of the, you didn't say emotional difficulties, I'm putting that phrase in your mouth, but the emotional difficulties of being a political streamer, I'm running into those same things. So for me, I'm butting up against something there where I look at this, it feels very dark, it feels very dangerous. It feels like there's this thing happening, a slide to the far left that sets off all these alarm bells in my head. And I cannot figure out how to get people to build a vision of the economy from the standpoint of cause and effect.
When the fuck did this come out? 15 hours ago? Bro. With everything happening right now, with like Tucker Carlson, Anna Kasparian, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, like all of the, you know, anti-Semitism, all of the, like everything that Trump is doing, all, you know, all of the fucking killing and murdering that he's like, all of that is happening right now. And you're like, oh, I don't know if people can see the far left. It's really gonna be dangerous, guys. I gotta get people to wake up to the far left because they got one mayor in one city, guys. This is the real problem that we need to focus on. Forget about the president of the United States. Let's not focus on that at all. Let's not look at the entire conservative movement running around calling for civil wars and just making shit up on a daily basis. Let's just, guys, the far left, there's a slide.
So it's interesting to map out the way that you're looking at it. This is a red team moment. We need somebody to run the experiment. Nobody's having serious policy conversations. We're in gridlock. People are sort of doing what they're supposed to be doing, voting for their own interests. And so now this is sort of a natural beat in all of this, where somebody comes in to try a new policy that hopefully will break up the distortions that have worked their way into the system.
Sure. To be clear, I don't think this is a red team moment. The red team I was hoping for was supposed to be the Conservative Party, or at least more conservative people. And I feel like they've completely abandoned the policy discussion. So,
and they would red team socialism? What would they red team?
Or I wouldn't say socialism, but just more.
Soying out. Sorry, I keep hitting the mic. I'm trying not to. But, I didn't know what you were saying at first. Like they were spying out. Who were you guys spying? What the fuck? Yeah, I don't have again, like I don't have a I said the day after Mom Donnie won, I said, all right, it's time to go back to hating on this motherfucker. We need to go right back to talking shit about this guy. He won, we did it. All right. Now we fucking hate him again. Okay. Right back to hating this guy. I am in that boat of like, yeah, like I don't want this to be a trend. I don't want people to keep looking at this and being like, this is the blueprint for what the Democrats have to do. They just have to have a bunch of socialists run for positions and just have a nice smile and push populist positions, and that's how we win. That's all we have to do, guys. We've been telling you for years. Like, no, y'all shut the fuck up, okay? Like, you got one, okay? You got one. That's fine, but just let's bring it down a notch. Let's it's a little too much energy right now where people are getting a little too cocky. They're kind of doing the thing where after Trump wins, they're like, oh, Democrats are never going to win another election. That's it. They're done. They'll never be in office ever again. They've ruined their entire party. It's dead. The Democrat Party is dead. It's over. So, all right, you guys are freaking out right now. That's not at all what just happened. You guys won an election. Congratulations. Let's we'll be back soon enough. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing with the Mom Donnie people now, where they're like, see, we told you, we were right. This is what wins elections. We're coming back, baby. We're here. It's like, no, you're not here. Fucking chill.
I guess like further left economic idea stuff.
You want them to, because
like on a very basic broad sense, the further left you go, the more price control-y people get, meaning setting artificial caps on things, like saying insulin shouldn't cost this much, it should be set at this price, or they'll set price, they'll bring up a price floor, like the minimum wage should be this high. And the further away your price controls get from market equilibrium, the further your market is distorted, and then other things start to happen to compensate. So for instance, if you bring down the price of insulin too much, maybe companies don't produce it anymore because it's no longer financially worthwhile. Or if you bring up the cost of minimum wage too much, maybe companies start paying more and more employees under the table because it's no longer worth it to employ them, or they just shut down. And then on the flip side, you have generally, this was the general case, but again, this has not really been the Conservative Party for the past 5 or 10 years, is usually they fight for more like free market stuff. So they'll say things like, well, the minimum wage should be lower, or, you know, the company should be able to act in whatever way they want. And obviously in some ways that's not good. We have rare diseases in the United States, so there's not very much money that you are incentivized to cure, because why would you? But when the government offers incentives with there's a name for like this rare drug disease program, but the government kind of offers bounties for curing certain diseases, even though the financial incentive wouldn't be there otherwise. Like, well, that's a good thing. And conservatives would never push for stuff like that. So yeah, you have to have like, I think these two forces pushing and pulling on each other. And then it just forces you to be a little bit more honest about what your particular policies can do. And then you settle somewhere, not necessarily in the middle, but even if you settle more to one side, at least it's kept more honest by your opposition.
You had to distill down, what are the two opposing forces? Are they politically opposing forces or something else?
Between like the right and the left today?
Yeah, I can't tell if in that example you're saying you need the right and the left to be pushing on different parts of how we, move the levers of the economy, and they disagree, and so they're each pulling on different levers, and that just sort of on balance creates something good. If that's what you're saying, or if
that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Okay. So the way that I approach this, I think the fundamental way that people are looking at this stuff is so broken, and nobody in politics understands the economy. Scott Besson does for sure. That guy really understands. But the vast majority of people, the people he needs to convince to be appointed, they don't understand the economy. So you run into a position where if a politician's job is to get elected and get re-elected, then they have no incentive to actually learn how the economy works. They have an incentive to learn how to make the populace feel about something that they're saying. This is why Mamdani is so impressive, in that he really understands the pain that people are going through. He can put his finger right on it, and he can say a solution that sounds awesome. But when you were, it sounds awesome from an emotional standpoint. It will make people feel what they want to feel. Hope, things are going to get better, change, all that, even though it is literally he's approaching people that are dying of thirst and offering them salt water. And so it's just going to kill them faster.
Quite that bad.
It's probably worse than that. It's somebody lost in a desert and he's offering them a chance to lick the sun.
What are like the worst?
It is so bad.
What are the huge, like horrible worries, I guess, you have economically for things that he would present?
It depends on if you're talking about, is he going to get checked? Like when he tries to do these, probably. A lot of these things won't go into fruition. And so it'll be sort of this long, slow thing. But let's just take the housing, putting rent freezes. The reason that I'm so worried and find myself wanting to push just into like absolute hyperbole is because when you play those out down the road, what ends up happening goes like this. The first person gets in office and they promise things that make people feel emotionally good. And you go in, you do those things, you freeze rents, whatever. And then because we've already run this experiment in New York, we know what's going to happen. And that's going to be if you tell somebody who makes a product, which is a product or service, which is running that building, you can only charge this amount of rent. The problem is they have taxes, they have upkeep, they have employees they have to pay, all of that. And it can and will get to the point where for the amount that you tell them they can charge, they're not able to pay for the building.
Yeah,
And
so just as a quick thing, like I don't disagree with any of this. I think rent control is a bad policy. Forget New York, it's been analyzed basically all over the world and it doesn't really work. But we also do it everywhere. So I don't consider that like a massive departure from what's going on. Like California, San Francisco, I think parts of LA have like a lot of rent control. And Canada has it, like the whole world, everybody does rent control. So if he does more, I don't think it's good, but I don't see that as being like a catastrophic, like a step in the darkest direction in the same way that all of Trump's
let me make my best case. There are 3 books that I highly encourage people to read to understand just how bad that can go. I would give different books if I were trying to get people to be afraid of Trump and authoritarianism, because that also goes completely pathological. It's pathology on both sides. But here's what I see with this and how wrong it can go. Read Gulag Archipelago, Mao, the Unknown Story, and Red Famine. And you very quickly realize that there is a thing.
Bro, come on, dude. He actually thinks that they're implementing socialism, bro. He actually thinks that New York is about to be the new USSR. It's about to be the new communist China, bro. That's actually what he thinks. He thinks that they're actually about to implement communism in New York. It's communist New York now. That's what it is. That's what we will refer to it from now on. Communist New York. That's what he thinks. He is being serious, listing off books right now, saying that yes, this is what you need to read in order to know where the left is heading right now. Give me a break, dude.
A property of the human experience that will trigger every time you try to do this, which is you're going to put these policies in place. They are not going to work. And because they don't work, people will resist. And when people start resisting, you have to say, what am I going to do when that person resists? In a democratic situation, you go and you have to convince those people, whether you agree with them or not, they can vote you out of office and everything is fine. But if enough people vote for socialism and they want socialism, then you start marching down the path, certainly of where Europe is going, which we can talk about some of the problems that are being born of that. But right now, you will end up in a situation where you either abandon these, as we did in New York, and then, because in New York in the 70s and 80s, in the Bronx, I think it was 20% of all buildings that burned were arson, so people could collect the insurance payment, because it was cheaper to just burn the building and collect the insurance than to try to get around all the regulations. Okay, so we end up backing out of that by reinstituting capitalism, by reducing the regulatory burden, letting the free market go back and do its thing. But now here we are looping around again. Now, maybe America has protections and we'll just always loop. We're always going to be banded. But the thing that worries me is that we really will swing to the socialist side, and we will come to the point where we realize people are going to disagree, and the only way to get them to stop disagreeing is to silence them through jail or violence, which obviously is played out over and over and over around the world. Even the UK right now is just become completely unhinged with locking people up politically. So
how do you rate this as an issue? So like, there's a world where I can hear what you're saying, but I feel like we've already swung.
Debate performance was great. Stay blessed, bro.
Appreciate it, Frank. Thank you, sir. And thank you for the $2 super chat.
So far on the right side with Trump, who controls a much more important office, and it is ubiquitously echoed and resonant throughout the entire right-wing federal party, like through the House, through Congress, and everything else, and then our whole executive branch, that when I look at like a mayor in New York City, I'm like, this doesn't even register, basically.
So you and I have a very different frame of reference. So,
but finally, yes, because yes, when he's bringing up all of these books talking about like Mom Donnie taking over, and this is like he's comparing this to communist China and the fucking gulags and shit. Yeah, I think he is viewing this as like a catastrophic problem. He keeps talking about the left going too far and it's trending in this direction, and people he needs to get people to wake up to what it is that's happening and actually see what's going on. And yeah, it seems as though he thinks that this is just a really big revolution that's happening right now, and excuse me, and that people just don't understand. But yeah, again, like if you when you voted for Trump and currently Trump is in office, honestly, this might seem like a really big deal like 10 years ago. Yeah, it probably would. Obama winning when he did seemed like a really big deal. Obama seemed like a farther left progressive person, and everybody was, oh, it's fucking communism. This is the end of the world. Like, that was what's happening with Obama. And he wasn't even nearly as far left as Mom Donnie. But now, Mom Donnie winning, yeah, like 10 years ago, yeah, this would have been a really big deal. This would have been fucking crazy. But Donald Trump, this is what he does. He just kind of desensitizes us to crazy shit. He just makes everything seem normal. Everything's not so bad. Everything just becomes, when you have something insane happening 10 times a day from your government, it's just another day.
My frame of reference goes like this. The Republicans are unhinged lunatics when it comes to spending. The second they pass the big, beautiful bill, I knew I cannot trust them. They are not going to do the right things to overcome the wealth inequality that will lead this country into open revolution where people are getting killed. Okay, well, they're not my ally. So then I say, well, is there anybody better? And the only people worse than the Republicans are the Democrats. So that's terrifying. So I have these people who are bad, and then these people who are worse. And I mean, we can go through the mechanisms. I'm not sure if we need to, but if we do, I certainly
I guess
can,
like the confusing is I hear this a lot, but then I look at like, so I was promised communism or socialism after 8 years of Obama, and I never got it. And then I was promised communism or socialism after 4 years of Biden, and then I never got it. And then on the other side, people warned of a whole bunch of horrible stuff that Trump would do, and a lot of it or more happened in the first term, and then come to the second term, it is continuing to happen. So I just don't understand the fear of like rolling. So I think we talked about this on maybe the first episode we did. Like everything that Trump has done is like very predictable. Like I think that from the first term, it was obvious that he's a crazy spender. He spent a ton when he came into office after Obama. He doesn't care about balancing the budget. He did his huge tax cuts in his first term. He's made them permanent in his second term. He's not capable of leading the country. There's a whole bunch of reasons to expect what's happening now because of what happened in the first term. And then meanwhile, on the other side, again, I keep hearing like socialism and communism are going to happen under the Democrats. It's like 98% of all jobs made in the past like 50 years have come under Democrats. The last balanced budget we had was under a Democrat. Every time a Democrat comes into office, it's on the back of like a Republican-led disaster. And it's like, I don't understand how we're voting in Republicans to give them another chance and then they destroy everything again, like they've already done, because we're too afraid of electing Democrats because we're worried about them doing a thing that they haven't done and don't really show any inclination of doing. It's really hard for me to understand.
We might have different things that we worry about. So I don't need them to usher in socialism in name. What I need them to do for them to be a not only moral hazard, but a literal physical hazard for the United States is to deficit spend. So I just rank order the parties by how much they're going to deficit spend.
In that case, the Democrats still easily win. The Republicans
yes,
deficit spend like
spend
crazy.
more?
No.
Yes, I was just about to say there's no fucking way you've ever looked at deficit spending for a second if you think that the Democrats are worse than Republicans with deficit spending. There's no shot you've ever looked at it before. This is your priority. This is the thing that you care about. This is the main thing that you're looking at. And you've just never looked at it? You don't know that Republicans are just by far spending way more in deficit spending? This is insane.
That the
Well, they want to
Republicans
add more to the big beautiful bill. If they were saying government is shut down until we balance the budget, I'd be on team Democrat. But they're not. They're saying just add these things back into the bill. That is, again, this is not a I'm going to bat for Republicans. This is like what the Republicans are doing is completely unacceptable and will drive us off a cliff. And then the Democrats are like, but wait, let's go faster. That's the part where I'm like,
no,
okay.
it was because the Republicans did a whole bunch of like tax cuts, increase for funding for ICE, and a whole bunch of other stuff like this, and they cut the way they balanced it was by cutting.
They haven't balanced it.
Foods. Well, the way that they make this kind of work and the way that they didn't, it doesn't work, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, we see this very differently.
But the way that they've balanced anything, when I say balanced, the way that they brought back a little bit of the budget is by cutting things like SNAP and Medicaid.
Yeah, but I couldn't fucking care about bringing it back a little. Like it's deeply problematic. What the Republicans are putting forward is within 10 years, you go off a cliff.
Sure.
So now I'm just saying you've got the Democrats going, no, we can do it in 8. And so
but
now
the big beautiful bill was a Republican bill.
Yeah, what the fuck? So I think you think I am either identifying as a Republican or I'm going to bat.
No, I'm not thinking that. You're saying that the Democrats are worse because they want to reinstate SNAP and Medicaid to bring back the old requirements.
Yes.
But it's like those were things that Americans already had expected. And then the Republicans are cutting them to give dumb tax cuts and other like bad spending measures. But you're saying since the Democrats want to add these things back, they're worse, but the Democrats would have never passed a thing that looked like the big beautiful bill.
So
the bill that the Democrats would have passed would have been fiscally better than the big beautiful bill.
Okay.
Right?
If I'm hearing what you're saying, which is, I think, if we had just elected the Democrats and not the Republicans, then we would be in a better fiscal place.
100%.
They would be closer to a balanced budget.
Easier, yeah.
Given their movements now, I have no reason to believe that that's true.
The easiest reason why I'm 100% correct is because they wouldn't have solidified the Trump tax cuts, which have been one of the biggest things that have pushed us more into debt, is having these huge tax cuts, reducing your income without decreasing your spending.
Okay. My take away on that is when I look at Mamdani, that feels to me like that's where the energy is in the party, which is way farther left. It's way more give things for free. It's way more tax.
Wait, but why? He's just one mayor.
Yeah. But if you think about, so my base assumption is that he's representative of where the party is going to go. If
Why?
you believe he's just a random guy.
But he's literally just the mayor of New York City.
But look at how much energy he gets, how many people in the party are talking about him. Look at the coverage.
The coverage is big, and there's people online talking about it, but he's not that. The reason why, so people are really critical of Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer for not endorsing him. The reason why is because he's not actually that popular writ large with the Democratic Party. So
it's entirely possible that the rumors aren't true, and that part of why Chuck Schumer is holding this up is he's worried about getting primaried by AOC. Maybe.
He's probably holding it up because he wants SNAP and Medicaid back for Americans and not just more deficit spending and Republicans that refuse to do anything.
Well, the deficit spending, that's where your argument weakens because they're willing to increase the deficit. They are saying, I care more that people get these things than I care about the deficit. That one thing is where...
What? Bro, say that to the other side. Say that to the other side, who just blew up the fucking spending and then cut these things that were necessities. They cared more about all this other stuff than they did about the deficit and than they did about people getting their food stamps and everything.
My brain switches on either party. The second a party says, I'm willing to deficit spend. What they're actually saying is, I'm willing to increase the wealth inequality. I'm willing to make the rich richer and the poor poor. Deficit spending is that is it mechanistically.
Okay, let me try this. I'm curious how you feel about this, okay? You and I are in LA.
Yep.
Okay, and we...
He cares about the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. But when people want to tax the richer at a higher rate to give that money to poor people, that's not a concern. Fuck that. They're going to send people to the gulags. Can't do that. But when it comes to deficit spending, now we look at it after everything that the Republicans did. Not before. Why is he looking at it after? Look at it before. Look at what the Republicans did. Look at all of this. Look at the fact that Donald Trump set a record in deficit spending before COVID hit. And then threw mountains more on top once COVID hit. This is insane. To live in such a delusion, bro. I don't know how you get to that point. I don't know how you get there.
We have $1,000 and we want to take a road trip to Vegas, okay? And on the road trip to Vegas, I want to be able to buy my 12-pack of Red Bull, okay? This is my Red Bull. We've guaranteed this. Let's say that at some point you bring 2 more friends, okay? So we have a $1,000 budget. We're going to Vegas and I want my Red Bull. And let's say that you're like, actually, I want to take a road trip to Portland. I'm like, Portland? That's going to cost like $3,000. And you're like, yeah, we're going to do the Portland thing. And also, you don't get any Red Bull. And eventually I'm like, okay, hold on. You got all your friends voting against me. All right. We can go to Portland if you want, but I'm keeping my Red Bull.
Yeah.
In that situation where you've increased the cost of our trip from $1,000 to $3,000, and then you've cut my $20 Red Bull, for me to say, well, I at least want my Red Bull, for you to go, oh, so you want to spend $3,020. You're even worse? Well, that's not true because I wanted to go to Vegas the whole time.
Yep.
For the Democrats would have never solidified those tax cuts, which is the big, which even under Biden, it was the interest and the additional, well, the lack of revenue collected that was even pushing a lot of deficit spending under Biden. And now to have those solidified, they would have never been solidified under the Democrats. The budget would have been closer to balanced. It was coming closer to being balanced under Obama and Biden than it was under Trump, who was massively deficit spending more than Biden, or I'm sorry, more than Obama at the end of his term, even though Trump came in under a good economy. I just don't understand how we ever look at Democrats and go, they're worse because they want to fight for SNAP and Medicaid, when it's the Republican budget that was so much more dumbly done. That's just crazy to me.
Okay, fair. But I will, fair in that you're a smart person. You're looking at it, you have a frame of reference. You sound like you're missing a key point from where I'm sitting.
Okay.
And that key point is, I don't have to look at hypotheticals. I just need to ask, we're in the situation that we're in, and how are they behaving? So your example is great.
Who put us in that situation? Holy shit! Who put us in that situation? Making a bunch of tax cuts for all the rich people is what put us in that situation. And then you're mad that after the people who didn't want the tax cuts for all the rich people still want food stamps for the poor people. You're like, well, now that we've given all the tax cuts to all the rich people, can't possibly afford to give food stamps to these poor people. That's going to increase wealth disparity. Are you kidding me? There's no way you can make this work. There's no way you can make this work in your mind. There's no fucking way. Like, he's making it sound like it's like baseball, where I hit the ball way out into left field and it hits the ground and it's rolling and there's a fucking outfielder running towards it. And I run and I hit first base and I'm rounding to second. And now I'm heading to second. And as I'm getting to second, I see that pitcher or that outfielder's just picking up the ball. And he's getting ready to throw it to third base. But the guy on my team on third base is still standing there. And he's making it sound like I just decided to run to third base anyways. It's like, you can't. Look, maybe that guy should have run home, okay? He probably should have run to home and you could have made it a triple. But you can't. Your teammate is still on third base. So you can't leave second base. You got to stay on second base, okay? You're fucked. The problem is that we're not on the same fucking team as the Republicans. We're not on their team. So we're not playing with them, okay? We didn't want any of that. We didn't want any of this stuff. We're not on their team. So we don't care that they're standing on third. They're not on our fucking team. We're running the third anyways.
In terms of, I totally get the emotion of like, hold on a second. Now, the one thing I said I wanted, I'm not even going to get, and we're driving somewhere else. And what is happening? And so I am still going to get my thing, and I don't care if it costs more money. And so what I'm saying is, even if I can't get you to agree that I think that that analogy is kind to the point of being nonsensical, but even if I can't get you to agree to that, that's the surface. What I am literally kept awake by is the fact that the entire nation is arguing up here what my wife and I call never talk about the tea. So the biggest argument I've ever been in with my wife was over a cup of tea. And after 2 hours of screaming at each other, almost ruining an entire vacation, I was like, there's no way I'm this mad about a cup of tea. So what am I actually mad about? Then I got into the like building blocks of what was actually going on. We started talking about that, which had everything to do with insecurities. And all of a sudden we were able to resolve the issue. What I'm saying is all the stuff that manifests up here at like, we've got to give this to that person and I want my Red Bull, is everybody needs to get on board with. It is the government has a moral obligation to balance the budget. So I have all of these base assumptions in my brain that paint my worldview. One of them is, when you look back in history, every time, minus Japan, every time a country has spent more than 18 months at over 130% debt to GDP, they've gone into open violence. So revolution, civil war, or just default, which leaves people starving in the streets. So it's happened every time except once, again, Japan being the only exception. And we're at 122%. And growing rapidly. We add $1 trillion to the budget. So you can look at a spreadsheet, and it really is, it's somewhere between 7 and 10 years from now, barring some miracle, we cross that 130% mark. And given that we are already at each other's throats, like this all breaks. So I'm just like, any step in that direction, and I'm just like, this is crazy.
Sure, I can kind of understand what you're saying. So in my analogy, right, well, it's $3,000. It's a lot for that trip, but like $20, that's even more money.
And by the way, I'm screaming at, why the fuck, how are we already doing a $3,000 trip?
Sure, I understand. I guess my question then is, do you acknowledge, or would you say then that had Kamala been elected, if there was a Democrat Congress, we would have been closer to a balanced budget than we got under the one big beautiful bill?
It is a hypothetical rerun that I have a natural inclination to say no.
Even though all the history disagrees, all the history points to Democrats.
I'll walk you through the beats because, dude, honestly, I'll give a 30-second pitch about why I don't care, Republican or Democrat.
Okay.
I really believe this country is going to default on its debt, and that will end America for 100 years. In terms of anything that people think of as America being important on the world stage, having a stable economy, being a place where people are safe, that goes away for 100 years. It's just the normal cycle of this stuff. Even China had their 100 years of humiliation. Look at what happened to Argentina, same thing. It took 100 years. They're still not back yet. Maybe they'll make it, maybe they won't. But it's like, when a country defaults, it is so catastrophic. It doesn't sound scary, but it's like terrifying because you become uninvestable. And so now the part of debt that's useful goes away and you can't raise it. And so your country just gets stuck. And that is a nightmare scenario, the likes of which I really don't want to live through. And then if it's some lesser version of that, there's still going to be some untold number of people that get murdered in the streets. It just plays out over and over and over.
I don't disagree with a single thing you've said so far.
Perfect. So now it's like, okay, when I look at, if everything driving my thinking is economic, I'm going to look at the candidate that seems to have a better grasp of economics.
Okay.
And I don't expect you and I to agree on this, but Kamala Harris completely ruled herself out when she started saying words like what Mamdani is saying. He's more crystallized, he's farther down the road, but she was talking about the same thing, price controls and things like that. And for me, when somebody says that, it's just a disqualifying statement. Now,
what do you think? Because Trump has said so many more things and more.
We're never going to agree on that.
Well, no, but there are some things that you would just be objectively, factually incorrect on. So, for instance, if you're worried about socialism, how do you feel about the fact that Trump now, the United States is getting shares, the United States government is getting shares in like Intel or US Steel, Nippon Steel? Like that's like that's like an AOC Bernie Sanders wet dream. Oh, the government has like shares, voting shares or whatever.
Capital letters moronic.
Yeah, but a Democrat would have never done that. So this came from Trump, right? And then when we look at things in terms of like catastrophic impact on the economy, nothing that Kamala said, and Democrats say a lot of dumb things, is the equivalent to the tariff regime that we have right now that is continuing to, our currency devalued 10% over the past year. Our trade relations.
The tariff thing is very complicated because you have to devalue the dollar. There is no way out of this without devaluing the dollar. You have to generate more tax revenue. Tariffs are.
He's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing the thing. He's doing the thing. He's saying you have to crash the economy. You have to devalue the dollar so that you can turn around and have the Fed lower the interest rates. This is what he's saying. He's saying the thing. I just said this a minute ago. I just said this a little bit ago. He's fucking saying it.
Tax. Look, Trump is bordering on indefensible. So you're
it's not. Even what you just said doesn't make sense, because if you're trying to generate more tax with a tariff, why can't you just raise income taxes? Wouldn't that be so much easier? And it wouldn't hurt our trade relations with the rest of the world? Or because bumping up your income tax by a few points in every bracket is going to raise you hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. It's the easiest way to raise a ton of money. But the import tax is damaging. It's destroying our relationship with so many other countries around the world, and it's hurting our domestic economy, and it's having disproportionate impacts on the people that probably need the money the most.
I think this is.
And we're cutting taxes.
Going to have to play out before we know if it's helping us on an international stage.
Bro. He's trying to sound the alarms on Mamdani. And Destiny's like, well, it is what it is. I don't agree with it. We'll just have to let it play out and see how it goes. He's like, oh, the fucking gulags and the people starving and getting murdered in the streets and the brown shirts and the... But then when it comes to Trump with the tariffs, and we already see the negative effects from it, we already know what's going on. He's lying to everybody about it, saying that the money's coming from other countries and saying he's building an external revenue service when... What is external about this? There's nothing external, but then cutting, he has to devalue the dollar while cutting taxes. It just, none of this makes sense. Like, this is so incoherent.
Or hurting us. I honestly don't know.
Okay, we have got 0 deals in however many days. We said we would have 90 deals in 90 days. We have none so far.
Well, that's not true. We do have deals.
We don't. Trade deals? Real trade deals? No. We've got some truths.
Define real.
A trade deal would be like a market-wide deal that dictates different terms across the different sectors of your economy. Like, these are usually hundreds of pages long. It's not like we'll tariff you 10% and you tariff us 10%. Because there's like markets are sophisticated things depending on how you run it. Like, let's say that I buy milk from you and I also sell milk to you, and you're like, okay, cool. And in our economy, we also have a thing where if you produce milk, you pay 0% taxes. Well, that's not like a tariff, but that's a pretty bullshit advantage that you guys have that's not really fair. These are the types of minutia that you get into when it comes to actually writing a real trade deal. It's not just saying like, oh, blanket tariffs.
We'll get back to the show in a moment, but first, let's talk about getting the most out of your health data. Your Apple Watch collects an incredible amount of useful data. Then, does it asking servers? Over 1 million people have downloaded Bevel, and it has a 4.8 star rating. And Trump is fucking that up, that thing. And now, let's get back to the show. But are you saying that leading into this, that things were going well,
Yes,
And
phenomenally.
Donald Trump is fucking that up.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so we've at least now identified the base assumption that we do not share.
Okay.
So I'm looking at the international trade deals that we have, and I'm like, I cannot believe we have allowed this to happen. We are now in Thucydides' trap. We let China grow powerful because we were idiots. And this is a tale as old as time. We could have, and I'm sure there was somebody that's been screaming about it from day one, predicted that this is exactly what was going to happen, which we let happen.
Wait, what was the bad thing that was going to happen?
That we have now completely gutted manufacturing out of America.
But the manufacturing is at the highest point it's ever been. It was at Biden, it was the highest point it's ever been. We've exported a lot of low-level manufacturing, but we don't have people to manufacture everything. Like China's not trying to expand their low-level manufacturing. China's trying to grow into the manufacturing that we do.
Yeah, let me give you an alternate version of this is what I think actually happened. China admits this is what happened. The VCs are finally talking about this is what happened. It's the 80s. And China is backwards. Deng Xiaoping comes into power, realizes Mao was killing people en masse, and is basically like, thank God he's dead. We're not going to repeat those mistakes. We're actually going to let people get rich, but we don't know how to let people get rich. They ring, America, can you please teach us how to be rich? We go over there. In fact, first it starts with a conversation, I believe, with the Japanese. Japanese give them indications about how they're going to have to do this by decentralized.
Bro. That's literally what he looks like. That's literally what he looks like. Like who's a person that we could get? I just saw somebody for a second. Who's like an actor or somebody that we could look up that probably has a picture like this with like glasses, the hair probably looks somewhat similar to this. Who's a person that we could probably find? Like this is he just looks like a caricature. Why are they all Will Smith? Why are there so many fucking caricature drawings of Will Smith? We just put some glasses on that, dude. That's hilarious. Oh, he does. Yeah, he kind of looks like the Mad TV or the Mad Magazine guy. That's funny.
Impact and use code IMPACT to get your lead. And he's like, this is a part of this long plan. We're eventually going to take over, but first we've got to like get all this information. And so we realize, oh my God, we can get everything cheap by sending our manufacturing over there. But China's playing a different game. And they're like, we're going to start with those things, but we're going to get them to send their best and their brightest.
Nah. Oh, wait. Who's the guy who did Jackass? Who was the like the lead like main character guy? Johnny Knoxville. Bro. Bro. Let's fucking go. That's who popped into my head for a second. I was saying before, there's somebody that popped into my head. I saw them for half a fucking second and I can't figure out who it was. They were there and then they were gone. It was Johnny Knoxville. Yep. That's him.
Data stays private, stored in. Gotta like get all this information. And so we realize, oh my God, we can get everything cheap by sending our manufacturing over there. But China's playing a different game. And they're like, we're going to start with those things, but we're going to get them to send their best and their brightest. Look at what they did with Tesla. And they say, hey, Elon, we're going to let you build a Tesla factory over here. Normally, we would force you to have 50 to 51% Chinese ownership. We're going to let you keep the whole thing. But you're going to teach our engineers. Tesla now, over whatever 10 years, 12 years that they've been manufacturing in China, is now some tiny fraction of the EV market when it used to be 100%. And they have just learned everything they needed from him and now have surpassed him, you know, however much, massively. And so that's the game that they've been running. And Tim Cook said, I don't know, a couple months ago, he was like, I don't know what you guys think manufacturing is in China, but these are the best high-end manufacturers. If you run the stats of America post-World War I, leading into World War II, we were the dominant manufacturing power for an industrial age economy.
That is, this isn't the first time I've heard this. I heard this from, I'm blanking on the name, the Vox guy who has like the most boring voice next to Sam Harris, where he always sits and talks in a very calm, whispery type voice like this all the time. And he's, I can't think of his name, but he wrote like the, you know, new economic book that all of the liberals are in love with and everything. But yeah, him and another person did also talk about the manufacturing with China and the fact that they have taken like AI and technology to a whole other level. And that like when you go over there, it seems like they live in the future. Yes, Ezra Klein. They talked about the fact that we listened to this for a while on show, but they talked about the fact that it just seems like they live in the future, that they're just way ahead of the rest of us. And that like when you get in the cars, like there's like, you know, videos playing the whole time. You watch commercials when you're in like a taxi, and that I've seen a bunch of stuff. I think I don't know if it's China or Japan, but there's these sidewalks where when you walk, it's all like a small pad that pushes down a little bit. And so on each step you take, the whole sidewalks are made with these pads that are pushing down. And that they used this to like power the city. And that because it's all you need to do is just step on it for a second. It's kind of like the hamster wheel idea where you're just watching, yes, and it produces, you're just walking and it just produces energy. And all they had to do is just turn their sidewalks into these hamster wheels that people are stepping on. And now it produces energy that isn't the only energy that it works on, but it gives them a lot of reserves now that they're able to use to kind of downgrade their costs from a pretty high portion. And so, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that China does. Let's see. I don't know if it's China. It might be Japan. Yeah, these.
This is why Japan is already living in the future, because they're generating electricity just by walking in the street. In Tokyo, one of the world's busiest cities, you'll find special black tiles placed on sidewalks and pathways. This innovation is based on something called piezoelectricity, and here is how it works. Every time someone steps on them, they capture the kinetic energy from that movement and convert it into electricity. Using this electricity can run a whole city. This is why Japan is already living in the future, because they're generating electricity just by walking in the street.
So yeah, it's just kinetic energy that's just turning it into energy. But there is like a lot of stuff that comes out from just like how cool shit is. And I'm sure you guys have seen like the drone shows that they do. Although recently one of them caught on fire and exploded and they started dropping off. Yeah, I'm getting on Call of Duty now. Give me just a second. I'll be on in a minute. Yeah, these are phone
This invention
charging
from
stations.
China proves they're living in 2050. Charging stations, some designed as benches, others as decorative spheres, have been placed right in the middle of the streets. People can charge their phones for free, but they have to watch content on screens while waiting. Not only do they get free power, but they also lose track of time. This invention from China proves they're living in 2050. Charging
This is the craziest city in the world, and seeing a train passing through an apartment is weird, but in here it's completely normal. Chongqing is located in China, and it's known as a cyberpunk city, where you can see a gas station on the roof of a building or a 5-story building casually floating on water. But if that's not cool enough for you, here you can also go in the deepest metro station in the world, which is 94 meters deep. This city is
I didn't even see that you were saying that to waste it.
known for its massive and extremely complex roads, so getting lost in here is normal experience. But the craziest part of this city is that you have to be alert all the time, because even this place looks like a normal square. But when you look a little to the side, you notice that you are on the roof of a huge building. Would you like to travel there? This is the craziest city in the world.
Yeah, like there's a lot of stuff that
know
they
how
do.
China
that's
completes its
fucking
big
sick.
projects so quickly? Actually, when China works on a project, it uses its highly advanced machines and works with maximum number of engineers, due to which the work gets done very quickly. And because of doing so, these people start working on other projects in which they are able to earn more money. Do you know how China completes its big projects so quickly?
Here are 3 reasons why China is living in the year 2050. At number 3, in some places, they've replaced physical traffic signs with laser light projectors that display both traffic signs and...
My Call of Duty is updating again. It's got a small update. Okay, never mind. This is gonna be quick.
zebra crossings on the road. At number 2, if you
It's
ever
500
get hungry
megabytes.
on the street
I'm
and
Wall will build itself automatically, but all it really wants in return is just one lovely comment from us. Look, the Chinese have made a
The wall will build itself? What the fuck? Wait, am I down? Oh yeah. Yeah, it did go down for a second. Weird. Okay.
We have now, and that's, by the way, why the probably apocryphal quote that the Japanese admiral said when he bombed Pearl Harbor, "I fear all we did was wake a sleeping giant and filled him with a terrible resolve." What he was referring to is that America could just outproduce everybody in terms of ships, tanks, aircraft, everything. And so we just turned all that machinery on to building the war apparatus. Now, flash forward, we're headed into the same style conflict with China, except China looks like us in terms of all the meaningful manufacturing like we did before World War II. So now if we go and do a head-on collision with China, we will not be able to come anywhere near their production levels. So now it's like, I get it.
How would we ever expect a country of 330 million people to be able to outproduce a country of, what is China, 1.7 billion people? I don't know how many.
Of course.
How?
By keeping these things yourself, making sure that you don't let go of them, building the incentive system to keep people
Well, he's saying in very specific areas, but the problem is that China steals our IP anyways. And so what it is that Elon did was, I'm assuming, is that he thinks, okay, they're going to steal this from us if we don't give it to them. So we're better off like actually teaching them and using this to our advantage, to where we're making money and we're gaining off of this, to where we actually get some sort of return on our IP this time, whereas everybody else just gets taken from them. They just steal it. So I'm assuming that that's the logic, but I have no idea.
Focused on manufacturing, high-end manufacturing, the same way that we're doing with AI, with massive investments.
Well, but I'm saying, where are you going to get, if you want us to continue the high-end manufacturing we do now, what are we taking from to start doing low-end manufacturing again?
What do you mean, from a budget perspective?
No, from a human capital perspective.
Hold on, let me switch my audio over. I can't tell if the game just crashed or if it's because of the update that it had to close down and reopen. You gonna load, bitch?
Plum is like 4.5%. Where are we getting all the people to do the low-end manufacturing? We have to move people from high productivity jobs down.
Okay, you see this? Every time it gets to this part, you see how it stretches the like frame, like the screen? It's super stretched out now, and that's only been happening since the update. It's all stretched out, and it looks like it might have just crashed again. But it keeps crashing and then reopening. All right, I'm gonna wait to play the video until it pulls up fully, because it seems like that's the spot that if I'm playing a video, it crashes there. So give me just a second. Let me. Ah, fuck. I couldn't click the party invite fast enough.
Tom and this girl Kat. Oh, we're all together now?
We're all together now.
He's here.
I'm just explaining the panel today to Red.
Okay.
And then it was against like this guy Jesse, this guy Cooley, and this other girl Taylor. And the right wingers were just, I feel like they got completely gaped. They got dominated. It was embarrassing.
I have my own source list for this actually that I use really often. I really use them in like a set. So I hit them with the numbers from 1994 to 2020, more than more than 3 times as many terrorist incidents from the right, and then it's like, okay, then Trump's nominee affirmed this, so you can't deny this. And then the third source is the fact that they just recently removed the study from the DHS website. I'm sure you guys heard about that.
Yeah, I don't
They
know why
recently
they did
removed
that.
the
It's
assessment.
crazy.
Well, you know why they did that.
Yeah, we know why they did it.
I just don't,
Just can't believe they did it.
shameless about. They're so shameless about their tactics. It's like it manages to convince so many on the right, but it's so obvious what they're doing. I just can't believe it.
Okay, so I am gonna like play a video while we play.
Yeah.
But I can like mute myself if you guys want, and that way you guys can still keep talking.
Wait, if you mute yourself, you still have to hear us though.
Well, right, that's why I'm saying that I would have to mute myself, and then I wouldn't be able to hear you guys either. But
Oh.
Van
I didn't know
Dread
we were
just
waiting
joined.
for Dread.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Okay.
Oh, damn.
I'll back out.
Let's go get him.
Yeah, so I'm saying I can either like leave it on so that we can have like small like communications back and forth, or I can just like mute the party, and then yeah, you wouldn't be able to hear me either.
Well, it's up to you for your stream. Like, we'll probably want to say stuff in the game. So if you'd rather like focus on that video a bit longer, then you probably should mute us, and we'll just keep an eye on you.
I don't know what the equivalent is. I know it's something else you can do, Tom. But for me, it's the start button. But in like the top right of your screen, next to the notification bell, whatever button that is, you could click that and go to the tab over, and then just turn off game chat.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Done too.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
That's what I would have to do.
Oh.
Well, it's up to you. Just let us know so that we're not trying to get your attention.
Mantis, you do know how to ping stuff, right?
Yeah, I can
Like
ping
mark
stuff.
stuff on a map.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll turn it on and off like here and there if I need to say something, but otherwise I'll probably have it off. Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
To lower productivity jobs, we're gonna have to start to give in
I
some part.
reject that wholeheartedly. So right now
He's gonna
we
turn it
have,
back
it's
on
like
so
4% unemployment, technically 3.8, something like that. But once you factor in all the people that have just checked out of the job market, it's like 12%.
Wait, yeah, it keeps disconnecting and then connecting again. What the fuck?
Maybe wait.
Disconnected? And then now, is it back? Is it off now? Okay, we're good? Okay, I think it's off now. All right. All right. It is lagging a bit too, so. The first game is always the worst as well, so yeah.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
So it doesn't give you notifications when
I
you
am gonna
friend requests in.
land somewhere near you guys, so just keep an eye on me, because my first game, remember, I glitch out, so.
We're going to living quarters then. Hello.
Living quarters? Okay.
Living quarters.
So it's a massive number that for some reason nobody talks about.
So the reason why people don't talk about it is because we have there's different ways to measure unemployment. The most common way is just called the unemployment number. It doesn't include discouraged workers. This is the U3 unemployment number. You're talking about the U6. People like to bring up the U6 when they say the U3 is fake. The reason why the U6 unemployment isn't the thing that economists look at the most is because there's a lot of reasons why people might stop looking for work. They might be in education,
And
they might be at home, they might be
totally agree, but I would put forward the biggest one right now, certainly the most meaningful and important, is that there is a type of person for whom a certain type of manufacturing job is the jam, and those have gone away. We've shipped something like 2 million jobs overseas in that core type of manufacturing job. And the stats anyway show that that is the biggest reason that your average worker has been unable to up their wages.
Did you look? I'm doing repair game files thing in BattleNet. Supposedly fixes the problem. I mean, they have them, but everybody that I've talked to says that it doesn't do anything. Yeah, I've tried it a couple of times, but yeah, everyone says it doesn't do shit, so. Fuck, this is still fucking up. This is so annoying. Holy shit.
It hasn't been the breaking of the unions. That's not correlated in the private markets to increase wages basically at all. And so, but if you have a bunch of jobs that need a bunch of workers, now all of a sudden the workers have the power to actually negotiate better salaries. Now, if we need to bring in labor, like I think the whole world, the whole developed world is about to be in a really weird position where we just don't have the birth rates. And so we are going to have to bring in immigrants to fill these roles. So having a sensible policy about how we fill in those gaps, I don't think would have been a problem at all. I think we took a suicidal approach to it, but there would have been a smart approach to get people in if there were jobs that truly Americans, they had all the manufacturing jobs they could eat, then I think we'd be fine.
So then just so then your assumptions are that one, if we were to bring back a whole sector of manufacturing, we wouldn't have to take from anywhere because there's like a magical section of people that would be able to work these jobs that
When you
wouldn't
say
take from,
wouldn't have to take from anyone, you mean people?
as in you wouldn't have to move people out of higher productivity jobs to lower
I
productivity
don't
jobs.
think you're going to have to do high to low, certainly as the things change, but you might have to, as technology advances, but you might have to import people. I'm perfectly fine with that. The
Okay,
numbers
so
will
let,
be
so
what the
then
numbers are.
that's the first thing, and the second thing is, so then I'm just curious how I don't know the population of China. It's 1 point something billion.
Call it 1.4.
Okay, how would you expect us to be able to outmanufacture a country that's like 5 times our
It
population?
comes down to where you're putting your resources. So China was way bigger than us, and we were still outproducing them because they didn't have years of being supported by the international banking community trying to spin them up. They didn't have people going over there and helping them to do everything our way. We did not see them as a competitor. And so we essentially traded cheap goods to build our biggest competitor.
But
And now
eventually
it's
they're
like,
going to
hey,
figure it
you reap
out,
what you
right?
sow.
Like how are you keep China from, like, is the assumption that they'll
I don't
never
think you can. I think on a long enough timeline, you're going to find yourself in that situation. I'm just saying, don't be in a situation where they are both stronger than you based on size and stronger than you because you have outsourced your entire way of life to make sure that those prices come down.
Well, then it feels to me then like if we know that we can't win on mass production like that, that our goal would be to produce, to have higher and higher productivity jobs. American workers are some of the most productive in the world, where economically productivity is measured for how much a labor hour costs, or in 1 hour, how much like stuff can you produce basically, right? So it feels like the goal then would be to move to higher and higher productivity jobs. So when we look at like what are the big things that people talk about right now, it's stuff like AI or stuff in computing. And these are the areas that America is still the leader on.
Do you steer by efficiency, like as you try to map this stuff out in your head?
What do you mean efficiency?
Are you thinking along the lines of it is an obvious North Star to steer by whoever is better at this thing? So Americans are better at getting high output per hour work, therefore we should focus on that.
Oh, kind of. Well, the economic concept you're talking about is called comparative advantage, right?
Yes.
I'm just looking I look at productivity broadly because productivity can tell you the amount basically of like.
But is that your North
specialization.
Star? Just so we don't talk past each other.
A bit, yeah. Because the more productive your labor is, the more your workers are able to produce for the world, given the amount of time.
Okay.
Right.
I have a totally different North Star, which
what's
would
that?
Explain. So my North Star is round it to national security and international dominance.
Yeah, but national security is your most productive stuff. Like what was one of the big reasons why we won World War II was because we had all of the best and brightest minds, and we were the first people in the entire world to research the, atomic bombs. For people that are fact checking me,
Sort
but I
of.
need to sure. But like I'm saying, like we got technologically there before anybody else.
Yes, that helped us with Japan tremendously for sure. But the real story of World War II is we were able to manufacture like 2/3 of every bit of equipment that was being sent over to Europe. So they were in our debt massively. We were able to aggregate all of the gold, and we were able to build our own military up at some
What the fuck
ungodly
is
level
happening?
higher than everybody else. And we weren't.
What the fuck is happening? I didn't get a single hit marker on that guy. What is going on? I didn't get a single hit marker on that guy. See? He didn't even get hurt. What the fuck?
Weren't getting bombed. So at the end of the war, now we have the gold, we have the manufacturing capabilities, we've got our GIs returning home, getting educated, we have a massive baby boom, right? So there's all these things that go into that moment, but the linchpin, the one thing, if you knock that peg out, everything is different, is our ability to manufacture the thing that mattered in that moment.
Because that was like the most productive thing to work on at the time. But I think as technology has moved further and further into the future, other things become necessarily
Yeah, we
more
might be able
important.
to agree on that. Like if we end up saying the most productive thing that we could be manufacturing right now, or everything that we need for our modern way of life, technology, and war with China, then I would say yes.
Okay. I feel like those wars aren't going to be won by who can make the most ships. I feel like those wars are going to be won by who figures out like the best missile defense systems.
That's going to be part of it, but all of this stuff is a cat and mouse game. So if what we find is, hey, we're the software kings of the world, we're better at AI, and so we assume that this is going to be war played on the AI battlefield, we're ready for it, they can't fuck with us. Well, then they go, oh, but they're not ready for drones because we have the entire drone supply chain. And so we're just going to swarm them with drones. And so, yeah, like they're going to fight back with AI, and that's going to be devastating for us, but we're just going to keep droning them.
Sure, but then what do you think is easier to switch tactics for? For us to start manufacturing rudimentary drones, or for them to start manufacturing complex AI-related stuff, software-related stuff?
Nobody's standing still. We're not standing still on drones, and they're not standing still on AI. So
sure, but everybody, I'm just saying that when you look at the world, everybody wants to be like what the U.S. is. Nobody wants to be like what you're advocating the U.S. becomes. Like the people that we exported our supply chains to, they want to be more like America. They're not thinking
that's
like
not true. We exported our supply chain to China, and China has no interest in being
absolutely. They're making huge investments in green energy. They're trying to make bigger investments into their microprocessor technologies.
That's what you think of as America?
The higher productivity, more specialized labor stuff.
Okay, so when you say more like America, you mean highly specialized,
highly specialized labor producing like end of like supply chain levels of goods.
Okay, that makes sense in terms of just being economically efficient, but I don't see how that collides with the argument in this moment. That doesn't in any way, shape, or form alleviate the need for America to protect itself, for America to be economically strong, to make sure that workers are able to negotiate their pay better, to make sure that we have jobs that fit a massive bolus of a certain type of person that we have that right now has just checked out of the job market, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I would destroy my country to try to bring back old jobs because there's some sector of the economy that
what's the part that would destroy it?
Is regressing in terms of the types of goods that we manufacture. As in saying, like, I don't like the fact that we're making the X-87, well, I should say the F-35 plane, because we should be making more aluminum widgets. So we need to take a little bit away. But in your mind, you're trying...
Do you think I'm saying that?
I don't, but one of the frustrating things when it comes to economics is people only ever talk about one side of an equation.
I can talk about this whole thing top to bottom. You can go anywhere where you think I'm weak, and we can talk specifically
but the problem
about
is you've fictitiously invented this huge working group of people that can move into a job with no other negative benefits.
So
what I'm saying is that like for the manufacturing stuff, you are going to destroy higher productivity. You're destroying more advanced stages of your manufacturing sector if you want to bring back base manufacturing. That's an inescapable truth reality.
Okay, so that is perceived as false by me. So let's walk through and see if it really is false.
Sure.
So base assumption number one for me is that there are very capable, almost exclusively men of prime working age right now to the tune of like 8%, something like that. It's very close to 8, if not exactly 8, that are capable but have checked out of the labor market.
Sure, that's that's probably maybe our fundamental big disagreement. I don't think that that's necessarily the case.
Meaning that stat isn't real.
I don't think so. I haven't heard that
Okay,
particularly.
let's just so we don't bog down. If it were true, does that puzzle piece click? And now my entire argument makes sense to you, and at least has internal logic, though.
If it was true, then I think looking for work for them might be good.
Okay.
But then the second issue, that's even assuming that was true, which I don't think it is, but that's the second issue that I have is on that road, whatever manufacturing we were to bring back to the United States would leave those people still in the exact same spot.
Okay, that's very possible.
Sure.
So now the thing that drives what manufacturing that I'm trying to bring back, and maybe it's just aspirational to get these guys back into jobs, and maybe once we really look at the kind of things that I'm saying we need to bring back, because I'm not saying start making widgets, maybe we find, sorry, man, like between AI, robotics, and just how high tech it is, just not going to be these guys, and they're still LOL or SOL. Yeah, very possible. So we'll set that aside. They're a big cloud of maybe.
Okay.
But the thing that's driving me saying we need to get jobs for them back is that's how you get them negotiating power again.
Watch out, Mantis. They just sniped me and killed me, and they're like, they just barely missed you.
I actually don't know who's sniping us out because it's not that one team, is
Yeah,
it?
they're.
Yeah, I know. No, they're coming from the left. So right outside the front door to the left. Yeah, he sees them.
Made both of them jump off.
Yeah, I would have stayed inside in that other room over there.
No! Grab me.
Van Dread's down too.
No way.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Chucky.
Fuck you guys. I was never gonna win that. Sorry.
You're okay. Good game.
They need an option to turn off Chucky skins. I'm getting sick of getting killed by Chucky. It's so triggering.
There was a moment over by the tents where we all started getting attacked. There was a truck driving through. There were people like surrounding us. There was smoke everywhere. Could barely see anything. I thought I killed like 3 or 4 people. And then I died. And I checked. And I had 1 kill in like, I think like 5 or 6 eliminations. And then I came back with a shotgun and snuck up behind somebody and hit him like point blank, like 3 times with the shotgun. And it did nothing. I got no hit markers or anything. And then he just turned around and killed me. So my perception of what was happening for a good period of that game was not was not happening apparently, because I was still lagged out and having that whole like issue with my parachute popping out and everything.
Damn.
Tom, what be going on with your PC, man? Oh, you forgetting I'm not host. Wow.
Again,
Yeah, what's going on
workers
with
to
the
have
PC?
negotiating power
It's
to
always
drive.
something.
Yeah, I mean, when you stream and you do like as many things as I do all at once, like it creates like a lot of issues. And so you're always trying to like connect everything and make it all work seamlessly somehow. And it's, I've known that I've needed a new graphics card for a while, but the one that I need is like super expensive, and I would have to get a whole new body for my PC and all sorts of shit. And so
drive their rates up, which for me is part of my North Star. It is
Fund this man's graphics card.
yeah, I mean right now
Buddy.
I'm moving to New Zealand right now, and so the main thing is like all my money's going towards that, and graphics card is not even like on the list. So at some point I'll get a new graphics card, but in the meantime just kind of making do as best as I can.
What kind do you have right now?
what is it? I think like a GeForce 1650 or something like that.
It's not bad. Yeah, I thought you were gonna tell me like a 1080 or something. No, you're good. Yeah. Is it just you're just old? I'm assuming.
It's not. I don't know. It's that I overwork it. Like streaming is a lot, and then having like 2 monitors, and then playing games, and then screen sharing, and then like being in Discord calls, and like it all becomes a lot to where. And then like editing as well. Editing is a real fucking. Editing is really a rough one. You want to go to the spot?
Go to Harbor.
Harbor?
Oh, okay, yeah. I like Harbor.
Okay. Harbor. Let's go to the harbor.
Yeah. Let's go to the harbor. I'll go into the water. Hello? Climb.
Hey, yo.
Holy. Oh my
I
God,
gotta
you're
go back
crazy.
and get the key card.
It is an
Hell
absolute
yeah.
must because
Get
you
'em.
need a thriving middle class. And right now,
There's a precision
you
airstrike.
can send jobs wherever you want or import people cheaply from
do it
wherever you
outside as
want.
well.
Yeah,
Workers will never have the power that they need to be able to negotiate higher salaries.
pretty
So that's
funny.
just like to avoid having my head lopped off as a rich person. I know I need to do that. So that's like not even just a moral good. That has to happen. Like if you don't do that,
Oh,
you have
fuck.
destabilized capitalism to the point where
Behind you.
it's broken many times in
Fuck.
history for this exact reason. So
Red
I guess
Charlie
the,
got me
the, so
down
like
that
the
one.
sanity.
I saw him walk past me.
Oh my fucking god.
That was fucking gay.
I'm aware there were
I'm gonna
10
die
people,
again.
but you know what? You could have at least tried.
Okay, I'm getting back in now.
Look at him, about to go.
Oh, they're coming for Mantis. Mantis, they're right outside here.
Okay, I won't try on this game. I refuse to try on this game.
You're red start and shit already. He just mad because the sauna shocked his dog.
Oh, that's you. Thank God.
Yo, go find another spot, yo. This is our spot. God damn.
Give me your gun, bitch.
Ooh, there's a lot of money out here. Sheesh. They're landing back right outside the front door.
Keycard.
Tequila. This guy's good. That.
Oh, they're shooting from both directions. They're turn around. Come back.
Go get your own spot. God damn, shit.
They're up at the stairs. Okay, I'm dead.
What's wrong with these people?
Oh my god.
Alright,
They know how to
lock it.
loot something else.
Alright, I'm going back on mute.
I don't think I've even got a key.
Sanity check that I would have here is, do you feel like this is an area that we're at right now in the United States where we've done a lot of damage to our middle class or something?
1,000%. It's mathematically showable.
Okay, so then my question is what other country's middle class do you think is doing better than ours?
China.
That I just completely and totally fundamentally disagree with that.
You don't think China increasing their wages went up 30x in the same period that Americans stagnated? From the 70s until now, they've had a 30x increase in worker salary. Ours have stagnated.
My son grew 100 times more than I did in the past 10 years of his life.
Yeah.
Because he went from 4 to 14, and I probably haven't grown at all since 20. Like
perfect.
China's people are approaching, their wages have grown more, but that's to become getting more in line with the United States.
Yeah.
Our
What do you think
consumers,
that does to the psychology of a nation? Do you think that it makes them sad that they've grown that fast?
no, but they're playing catch up to us.
But it's
They're
going to
still
make them
behind
feel
us.
awesome, right?
Yeah, but they're still behind us.
What
They're
does it
catching
do
up
to the
us.
psychology of a nation that stays flat for 40 years?
I don't know if I would say we've stayed flat.
We have stayed flat. It's just math.
In what regard? What do you think
Salary,
we've stayed?
real salaries versus cost of living has just it's flatline. In fact, cost of living compared to what people are making is going up. So
I think there's a whole separate.
What's up, Brandon? Yeah, I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't always understand like the middle class shrinking argument, because everything that I look into seems to be like contradictory, and I'm just I really need to spend like a long time just focusing on just that thing, but haven't been able to so far, or just haven't really. Bro, I'm getting fucked in this game, dude. I think I've died more in this game so far than I died all day yesterday. The whole day yesterday. I don't think I died this many times all day yesterday. We played like 15, 20 fucking games yesterday, and I probably died a total of like, I don't know. Yeah, just a handful of times. Okay, I got a fucking SWAT. Let's go.
Conversation you could have on that.
Why do you think people feel like they can't make ends meet if everything is great?
Well, I'm not a politician, so I would say it's because the American consumer is incredibly spoiled and has no idea what the standards of living are across the rest of the world, and is constantly lied to by their own politicians about what other people are living like in the rest of the world.
Okay.
The number reality is the American consumer is the strongest consumer on the planet, and other people would kill to have the horrendous standards of living. Our homes are massively larger. We have the latest and cutting edge technology when it comes to healthcare. We invent like all of the coolest stuff here. We're not caught in these weird manufacturing traps like Germany is, and our immigrants, even our illegal immigrants, are all at work. And in other countries, they're having legal immigrants that can't find work. Their unemployments are higher, their inflations are worse. Like every part of their stuff is like not running as well. Every other country on the planet wants to be like the United States of America. And the US consumer, the only reason we can even have these trade deficits we have is because the American consumer has so much power. And there are arguments you can make around like cost of living and everything else, but it's depending on how you factor it in, it's a whole separate conversation. But like, for instance, like you could say like, oh, like the amount that you would spend on a console today is flatline. It's the same you would spend on a console, 20 years ago. And that's true. But like you could buy like a PS5 today, and in the past you could buy a PS1. So even if like technically the cost is the same or is flatlined in terms of real wages, you're getting a lot more for it. Same arguments can be made about stuff like healthcare, right? Even if healthcare costs are like fairly high, like a type 1 diabetic 100 years ago is dying in 2 years. Whereas today, it might be expensive or even more expensive because of the things they have to pay. So like, oh my God, the cost is going up, but it's also because, well, now they live like normal lives almost. So it's hard to measure that directly. But when I'm doing like sanity checks on this, I'm just like looking at other countries. You mentioned China's growth. Part of China's growth has been their liberalization of their economy, foreign direct investment. The only reason China can even afford to grow is because we have so much money here, and we have so much investment here, and we've grown also as a result of our relationship with China. And China's trying to race towards what the United States is right now. And I think it's an interesting, as a sanity check, like why if China's racing towards to get to where we are, why do we want to go back to where they're coming from?
We don't. And so I think the strategy that Trump right now is running is a be more China than China. I think that is suicidal. Okay, there were a lot of things that you laid out, and I want to see if we can start putting some of these pieces together. So first of all, you put out the idea that if Americans knew how good they had it, that they wouldn't be as feeling bad about where they are as they are.
A little,
And
yeah. And just in qualifying that, we should always push for better stuff. I think that's great. But there are some Americans who think that, like, in Europe, they have free healthcare and free everything else, and they pay no, and like they think everything is so much better.
Right.
And it's not really the case.
You and I agree aggressively, and Lord knows I wish that felt like a winning battle. But convincing Americans that they really do have a good, it just doesn't line up with what I know about human psychology. So the Gini coefficient makes it very clear. The studies with monkeys make it very clear. If people look around and see somebody else and they have a perception that that person is being treated better than they are going to lose their shit.
Agreed.
And right now, because of a very quantifiable economic problem, we've put young people in a position where they are buried under student debt largely, at a time where the government pie really is shrinking because the interest payments are growing and just gobbling everything up. It's more than defense. It's the third largest expense that we have in the government, and it's growing. It will become the second largest expense almost certainly before the end of 2025. So this is happening very fast. So your interest payments will, in the next couple of months, almost certainly pass Medicare or Medicaid as the second highest expense in the government. So it's like, that's creating this insane distortion in terms of what they can afford and what they can't afford, because the way that the government makes up for that shortfall is with money printing. Money printing is inflation. They're not related. They are the same phenomena. And so things are becoming more expensive precisely because the government is deficit spending. And so as long as they deficit spend, they are making things more expensive for people by taxing everybody. But the only way to hide from the taxation that is inflation is to own assets. Okay, well, great. Anybody can own assets, right? The bad news is only 10% of Americans own 93% of the assets. And I'm going to guess that follows another power distribution. And of the 10%, I'm sure that 80% are 20% of the people. And so you're going to have some ridiculously small number that own all of the assets in America effectively. And then everybody else just gets absolutely hosed by inflation. And then they wonder, why can't I make ends meet? Now, when we did this in the 70s, we at least had women that could go into the workforce and start making money. And so household incomes could rise back up and match it. And cool, we were fine for another couple of decades. But we're now at the point where there's no that thing left anymore. There's no other person to put into the workforce. So I really think, despite that I agree with you very wholeheartedly, that people are in a position where they really do have it good. Poor people in America have it way better than people in other countries. However, it really is that things are getting more expensive. They really can't afford it. And the only asset they understand intuitively is a house, and houses are just completely out of reach because of inflation. And so now, because of deficit spending, they can't buy a house.
Yeah, fuck you, bitch.
How did he just kind of let that happen?
Tom, you look like a bot.
I looked like a bot?
Yeah, when you were running around sometimes, I thought you were a bot.
Why?
Just your outfit. Because your outfits when you're running around sometimes just looks like them.
Really? Weird. Anytime I see somebody in that, like they always look so much faster, and like they're bouncing around and they're so hard to hit. So every time I see that, I always think it's definitely not a bot.
I just made you host, Tom.
All right.
Oh no. It's a good challenge for me.
I mean, hey, that's better than me being host, right?
I didn't mind it.
Oh, really?
It's okay. If you guys have to carry me, obviously. I'm never gonna like win a game in this lobby, but
Yeah, Toms are gonna be easier for sure.
House, they can't get out from under their debt, and they can't afford things. And so I'm not confused when they're like, hey, I really want to be a socialist. And I'm just saying the bad news is, though, that will speed this problem up.
Yeah, see, already my hand feels so much better. Like playing games, I guess it's because my hand is moving and shit, but my hand feels so much better right now than it did like an hour ago. Can't hear you, Mantis.
I hear you.
It's just Tom who can't hear me.
Okay, now I hear you.
Oh, I said, do you have any rehab moves for your arm?
Yeah, I've been doing a bunch of them. And it feels better for like a couple minutes, but it's just from getting like the blood flowing and getting like and rubbing the joints and everything. But after a little bit, it comes right back.
Damn.
Now,
sure. So I understand what you've said. I feel like there's a couple things that are difficult to understand, though. One thing, you said that deficit spending was bad because it makes things cost more.
Yes.
But then I feel like earlier you said one of the big things is we have to devalue the currency.
Yeah.
So wouldn't printing more money and devaluing the currency, wouldn't this like play into the same thing when you want that to
if
happen?
I say you should never hit a woman, and then a woman rushes into the room and is hitting your child with a baseball bat, beat the shit out of that chick.
Okay.
So I'm just saying we're in a position where things are so bad. There are 4 levers that you have to pull. All of them are bad, but you have to pull all of them. You have to forgive some loans. Okay, that just means wiping out the wealth of some people.
So then the inflation stuff you think isn't necessarily that big of a deal right now because we need to devalue our currency.
No, the inflation is horrible, and I'm going to make it even worse. But the only way to get out of this predicament is to use deflationary and inflationary levers. We have 4 of them. 2 are deflationary, 2 are inflationary, and we're going to try to, oh God, get it just right and get it to the point where the people that we're stealing from by eliminating their, because when one person owes debt, that's somebody else's liability, somebody else's asset. And so as you wipe out one person's liability, you wipe out their asset. And so they just lost money that they work for. And it's just gone. And all you have for them is a sorry, that's just where we're at. So you're going to do some of that. You try not to do so much that those people openly revolt. You're going to have to do some money printing because you have to devalue the debt itself in order to get out of this. You're going to have to tax the wealthy more. There's just no way around that because you got to generate some additional funds somewhere. And then you have to go into austerity, but not so much that you freeze up the economy. Ray Dalio details exactly how to do it. It's called beautiful deleveraging. No one's ever going to do it. But those are your levers.
Okay, so I guess, and understanding this, and we don't have to retread too much of this, I don't want to circle the drain on this, but when I feel like I look at all of Trump's major economic policies, all of them just make everything you said worse. That's what I feel like. So you talk about like Gini coefficient inequality.
So out of this, your goal would be to convince me we're in a tough spot, Tom, but you're just better off with the Democrats.
1 trillion%.
I didn't say anything.
Being that there are 2 huge things that are easy money makers.
And really fast, just so I can map to this. The reason that you want to talk about that, which I find mildly interesting, but not super interesting, is because we live in a political world. We are going to have to elect somebody. And so let's just focus on who the somebody is.
A little bit, yeah. But it's also secondarily played into a thing where like somebody is telling you, I really, really love, I love sweet foods. I love sweet foods. They're my favorite. And I'm like, oh yeah, me too. Here's a candy bar. And then they dump like a bunch of salt in their mouth. And I'm like very confused. I'm like, I feel like something is not matching up. So like I hear you give a lot of like baseline stuff. And I'm like, that sounds good. I think I agree with that. But then the prescriptions are being like wildly different in terms of
Oh shit.
So 2.
Fuck. I didn't know that you already... I just dropped a fucking loadout.
No.
There's a sniper up there.
two easy
Where is
ways
he?
to make money that the Democrats were doing is one is funding
He's
your
up top.
IRS. You have to be able to collect the tax revenue that's owed to you. And the
marked
money
him.
we're saving here is on the scale of hundreds of billions of
I cracked
dollars
him.
for what the IRS itself has said.
Right
is
next
out
to you,
there for
Mantis.
monies that they get.
Buys
I think it's
buys
$600
some.
billion is the last number I saw. So that's the first thing. Biden expanded, was it 80,000 agents or something? And then Trump has now peeled that back. So that's one way to do it. And then the second way is income taxes are just such a nice and easy way to collect money. Everybody has a job. Generally, people have jobs. The money's just taken to your paycheck. It's super easy to administer. It's very easy to collect, and it's very easy to kind of like target different people with different tax rates. Tariffs are like the messiest, worst way to absolutely fuck over somebody who has to buy certain goods that is more important to them. Like it's a consumption tax basically, but it's a consumption tax that's probably disproportionately hurting poorer people. So when I look at Trump, we're making some money now through tariffs, which I would argue are also doing external damage. But forget it. Just looking at the consumer. So tariffs are probably one of the worst ways to tax the United States. And then he expanded the tax cuts, which is severely decreasing our government revenue. And then he peeled back all of our IRS collection stuff because they hate it. And then to satiate our debt woes, we got Doge, which went from saving $2 trillion to maybe $9 billion, if that. And it's like everything I've seen Trump do is horrible. Kamala wouldn't have solidified the tax cuts, which would have helped a lot on the revenue side of things. They would have maintained the hiring of the IRS agents, which so we can enforce the tax codes on the books, which is good. And then we wouldn't be doing this weird tariff thing, so we could negotiate better trade deals if we wanted to, or we would at least continue to have the poorest people be able to afford the things that they want, without disproportionately taxing them to try to make up for some new thing that she wouldn't have continued, which was the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Those are the big things that I see, and it just feels like all of them playing totally opposite directions from the Democrats and the Republicans. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Preparing for this episode and listening to
we're getting really into this. Yeah.
No, but I mean, I love this. Hopefully, my audience at least will enjoy this as well, as we've really become an economic focused group. But there are base assumptions that you and I don't share that make us
We're leaving Vandroid over there.
look at the same thing and then walk away with very different conclusions.
And
So-
what is the most important base assumption you think we're different on?
Based on what I know about you, I think the most important thing is the threat level you feel from Trump. And your threat level from Trump is, I don't know if, I think you would say that in
Front door.
your life,
Turn around, Mantis.
there's never been a politician that was more dangerous than Trump from we actually break the American system
I got him.
and we go down a super dark authoritarian path, like in reality, not in
another one.
meme land.
Shit.
Yeah. Well, I would say we're already down that path.
There's
We've
somebody
taken several
sniping at us from down.
Yeah, so that's
at,
where
control.
we disagree. I don't share that assessment. Even though I'll look at all the same things and I'm gonna nod and be like, yeah, that's terrible, and all the places you would expect me to, but the amplitude of him does not hit a threshold for me where I feel like this is a virus that's going to escape the lab and this is just going to go awry. Now, trust me, it is entirely possible that
so
life
many
teaches me
people
that I am
over on that
wildly
roof over there.
misreading the situation because I do think that he has authoritarian
We're not gonna
tendencies.
rock
I
it.
do
Just
think
cluster
if
strike them, bro.
he
It
saw a
would've
way
been
to
so
run for
easy.
another term, he would run for another term. We look at these things and
Can I ask just on that as like a thing? This is maybe a little unfair because I'm sure you talked to a lot of people. Maybe you don't have all this in your head, but can you think of, if you were to think of our talk like a year ago, we both made different predictions about what we thought like Trump would look like. Do you think there was anything that I was majorly off on? And then do you think there was anything you were majorly off on?
When I hear you describe what's happening, it's not the world I recognize. So it would be, is he doing authoritarian things? Yes. Did you call that? Yes. Is the stuff that he's doing freaking me out? No. So National Guard sending him into the States, it's weird.
Yeah,
Shouldn't
he
do it if they
sucks,
don't want
though.
to, unless something's really like out of pocket. That one to me feels like my wife,
Yeah,
if
he's not
she
very
is
insightful at all.
about to come on her period, she
I'd
really
crack
does
him.
parse data differently.
Sure.
Stimulus differently. She
Amanda.
responds to stimulus differently.
Fucker.
But I know you don't say it the first moment you notice it. You really got to push in deep before you're like, okay,
You
hold
can't
on
be
a
that
second. I
mad
think the
and snipe
stimulus
that
no
far.
longer,
That's not-
or the
that's
response
not
no longer
great.
matches the stimulus. So it's like you really got to give it some room to breathe. So I personally don't mind what he's doing because I don't like take the space outside of the ICE facility. To me, like law and order, like you gotta buckle down on that. You can't have people throwing shit, breaking shit, throwing rocks, That's just a hard pass for me. So for him to go in and say, hey, we're cleaning this up. When I hear the numbers on Chicago.
Something real quick. So you said clean this up. So here's something I'd be curious about, because you know a lot of numbers in terms of when 130%, debt to GDP ratio or 18 months is unsustainable, whatever. I'm curious, how many countries have survived after the head executive has started to weaponize the military against its own citizenry? Curious what the standard survival rate is on a country past that point, because what Trump is doing with the National Guard is something that I don't know, since the Civil War, I am not aware of any president ever abusing the National Guard in that way. They're not supposed to deploy to a state without the consent of the governor, and they're generally supposed to do it in like times of great emergency with the governor requesting. So
it's interesting. Again, you and I look at the same thing and we see something different. So I don't view what he's doing as weaponizing the military against his own citizenry. That is definitely not what I read.
Okay, well, but so factually, just is. If a military person is turned for law enforcement purposes, that's the military against the citizen.
But if they're upholding the laws of
they're
the
not
country,
supposed to uphold the laws. That's not what the military is for. The military is to fight foreign enemies. Laws are upheld by, you can say, federal law enforcement or state law enforcement or local law enforcement, but not the military.
So looking into the specifics of whether he's breaching the Constitution or not is a different question. But I will say, just like you feel like, listen, there's checks and balances.
There's two in here.
Keep Mamdani, even though he has the same murderous ideology that has killed and killed and killed. There are things that are going to stop him from being able to kill and kill and kill. I don't think Trump is going to use the military to coup the cities or anything like that.
They got me again.
If he does, that would be a huge alarm bell.
Fucking bitch.
Even though he did try to do a coup before, and even though he has said that he intends to deploy the military against the wishes of people, and even though he is talking about extra security measures around polling stations that he's saying.
The way that
I hate that the world made me think the information I've received was a lie. Okay, I'm not understanding that one. With Lily and Clint, I don't know. I think you guys have to buy me back.
Okay. I'm going over to the buy station. Someone coming.
There's somebody right there.
Oh.
Yeah, he's right to the left. Yeah, right there.
I need to get smokes or something.
Jesus, I suck. It's too far away from me. Should just do this. Oh
okay, I'm back. I'm back.
What the fuck?
I blew him up.
Tom by you.
I got Band-Aid.
Motherfucker said buy a UV over me. What kind of trash is that?
He's on the roof.
Cracked him.
Oh, I really bad packet loss. I don't know what's going on.
About, bro.
Come on, kid, you're done.
You're the one with the sniper.
Fucking camper.
You want to just camp that little angle? Yeah, you're trying to fucking camp through the game.
Shut
Casual.
the fuck up, shit.
Camp harder.
Fuck me, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck. Fuck. I thought he was still up there. I thought he's not coming down. There's no way he's coming down. I could have had the drop on him. Shit.
Try hard.
I'm playing like shit today.
Yeah, I am too.
Gotta get my head in the game. Alright, I'm gonna make myself more comfortable. Instead of lying down here.
I see, and I think you're referencing January 6th. The way that I see January 6th is something along the lines of, I'm not going to coup the government unless you're going to do it, right? One of those where it's like, he's not coming out and saying it. I've seen what that really looks like. Like if you look in history at people who are actually like, I'm here to coup the government, it looks dramatically different.
It looks about exactly the same. Hitler looked exactly the same.
No way.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
That is absolute madness. So this Hitler was amassing
Scholastic
like
just
private
wants a large
brown
house in the
shirts,
city.
getting them to
He wants
go
to
and physically beat people up, not like
So
not
the
like
difference, the biggest difference between Hitler and Trump, which is very unfortunate, is that Hitler had to be more intelligent and more subversive because Hitler didn't already have the support of the entire population. So where you reference brown shirts, Donald Trump is just deploying ICE agents and trying to fight with the Supreme Court that he can racially profile people, or he is deploying the National Guard to places saying that he's solving crime. Like anytime your head executive of your country is saying we're using the military for law enforcement, that's such an insanely scary idea. And when you're deploying, when Governor Newsom is speaking at some arena and for no reason Trump is just deploying federal agents all over this, like this is one of the reasons why the Bill of Rights, why the
Sorry, what were you saying about Scholastic?
I just said Scholastic wants it all. He wants all the kids and the big house in the middle of the city, and he wants access to free fucking healthcare probably. He's a fucking
Yeah, well, yes, because I was about to say, where the fuck is that happening? Like it's not, it's fine to want that. It's fine to think that that's like to want that as a thing, but it's fucked up when people act like that's like the norm, and that like if you don't have that, then you're fucking up, and that because everybody in our country doesn't have that, we're fucking up. Like that's the issue.
Is it crazy to want a yard? Yeah, maybe. Like, not many people have yards here where I live.
Well, yeah, same in like England and Australia and like Switzerland. It like all over the place. The America and the way that we lived, and the way that we live, we are just extremely spoiled, and the fact that we have it better than a ton of people makes it to where we just expect way better than everybody else. And we still have it better than everybody else and are still complaining.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I was watching the fucking stream.
Oh no. You mean the chat?
Yeah. Alright, I'm locked in.
Sorry, I know you wanted to beat him up.
Wow,
Do you want this, Ladra?
Yes. I'm gonna do my key card.
Constitution was created. It's one of the reasons why we had the Articles of Confederation before our constitutional convention, is because states said, I'm not going to let a federal government send your shit in here and tell us how to do our stuff. And now as conservatives and maybe the country, a lot of people in the country are like, oh, well, you know, if the military wants to do law enforcement, that should be a deeply unnerving thing. I just don't see much of a difference there in terms of Trump sending his people. Like he's tried to get more people to sign up for ICE. He's increased the budget of it like 10x. He's written executive orders to like try to facilitate more law enforcement joining, you know, his military. So, you know, like people like the brown shirts eventually become things like the Gestapo or whatever, right? Like the SS. I mean, Trump just is already in government, is already president, has it. So I just don't see a significant difference there, I guess.
So when I look at that and reading Mein Kampf, seeing what his plan was, seeing how he enacted it, seeing how he would walk into a room with his thugs and be like, are you going to get on board? If they say no, he'd walk out and his thugs would just shoot him. So you may have a mental map that that's the kind of person that Trump is. I do not share that mental map at all. And because I don't have that mental map of Trump, I can't make the jump to like, oh, this is the kind of thing. It's just going to keep escalating and escalating and escalating.
So when Trump says things about like deporting Mamdani,
yeah,
that doesn't sound like it's approaching that, because that's that's the one step off of like killing somebody. Is I'm going to deport you. I'm exiling you from my country because I don't like you politically.
Destiny, I like you a lot, but
Yeah.
you will say the most unhinged shit, and I'll just be like, look, it's Destiny. You got to contextualize it. He's got a whole thing about you have to use this kind of bombastic rhetoric to get people's attention, but he's really a sensible guy. And so I am always quick to be like, I think I know who Destiny is as a person. Like, I'm going to like give space for that.
Okay.
I feel the same way about Trump.
Do you think that I would speak the exact same way if I was a president of the United States? There are ways that you talk to friends.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you would never talk
Seriously.
to an employee like. There are ways
Here's
you
how
talk to,
I've
yeah.
mapped you.
Okay.
You are
What?
extremely intelligent.
Sure.
You have many gears, and you will use the gear that's effective. If you saw that you needed to do one of your patented, I say unhinged in a fun, playful way. If you had to do one of your patented Destiny, no longer Stephen Bonnell, like Destiny unhinged rants because your base needed to know you were there, the thing that made them love you, that person's still in there, that you've not become some cuck politician, you would do it. And
So I guess I understand you saying that, but like there are things that like even in Mamdani's acceptance speech saying that like he's going to be mayor for all of New York and he's going to try to do whatever he can to do right by all of, New Yorkers or whatever. I'll say things like, I think MAGA's lost their fucking mind. I think half this country is insane. If I was an elected leader of people, especially if half my constituents were MAGA, I wouldn't say that, right? I think it's a little bizarre to look at my speech patterns and then say, well, as long as Trump is better than that, like we occupy totally different lanes.
Trump is better than that.
I say a lot of unhinged stuff, but my role is entertainer, activist, like political pundit at most. Like that's the lane that I'm in. If I was doing advocacy for a particular cause, if I was an elected politician or leader, like my tone would change significantly to match the new role. Like,
sure, I get that. But if Trump doesn't view the world that way and is therefore violating the ethos that you have, this is an idea that's helped me a lot. If you look at the way somebody behaves and go, what would it mean if I did that? And then you're like, holy shit, that would be so crazy. You have to look at them and go, what does it mean when they do that? So and this is where we just read Trump differently. And I know I'm totally, if he ends up being a maniac, then I was just wrong and I could not read this guy and I made catastrophic
I understand
errors.
you say that, but he has done all the things.
I think you're misreading it. I think
How the fuck did I not
view
get
of amplitude that you have is way off the fucking mark. So him sending in troops, if he...
That's not a big deal.
To me, not at all.
Do you think him playing games with...
He sent him to LA.
Sure.
What's different in LA? Literally nothing.
And no other president has found the need to do this, to function this way.
No, we're not. This is the first time we've been in a populist moment in modern history. So,
and then the second thing is, or another thing is, what about playing games with FEMA funds? Telling some states that if you don't follow me politically, I'm not going to make FEMA funds about it. He was saying he was going to pull federal funding from
Trump
New York.
will weaponize anything and everything that he thinks he can get away with.
Sure, but so that's the thing he'll do, right?
Yeah.
But you just said weaponize anything and everything he can get away with. So why not deport Mamdani if he could?
Yeah, would I be surprised if he actually deported Mamdani? Yes, I would be.
Why?
But I think
if I'm looking for leadership on this, I would look at Rubio and the State Department. I would look at the fact that they abolished all of USAID without any input from Congress, and I would look at the fact that they are selectively deporting visa holders based on their position on Israel-Palestine. That seems to be that maps on pretty cleanly.
So you look at that.
There's so many people down here. I'm dead.
We've gone
down.
full Gestapo.
Yeah, he's taking the First Amendment rights away from visa holders for issues that he thinks are politically expedient, and then deporting people as a result of that. That's like way beyond any American pale that I think that like it's so far gone. That's crazy at that point.
Look, if he's violating due process in a way that I'm unaware of, yeah, bad.
Okay, suing pollsters because he doesn't like the polls that they do, or suing the media companies, the FCC pressure to get
but so
Jimmy
this
Kimmel
is where
out.
we get into the dirty tricks. First of all, Jimmy Kimmel went back, so I don't think
He did come back after a huge public outcry. There was pressure by the FCC to have him fired, and then a threat to pull licenses from all the underlying companies if they didn't.
Right, but do you think that that's unique to him? Do you
Yes.
think that? Interesting. That does not match the reality that I live
There's
in.
no
So-
example you can give on the Democrat side of anything remotely like that.
So when you look at all of the
Yeah, 'cause he's
the
stupid.
information on the Russia hoax, to you, not a hoax.
Yeah, we can go up
Russia
there.
really was involved. That was all above board.
we? Fuck it.
1
Obama
million.
wasn't
Yeah, I'm
trying to
grabbing
do
a couple
it.
UAVs if you want
I've
to
read
come
all the
get
underlying
one.
documents.
Yeah,
I've read them all the
very fair.
report. I've read the like. It's all. Not only is it true, it's worse than most people
So
even.
your
think.
map is Democrats honorable, Republicans, Trump especially, unhinged liars who will do whatever to amass more power.
100%, yeah.
Not my read in the slightest.
Okay.
So
And then I'll just
you
say
had-
that a year
hold
ago
on.
I made a bunch of predictions.
Let
I feel
me
like.
ask.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Was Biden cognitively capable of being
Fuck, I'm
president?
down.
I think absolutely. I never saw any evidence that he
Okay.
wasn't.
Then we just again we look at the same thing and we see something different.
Who is
And
it?
If
that
I were to
He's
point
coming
to
in
an
the front
example, if I
door.
were to ask you, did Biden need
He's coming back to you. Don't. No, okay, never mind. Oh, he's up top now too.
I'm down too.
Oh shit. Okay, we're all down.
What?
Fuck. That was your fault, Red.
Yeah, this dude just landed in
not
with
see
the
the
fucking.
glint.
Oh, what is happening
Wow, this game
today?
actually hasn't made me mad like this in a while.
I need to change my loadout. That was like the worst game.
That was my first
One
death.
death, one kill.
Yeah. Well, oh, one kill. Sheesh. Okay. I'm gonna say that from the little bit that I saw, you are still loading, or sorry, not loading, aiming, and there were like 3 people that I killed.
I can't figure it out.
Yeah, it's I always start with hip aim, then go to aim, and then most of the time end on hip aim, especially if I'm like getting them while they're down.
My aim is this gun has really bad range. So unless they're close, it's not very easy to control at a very
Yeah, sure. From
That's
far, from a distance, that makes sense. But there were some where you were like right next to them, and you were shooting at them, and you were aiming like an inch from them,
Yeah,
and
I still
I
do
was
that.
downing them.
It's just a habit. I can't like train myself out of it right now.
Yeah.
I am honestly literally trying, and I just can't seem to do it.
Yeah, it just takes practice. Like it's hard to remember, is what it is. Like it's hard to even think about it.
I was running around in circles that game, not finding anybody. Every time I heard anything, I'd run over and everyone was already dead. And so then I'd run to a new area and then nothing. And then I'd go back and everyone was already dead. It's the whole game.
I
And
kept
I got downed a couple of times.
I kept finding precision airstrikes, and I was just aiming them up by the prison and like in those houses and everything. It just kept dropping them up there. But almost every time I'd start doing it, I'd get shot from somebody from behind. So yeah, I still have. I can't use a wild card until level 24, and I'm at level 22. So I'm.
Yeah, that does suck. Let me just change my sniper to something else.
need his executive orders explained to him when they were brought? You couldn't find a single video of that happening.
I have
right?
to imagine Biden wouldn't be able to take his own medication without somebody explaining it. to
Sure,
him.
you can say that, but the difference is that Trump has already lied about his medical history. Do you acknowledge that his doctor has lied as well?
I don't know, but would not be
He has
surprised.
the chronic venous issue.
Would
that
not be
Okay, so he
surprised.
did. He lied about his medical history. Biden never lied about his medical history that we can see.
Then he doesn't know it or something. The
Sure.
man had dementia, whether it was Alzheimer's or not, I don't know. But like
you can say that, but you have no evidence for that.
Yes, I do.
What?
I
Because of the way he
trust
spoke?
my eyes because of the fact that
What the hell is
inside
that?
of their own government
It's ghosts.
administration, they had a group that referred to themselves as the Politburo, which, as you well know, is the group in a communist country that runs the country. So to me, like, and again, this is a what are my
This guy is so fucking weird, dude. I know Biden had dementia because I trust my eyes. What the fuck? What the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah.
Like, what level of unhinged are you, bro? When you have to say, I know he has dementia because I trust my eyes. What?
I honestly can't wait for my bet to come true. Like my bet to come through, and Trump's gonna cark it before the end of this term, and then now who's got the fucking problems?
Who is
Oh,
this
he's
guy?
so
Well, they're
healthy.
just gonna deny it.
What is his name? Tom Billieu?
Yeah,
They'll be like,
that-
"Oh,
Tom Bellew, yeah.
Are you
I got
ready?
another skin too. Oh yeah, we're all ready.
Okay.
Don't nobody care about Van.
sensitivities versus what are
Yeah,
I love
yours?
that.
I am totally
I love
freaked
that
out.
Andrew's
He
like the
actually started.
dedicated sniper. He just like finds a good spot and like murks everybody from up at the top of a building.
Yeah.
it's hella fun."
It is,
Yeah,
yeah.
I just went and made a sniper loadout just because. Oh, wait. Actually, I think I just changed it. I think I just fucked up and I got rid of it. I did. I'm a fucking idiot. Shit.
There's snipers everywhere though.
Yeah, but you want it with your loadout. Like, and especially you want to be able to build one where it's going to have like more steady. So the other day you were sniping at the end of a game trying to get somebody, and I was going to tell you to hold your breath, but I didn't. I knew that you would get stressed out if I did. But yeah, you pushed down on the right analog because I was watching your thing just kind of swiveling past their face over and over, and you were waiting for a good shot.
No, it's the left analog.
Is it left analog?
For me, it
Okay.
is, yeah.
Okay, you might be wrong. Yeah, or, sorry, you might be right. I thought it was right, but you could be correct. I feel like maybe they changed it because I feel like I remember how annoying it was that I'm trying to like aim with the right analog and I had to push down to hold my breath at the same time. And so yeah, I'm wondering if maybe they changed it because of that reason because that was fucking obnoxious. Okay. I probably need to turn up some of the sound effects a bit because I can't hear where shots are coming from. All right, you want to go to the spot this time? Get our key cards from the long building.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Alright. I just upped the activity on my mic.
Holy shit.
Or down to, yeah, down.
You're cutting out hardcore, Red.
Oh. Is this better?
Yeah, so far.
Alright, yeah, no, I was saying that I upped the sensitivity on my mic. But
Yeah, it is still
lowered it
fucking
down.
up bad. Like,
Okay.
it is rough. There's an LC-10 here if anybody wants it. There's 3 guys in the water behind us.
Yeah, I wonder where they all went. There were so many dropping in.
Yeah.
good?
Where's the other one? Yeah, that's better. Okay, that one's dead. Oh,
Got that.
he's still alive. He was plain dead.
He went under
Okay.
the water probably.
No, he died.
Did you get him?
Yeah, he died. I
Oh,
feel like there's one more back here, but I don't see them. So.
Bounty.
Fuck.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job.
I got bounty boys, that's all that matters.
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Reloading. They got me. Armor's gone. Mark remaining operators from that squad.
Oh, y'all actually gonna go for that? Okay, yeah.
Hostile shooter. All squad mates are in the safe zone. Switching that. Gas is inbound. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Enemy soldier incoming. Target down. Here we go. Marking the rest of them. Switching mags. Taking fire.
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
Eyes on enemy. Adding armor. Dropping into the AO.
Oh, there's so many people here.
Thanks. I was reloading.
Motherfucking bot just stole my kill. Bot?
I'm not a bot. I know you guys think I look like one, but oh fuck no. Oh, there he is. Fuck.
Nice, Vandred.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Oh, I didn't get my key card yet.
I neither. Bit preoccupied right now.
All right, I'm going to get mine now.
Where'd they land?
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest. Reloading. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
See, I tried to do it just then and I couldn't even aim at him.
Yeah, because you have to get used to turning slower. Like, that's why it hurts you when you're aiming, is because you turn too slow. And so then when you're not aiming, you have to turn slower. Does that make sense?
Whoa.
What? That made no sense.
No,
So-
it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so it's that while you're aiming, it doesn't let you turn fast. But when you're not aiming, everything's way more sensitive. So you have to be like a lot more careful and turn more slowly.
We change that. If I
Okay,
have aim sensitivity really
I got my
low.
key card. And I got the loadout. Boom.
You've got a loadout drop inbound. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
Fuck around with ammo. Oh, we have a load of drop. Never mind.
So many loadouts. What? From where? Shit, airstrike.
There's a
Damn it.
what do you call it?
I'm dead.
I just flashed them.
How many, Tom? Oh, that was Mantis? Dead?
Yeah.
One on the roof.
Oh, I got him. I cracked him. Shit.
Oh, fire sale? Don't mind if I...
Fuck. I'm down. I'm dead.
What the hell kind of loadout drop?
They're all over by the little garage at the long building. There's 4 over there. 2 on top, 1 in the garage, or in the little thing.
Oh my god, I'm trying to land on the buy station.
Bro, you are roboting so hard right now.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay, the loadout's gone. There's another loadout on top of the water tower. I'm gonna go try to get that. Fuck. Yeah, I'm in trouble. Okay, I got it. Haha.
Damn it!
Bots are like fucking gnats.
Oh shit, dude. Yeah, I got fucked up.
Yeah, that guy just killed me.
I saw. I was trying to get to you before he could kill you.
This isn't any better, is it?
I can't tell. It's hard to tell because like it goes in and out, but
Where should we
okay.
drop?
Well, I want to drop to the loadout again, which is up on top of this water tower. So I'm going to try to get it one more time. Ah, shit. I missed it. Yep. Okay, I'm coming back.
Shit, I don't have a gun.
Watch my back. Don't let him kill me.
Oh, in here, there's 2 down. Fuck, we're not fighting together.
We are. You weren't.
Shit.
There's 2 right here. 1 here. 1 more.
They're reviving in the building. They're about to come off that.
Fuck, 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 fuck. I'm about to die.
Shit. Oh, I can't get you. Fuck.
God, they just ran up.
Fuck! I had a fucking... I just put a precision strike there. I was just waiting for it to fucking drop. Shit. I thought I had a flash, so I was going to try to flash them right when they got there, and I just used it. That game was a bit better.
Bro, every game is shit.
No, that one was
What a
better.
day.
That one was better.
out by communism, socialism.
Okay,
for
so let's get
reasons.
away from the random reports of policy. What was the how did that come out in a policy manner? What is our external evidence
it
of
is my map of the situation that you did not for some number of years or some percentage of the time that Biden was not actively the one running the country.
Because I don't have any evidence of that. Whereas
Well,
today I can so like for instance, here's the thing. We just saw Trump admit that he had no idea, I guess, that he pardoned the Binance guy or whatever.
He didn't say he didn't know that he pardoned him. He said he didn't know who he was.
So who pardoned him?
This guy's telling me who I trust. You should pardon this guy because this is all bullshit. This is Biden going after these guys. Yeah, Biden going after anybody in crypto. Cool.
So
Like,
what you've just
shut that
described
down.
is there's somebody else running the government besides Trump.
No,
and
I
there's
think you're. Look, even as a CEO, it's not that you're not running the company. It's that you trust certain people to have a sense of like what's going on. They're going to bring it to you, get you to weigh in. But I'm saying if they're not bringing it to him, if they're not getting him to weigh in, that he's just completely checked out because he can hardly talk and hold a thought in his head. That's a very different thing than you're running an entire country. You've got all these international.
So who is
deals.
telling Trump who to pardon?
I don't know who that person.
That's supposed to be the power exclusively granted to the president.
Yeah, so they bring it to him. They make the argument. And he says,
Who's
"Yeah,
they?
I'm here for it." Whoever the person was that came to him.
Who is that?
But if
it doesn't bother you, don't even know who that
Hold on.
is.
It's a knowable name, right?
No, it's not. We don't know who's
so you're
giving these
saying
things.
they're gonna like keep that under shroud.
I'm saying that
and,
I disagree with Destiny on this point. I think that that's pretty common. Like, I think for the most part, other people are going over who gets pardoned, who doesn't get pardoned, and just kind of handing them off and just kind of saying, hey, yeah, we chose these people. Go pardon them. Okay, you want to go same place, just go in the long building first and get the key cards and then go back out? Or...
Let's try control.
Control... Where the fuck is control? Oh, down here?
I'm landing on it. I pinged it also, yeah.
I have no idea where control is.
It's where we used to go when we first started playing.
Oh, okay. I got you.
We're at it. I pinged this scanner.
Oh shit, I'm down. I'm dead.
Good choice. What an amazing choice that was.
Who?
Fucking.
They all die in the mortars.
I didn't.
That was that was a pretty smart move
I
from
just
him.
died from somebody else.
There's a guy landing here. Oof, that was close.
Yo, there's a loadout box right there. Someone wants to go to that red box I pinged. That's a loadout box. You'll get your loadout.
I got one. But it was a different one, I think. It wasn't pink.
I'm dead again. That was so stupid.
You go to tents?
Yeah, I guess. This is, like, this team here is pretty slick, though.
Fuck!
Yeah, there's nobody over here, so I'm landing over here where we normally go for the fucking key card.
Okay. I really just want one good game.
Oh shit.
Where'd they go?
They're dead.
Got 'em. Yay, thank God. I just did the hip thing and it still didn't work. I can't do it.
You can do it. Just make sure your hips don't lie.
I feel like I'm like, it's my first day playing the game again today for some fucking reason.
Oh, I'm an idiot. I didn't get the fucking key card. I landed right there and never
There's a
got it.
loadout right here.
Oh, there is. Okay.
Yo,
We are
Tom,
being
buy
tracked.
UAV.
Yep.
Am I being tracked from someone? Shit. Bro, I'm just getting cooked.
Right up there. I'm out of ammo. I can't do anything.
Oh my God, I'm surrounded, bro.
I got you.
Shit.
Oh, fuck. Whoa. I'm getting killed. Yeah, I'm down.
From where? I'm over here.
I think from up
Okay.
top.
Damn it, I need ammo. Can't stay up here forever.
So do I. I found a munitions box.
Oh shit.
I just pinged it.
He did. Damn it, Vantarid, no! I'm gonna buy a UAV.
I just popped mine, so don't use yours.
Don't use it?
Yeah, don't use it yet. Yo, those guys on me, like real people.
Yeah, there's a guy right up in the window where I just marked a second ago. Shit, I thought there was armor in here, or ammo in here or some shit. Fuck.
Loading fresh mag. You're in the top 3. Don't let up now.
Fuck.
Fuck!
Turn around, turn around, turn around. Fucking ass, y'all ass.
I couldn't get in the window.
The weird stuff that you're worried about under Biden that we have no evidence of it ever happening, we see it happening right now on TV with Trump, but for some reason you're not perceiving that. Trump is pardoning people and he doesn't know anything about them and he can't answer questions about them. There are politicians being killed in this country. It happened to the 2 Minnesota lawmakers. He didn't know anything about it sometimes, even though he did 6 months earlier. He told Walls, I'm not calling that guy, he's a whack. Yeah.
That you give such a pass to Biden in a way that I cannot reconcile.
Because I'm trying to, tell me what is the evidence of Biden being senile that doesn't involve him being a shitty debater?
I guess
Put the clips on. He literally can't speak at times.
So besides him being a bad speaker.
No. It's not being a bad speaker. That is cognitive decline.
So you have no examples besides him being. If we were to compare,
so weird.
Well, I'm curious. If we were to compare Biden's State of the Union to Trump's State of the Union, which one do you think sounded more coherent?
I mean, with Trump, for sure, far and away.
Absolutely not. I totally disagree. Trump not only so for instance, Biden was able to deliver his State of the Union while I think Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene were standing up and screaming at him in Congress. He had a comeback for him and he continued on. When Trump had any people making noise, Mike Johnson started saying he was going to throw people out of Congress because he couldn't deal with it. Trump repeats the same 5 talking points over and over again, right? Well, the difference is you can say, well, just look and see. And I can give you example after example. How many illegal immigrants came into this country? It started at 10 million under Biden. Then it was 15, 20. The last I heard from Trump, it was 25 million came in. I don't know what the actual number is. I see that he's lied about his health. That seems to be the case. He just got an MRI recently. We don't know what it was for. They're not releasing the evidence there.
Let's go one by one because wall of facts, which admittedly is a very impressive technique that you use.
Sure.
But if you take them one by one, should we have opened the border?
Should we have opened the border?
Yeah, just open borders, let people in.
No, but we never had open borders.
Really?
Correct.
So should we have treated the borders the way that we did? Like you just hung up on the word open?
Well, yeah, because open implies some
Did we do a good thing over Biden's term in terms of it positively impacting America? With the borders.
We could have had better border enforcement, I think. There were a lot of other issues going on in the country at the time.
But are you worried that I'm going to got you there? I'm trying to build a mental model of what you believe.
Well, the conversation is, how do we think who is senile versus the other person?
Yeah, but remember, so you and I are probably involved in a very different conversation right now. So
I'm just thinking in terms of senility, in terms of mental faculty. Yeah. If I'm looking at mental faculty, so one at a time. So very first thing, I've never seen somebody have to explain an executive order to Biden every single one that Trump signs is explained to him, and oftentimes it looks like he doesn't even know what he's like. Oh, this sounds like a good idea, and then he signs.
What
Okay, so
happened with
on
this
that,
update? It's
what
like everyone's come to play now.
They probably made it to where you wait longer instead of getting like the best signal. They're willing to let you have a worse signal to have more people in a game and less bots. And so I think that that's like one of the big differences. Is that yeah,
Oh
it's
yeah, Red, your mic is still a bit scuffed. I don't know if you're cutting out a bunch or something.
let's go
Black Ops
headquarters.
7 comes out in like 2 days.
So yeah, I think
Oh really?
I think that's the difference, is that like one thing that we're getting is longer pings, which I didn't used to get, like up in like the 30, 40 range, which now almost every game is up there. But yeah, we just have way less bots.
Marking weapon. Enemy dropping into the AO.
All right, I'm getting my key card.
Adding armor.
So yeah, so I just think that they're making it to where the instead of trying to get you the best ping possible with the, you know, for the best game connection possible, instead they're willing to let you have a worse connection for more real players. And the fucking bots are much better too, so it's even harder to tell who's a bot and who's not.
Yeah. Kind of struggling today.
Adding armor.
Nice.
What the hell? Where's Vandred?
You just died in the bottom of the prison.
At the submarine.
I just killed the guy who... Oh, submarine. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I was looking right where I saw you die, where it looked like you died, so I was waiting, and somebody ran right out. So I thought, okay, I just killed the guy who killed Vandred, but nope.
Oh, there's an idea.
What is happening? My gun is cooked. That was so weird. It like wouldn't aim. Just kind of glitched.
Oh, maybe you press down on the D-pad, aiming, but can't hit.
Maybe.
Yeah, try aiming and pressing down on the D-pad.
Enemies are dropping into the area.
Does anyone want money?
Oh, I forgot to cash in my shit. Okay, I'm cashing it in now.
Key card.
Okay.
You can cut people's parachutes with the helicopter? What have I been doing in my life? I have a new goal in life.
Friendly loadout drops on the way. Enemy moving.
He's hurt. Bad.
Enemy moving.
He's dead.
There's another one here. He's down.
You get him?
Yeah, turn around behind you.
He's dead too.
Oh, damn.
Bro, why couldn't I take him as a shield? Tom.
Yeah.
I'm trying to run to you.
Huh?
Hey, it's funny. Behind you. Directly behind you.
Oh, goddamn. Here we go.
Go about Lodi whenever you're ready. Who, me?
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
And I disappeared.
Man, don't laser me like that again, bro.
Do it.
That's not very nice.
My fault, OG.
We've got 10 squads active in the field.
Fuck you.
Kill confirmed. Here we go. We've located the rest of them.
Someone killed me at the bottom of prison.
Squad mate is redeploying.
Oh, I was. Who? Man,
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
Are we getting a loadout or should I drop to that other one?
Yeah, I just killed everybody over here, so if you wanna.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Oh, I'll just come get that. Oh, there's someone behind. I'm landing right above him.
Your squad's in the safe zone. Gas moving.
People on the roof.
Damn, there's so much loot.
Fuck, he got me. He's in the basement. Pumpkinhead.
Weapons free.
Okay, we didn't get a loadout.
Not yet.
All right.
Hostile shooter. Enemy moving. Enemy moving. Setting rally point. Eyes on enemy. Head for my waypoint.
Fuck, there's a bunch of people back here behind the house.
Yep. They're just bots.
Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. I'm under fire. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
Oh no. Oh no, shiver me timbers.
Oh yeah. Buy station prices are adjusted.
Hello. Hi. Hey, hey.
Hi.
Ah! Ah! Hey, hey. Talk about this. Talk about this too.
Resurgence window is ending. Watch your six.
Disappeared. Where you go?
Behind you, Red.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
Hey.
You have reinforcements inbound. Too close.
Alright, I'm landing on top of you, Tom, but every time I have...
Who's dead?
Okay, can we get the loadout now?
Be advised. You still have squad mates outside the safe zone.
Right in by you.
I dropped my money for the second time. Here you go.
Oops, I didn't mean to pick that up.
Bro, you got 31 G's, my guy. You do not need my money. Holy
Well,
shit,
oh my
Tom.
goodness, you guys are so fucking, like, you always need me to buy everything for you, okay? You guys need to learn to be
He was
independent.
asking us about it. We already got it. Or at least I do.
The enemy lost track of you. Good work down there. Enemy soldier incoming.
Damn
What?
it! Damn it!
Oh, what the fuck? Okay, well, I just dropped my money. I thought you guys were standing right next to me.
I done wiped this team like 5 times, bro.
Van Dread, will you get out the fucking helicopter? Oh my goodness. What the fuck?
I'm having more fun in the helicopter
What
than
the
I've had on
fuck?
ground for so long, alright?
Bro, you have 3 kills. Come on, bro.
What the fuck is he doing? He's been in the helicopter the whole fucking game.
That is so
You're
fucking
not allowed
funny,
to tell me how to
dude.
have fun.
He has 3 kills.
Yeah, and you know what? I haven't died. Great. Doing better than you guys.
Well done. Alright, well I need to be brought back, I guess. Yeah, there. Now you can aim. Okay, go by me. Wait, get her cash behind her. There you go.
One cannot
Oh, I'm back.
underestimate the importance
You just got
of
it.
surveillance.
Okay, I'm coming to the loadout. Don't. Oh shit.
That's a smokestack.
Fucking great.
It's on the ground there.
Oh my god. Fuck this.
Bye-bye.
I can't run around and shoot these people, so.
Well, I don't have any armor, so I'm kind of fucked here. Can you mark them, Van Dread?
How happened? I don't know where they're at. They're probably inside the prison. That's where they were last time.
They are inside. They're at the bottom level of the prison. How have you not crashed yet?
Oh, sniper. Over there.
Enemies are dropping into the area.
Going up on the roof. Another one down there.
Somewhere where I can shoot it. I'm out.
You're in the top 3. Don't let up now. Adding armor. Move to the safe zone. Gas is closing in.
Fuck. I just totally missed them right at the beginning. You got this, Van Dread.
Wasted said you're plating up gives him anxiety.
Over here, you little bastard.
Yeah, every game,
Smoke, see what happens.
after the fucking game, I check this chat, and there's Van Dread like 10 times. Played up, Tom. Played up, Tom. Played up, Tom. Played up, Tom.
Van Dread or wasted?
Wasted.
You're thinking wasted. I don't play it up like ever. Dude, come here. Let me chopper you guys.
This is so funny.
That was a bitch move.
Well, I missed the flashbang, so I ended up hitting one person, but I fucked up.
Did I get him? Nope.
Nah.
Did I get them? What the fuck?
I killed that Chucky, for the record. I don't see you guys killing the Chucky.
I think there was only one other person left besides you, right? So I had one person that was just about dead, but I barely fucking, I was like an inch off for the first like little bit that I was shooting them.
I had that purple skin right there. I was actually thinking about
Mm-hmm. Cool story.
I see is somebody who we've had all these policy discussions. I know what they're going to end up being. When you present them to me, just remind me which one this is. And then, yep, cool, got it. This is not somebody who's like, I have no idea what's going on and I'm befuddled.
Okay.
Like that is, now that may be your read, but that definitely is not my read. Like that seems so like blasé. Yeah, got it. Like there's so many things, so many moving parts.
So what are the moving? Okay, so then the second thing, Trump said he was going to Russia instead of Alaska to go and talk to Putin. What are the gaps for Biden here in terms of mixing up even like the places he's visiting?
Does that, like, if he said I'm going to Azerbaijan to meet with Putin, that might be a little bit weird. But if you say the country name of the person, the number of times I see people point out gaffes that Trump made that I'm like, God damn, I could see myself doing the same thing. And I'm not in cognitive decline. So that one like just doesn't feel like a big gotcha. Like
Tries to argue with Zelensky, you got invaded in 2015 instead of 2014. I don't know why he tried to argue that point.
Yeah, but now you're doing the thing my wife does where you think you're average and everybody else is dumb. Like your mind remembers facts in a way that the average person just is never going
Trump shouldn't
to
be the
remember
average
facts.
person. He's the president
I
of the
get
United
it, but he's
States.
going to be good at different things. So he obviously knows how to aggregate people around him to get into power. He was should have been an invisible real estate developer in New York that nobody ever knows about, but has been able to make himself absolutely the most famous person on planet Earth. You can hate that all you want, but it is.
I don't hate
certainly a
it.
skill
I acknowledge you won a popularity contest. I got that. Okay.
Cool. So, unfortunately, as you said at the beginning of the interview, that's really what today is about. We
Sure.
live in that age. This
But
is
you
a
could be
populist
senile and be
moment.
popular.
I think it is important for each of us to understand that we look at the same thing and we walk away with a different read on it, and
Okay.
then we can explain why we think that. Like, I have tremendous fears of the distortions that happen on the pathology that happens on the left. I'm far more afraid of that. And when I look at
True. I just feel it's difficult today. I feel like everyone's really good.
Long spot again, or like the Haba. All right, Haba. Haba.
Yeah.
We're gonna get in our cars and go to the harbor.
That's right.
Have a beer at the harbor. There's a bunch of guns in here. Ames, compact.
Hey!
What?
That's what you get. Get killed by a bot. What'd you learn?
Enemy soldier incoming.
Oh, you done.
Wait, who the fuck is shooting?
They're up there on the roof.
Oh.
Get him, Andred. Get him, Vandred. Get him with the chopper.
Oh, they got scared.
I just flashbanged them.
Pussies.
Target down. Marking the rest of them. They got me. Precision airstrike ready for tasking.
Shit!
Are they real?
No. Oh.
You can have them.
Oh my goodness, I know there's enemies close. That's why I want you to use the fucking airstrike.
I don't have any ammo in that gun that I just fucking showed you.
Well, there's still a bunch in here, and I got here's an ammo box. Oh, you're all the way over there. Never
You're
mind.
getting fucking ugly.
You have reinforcements inbound.
Fuck the bride of Chucky. Red, do you know where there's another helicopter?
How about bride of
I
bitch?
just said
Bro, get the fuck out of the helicopter and play with the team.
that guy.
Get it done. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
I just checked all the locations where the helicopters normally are, and that there's.
They got me.
Fuck. Fuck.
Incoming subtext.
Oh, there's one at the harbor.
Yeah, there's. I'm trying to get him. He's been fucking me this whole time. Oh my goodness. Fucking shit.
Oh my god, my aim.
Oh my goodness. You gotta be kidding me. I'm dead.
Redeployed and ready for business.
Alright, going to the loadout real quick.
Only 10 left. Enemy soldier incoming. Target down. Marking the rest. Adding armor. Armor's gone.
Damn it, there's people dropping over there. I just need to get a loadout.
Switching mags. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Taking fire. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Adding armor. Enemy dropping into the AO. Armor's gone. Target down. Marking the rest of them. Kill confirmed. We've located the rest of them. Enemy soldier incoming. Watch me pointing that shit-ass hat. Get your squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind. We've got 10 squads active. They got me. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Adding armor. Enemy dropping into the AO. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Kill confirmed. We've located the rest of them.
Alright, going up to the houses.
Yep, I'm up here.
I'm gonna buy a UAV.
I'll buy one too.
There's a... Okay.
Enemy UAV is online. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
There we go.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting.
Do I need to crack my other one as well?
Oh.
Oh no, we already got it. Okay.
Hey, everyone knows that every fire sale you get a free cell fire, right?
Destroyed. Use your tac map
Get a free self-revive.
Get ready. Surgeon's window is about to close. Marks remaining operating.
Oh my god, can you guys still not hear me?
We can hear you. I just couldn't tell what you were saying.
Oh, I was saying, do you guys know that every fire sale you can pay free self-revive on the buy station?
I'm still not getting it. Sorry.
All squad mates are in the safe zone.
Something. Every something is a free self revive at the buy station.
Fire sale.
At the fire sale, Tom.
Okay, I don't know what a fire sale is.
It happens.
It's on right now. It's a sale.
Fire sale's done. Prices are back to normal.
Jesus Christ. Oh. I will take it, actually.
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
What?
This guy will not fucking die. And I just missed like 100 fucking shots at him. It's infuriating.
No more second chances. Supply crates are restocked. Advise you to load up now.
Right, where are we all?
Loading fresh mag.
I'm coming up.
Only 4 left.
Oh, only. Yeah,
Up
go on
where?
prison roof.
Roof.
Okay.
Get to the safe zone. Gas is inbound.
Yeah, I don't know how to get up there.
Yeah, how do we get up there?
Go through the front door of the prison. Go straight, and on your right, there's stairs.
Oh, you just use the stairs. Okay.
Yeah, get out of the room.
Run, 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 run,
Hurry
run,
up,
run.
guys, get out of
Oh,
the room.
damn.
Adding armor.
The road.
Coming up from the bunker. Down wall. Oh, ping. Fucking God, man.
Jesus Christ.
I think one's down. Not sure.
There's 2 down right there. 1 down. The other one's picking him up now.
Oh, he is.
I got.
Yeah, okay, he got him up.
They're both up.
Yep.
I killed Chucky, but then they killed me.
I should have just thrown a grenade. I was stupid.
Only 5 remain. You were close.
We
Yo,
should have had a
back out to
goddamn
the lobby
helicopter.
so I can troubleshoot my mic.
Only 2 left.
Okay,
I know what settings I need to fix. I just don't know what I need to set them to.
Okay, I'll pull out.
Alright.
It's not what I'm known for, but this one time. But
Remember, the pullout method is not that effective.
Oh wow. Yeah, that sounds good, right?
yeah, that's
Yeah,
better.
it's better.
Okay.
What was it?
Mic
Sensitivity.
volume. No,
Oh, was it
voice chat,
volume?
actually. Oddly enough. Yeah, it was voice chat volume.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Should we do a
No, I
black?
tried to raise the sensitivity earlier because I saw that my mic kept on going off when like I would put my controller down and like for simple stuff, so I didn't want that going off on stream, and then that's where it all went downhill from there. So, yeah, I just reset the tab, and then I had to the thing I just told you about. That was really it. Oh, I'm good to start up.
Sam, should
All
we
right,
do
one
that or
second.
Alison?
We can do it, yeah. I need to set up a sniper for this, and then I just got my wild card as well, so I'm
Ooh, thank you.
putting
Forgot
that
to set
on.
up an RPG class. What's a good launcher? The Gigma 2B.
Gigma. Giggity.
Gig my balls.
Oh, can I overkill and do like double RPGs?
Did you?
Oh,
How
hell
funny?
yeah.
How funny was Counterpoints today when he was like, and Tom here. Tom has been incarcerated.
Yeah, I didn't know where the fuck that came from.
People.
I was like, this is
was
a
that?
random point that I don't know if I'm backing this up, so I'm just
So
gonna
in the
sit
debate
and look
today,
pretty.
Counterpoints was making the point that like they're not talking to a couple of soy lefties. Like that Tom and Counterpoints aren't like you're a classic soy lefty. Like Counterpoints was in the Marine Corps, he was a cop, blah blah blah, and then he was like, and Tom here, Tom, he's been incarcerated.
Has he? I didn't even know that, really.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Huh.
For petty crime.
I don't know, man.
Yes.
Tom has always rubbed me as like the, you know, the hey, I know a guy. I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse type of motherfucker. I don't know, man.
What?
Kind of.
What?
I feel like Tom might be the head of a union somewhere.
Yeah.
Tom, do you work in waste management?
No. I feed the fishes.
He paints houses.
I just feed the fishes. You need to take a nap? I let you sleep with the fishes.
Like in your fish tank?
That's why I'm always talking about my fish tank.
Are we gonna do that? I might put a sniper in my loadout this time if we do that.
Why on God's green earth are you sleeping in your fish tank?
No, I don't sleep in my fish tank.
You just said you slept in your fish tank.
Yeah, no, he said that. That's what he said. That's what it was.
That's what I said. Sorry, I got one more thing to do.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so I've got nothing for this. Okay, I believe you.
Hey Google, can you call animal control for fish tanks?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Cannot find what you're looking for. Also, here's all of the information you could possibly ever want.
Yeah,
None
she
of them
is so retarded.
specifically mention. Yeah, you haven't updated her to the actual one that works.
I've checked to see if it's updated, and it always says it is, but it's fucking obnoxious. I don't know what the deal is, so I don't even care anymore. I don't even care anymore. I don't even care.
The answer is no. Apparently, animal control will not come and save the fishies.
Oh no, you can definitely call
Please don't
animal
sleep with
control
the fish.
about fish. Just not if they're having sex with them, if that's what you mean. This is what we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah,
There's
who
a
said
spectrum.
that?
There's a well when he says he said sleeping with your fishes. So I don't know what he means when he says sleeping with the fishes, but you know.
You said you slept in your fish tank. And then you said you slept with your fishes.
I'm done talking to you.
This is a disturbing conversation.
I love playing both sides of this argument and just stirring the pot.
I need to go back to meeting you guys.
Not really an
get on my
argument. I'm trying to figure out why Tom has sex with fish. And how do you even
Jank
do
Uger
that?
moment. Ask Jank Uger. Someone in the chat gets that.
Trump, even though I am afraid of the pathology on the right, I don't see Trump as having enough of the amplitude of those types of things, having looked as closely as I've looked at Hitler specifically. I just do not see the amplitude. I get where people see like there are similarities here, but the amplitude is just so far off from me. So then I'm like, I don't really have big concerns there. Now, I totally get it. One, I know I could be wrong, and so I don't overtrust myself, and I'm not screaming to the world, hey, this guy's amazing. We got to keep him in power. That is not my take. But that, like, if anybody's just trying to understand me, not necessarily convince me, but understand me, it's like over here on the left, I have, because I've spent so much time reading about how we end up over here.
He has a Destiny stuffed animal next to his television behind them with his logo on it, and so I'm wondering if Destiny put that there or if he always... Oh, and he has redact.dev. Oh, this is Destiny's podcast.
Studio. Yeah.
And he chose to talk to this guy? He invited him?
He's talked to him so many times. Okay, so he's talked to Tom Bilyeu a number... Oh. He's talked to Tom Bilyeu a number of times. And he thinks that he's always been really confused by him because he seems logical, he seems inquisitive and curious, but then he always comes to the fucking most bizarre conclusions.
Yeah, so the last couple of times that we listened to him talk, I felt like he did sound more logical. This time, he sounds like an insane person.
Because have you seen his videos recently? He's got in his head that the deficit and this money problem that America has is like an existential crisis.
Oh my god. I hate people like that.
The libertarian thing.
Yeah, he's
when we were in middle school.
Single issue voting thing.
I went through that phase in my life too, and then someone taught me how that actually works. I'm like, we're good.
You just,
I mean, it's not great.
But you don't understand. Big number, you see?
Not existential.
But it's big number.
Yeah, I was surprised Destiny didn't bring that up earlier when he was talking about deficit spending. I was surprised Destiny wasn't like, so what?
Yeah, he tries to be
I'm
nice
still a
to
rock
the Tom
star.
guy. He tries really hard to be nice to him, I've noticed.
I missed Mean Destiny. Can we bring him back?
Yeah, okay, so on my timeline recently, it's all been old, like hectic, chaotic, like retarded debates and panels and like drama, and I literally messaged him and I was like, bro, if you're gonna be gay and non-political, can you at least bring back like unhinged orbiters so that we can like have a good time? Jesus.
Oh, I didn't mean to go there. Fuck.
A lot of
Okay,
just,
yeah, let's
staring
go
at
over
his
here.
screen lately, isn't it?
Bro, which one?
I said.
To the right.
Yeah, I got it.
Sorry.
I said to him
We're
that
going blue?
Yeah.
Yeah, blue.
Okay, got it. Go ahead, Bandits.
I got it. I was like so lost for a second there.
Well, I saw nobody had jumped out
No,
yet, so I
said to
switched
him,
it.
as long as he doesn't
nothing's
fuck
loading
him,
for
we're
me.
good. Just don't fuck any of the orbiters, but bring back the drama. Hello.
Yeah, nothing's loading for me. I'm.
What?
Oh, okay, there we go.
give
The
me a
map
minute.
wasn't rendering at all. Like, I was like looking through all of the buildings. And I got a kill. Suck it, bitch.
God damn it, Mantis. Now I have Andre Belafonte stuck in my head. I hate you.
Tom did it first.
On the line.
Get your body on done. Okay. I believe you.
Oop. Wow. Need your sniper.
Wait, one of you just went to the
Thanks, pal.
gulag? There's a ton of guns over here if anybody needs some. There's like LC10s
I do.
right up here.
Yeah, I'll take that one.
So, LC10 here.
There's a purple sniper right here.
Yeah, there's
Ooh.
PML right here.
Snipey. I hate those
just-
guns.
Or
They
the
take
A
so long
mod.
to
Alright,
reload.
I passed that one up.
I just sniped this person right here. So suck
Who's
that.
starting shit? You know who messed up?
Ooh, car 98K.
I'm down! Come and save me! Oh, I'm dead because of the fire.
Oh yeah, that'll do that.
Not to me though, because I'm built different.
It sounded so cool when you
Can't
said
believe
it.
this.
I know, right?
That was pretty cool. I'm pretty jealous.
For a second there, I was like, wait, whoa, he got built different? Who built him?
Dude. Does that mean like your ding-a-ling is fake or something? Like how's that?
Don't laugh at that.
Bro needs some help. Okay, so look, here's my question. Alright, you want to
Okay,
get
I need
philosophical?
guns.
We'll get philosophical. If you have a clone, and then you engage in intercourse with this clone, is that masturbation or incest?
Both. What the fuck?
Neither.
Both are the incorrect answers.
Is it an identical clone, like cell for cell?
Yeah, it's like Clone Wars, you know?
Star Wars, the Clone Wars?
Yes.
Here, you need the armor and stuff. I don't want to
Okay.
take it if you need it. There you go. There's some up here as well.
Okay, so if neither's the correct answer, what's the correct answer?
Bro, this is an IQ test. I use this as an IQ test. This is very basic problem solving skills. If you know.
Really shitty IQ test, but okay.
I think it's demonstrating my point very clearly. I bet Tom could come up with the right answer.
I didn't hear the question.
So if you have a clone, right, and then you fuck this clone, is that incest or masturbation? I bet you he comes with the right answer. It's really simple. It's really not even that hard.
It's technically masturbation
It
because
can't be
incest would be a
incest,
family
can
No,
member
it's
thing.
not. It is not masturbation. What the fuck?
How can it be incest if it's you? Incest
Well,
is
like,
like a
okay, wait, hold on. It's really neither, because masturbation involves self, like, no other presence, right?
Shared conscience,
That'd
right?
be-
It would require a shared
no,
conscience.
I mean, yeah, I guess yeah, sure.
Whereas
Incest, I
it's
consider that
like-
like a family member, right?
yeah, it's not
there's
even
someone in
just
here with me.
incest. It's like super incest.
I got
It's
him.
like more incest than incest could ever be.
Shit, there's somebody else.
Okay. There are buy
This is
station.
like a one of those trolley questions.
Then how is there there can't be a right answer, at least I don't think it's incest.
100% is.
The right answer is it's dope, is what it is.
When I tried this, when I tried this in Jola's fucking, whatchamacallit, everyone was like, yeah, obviously it's incest. What the fuck?
How come you keep mentioning Joel and I don't know you? In Joel's chat. I feel like I would have seen your
I
name. Are
haven't
you
been
just
there
in
in a
his
while.
Discord?
I was.
Did we buy a... Is there a buy station around us? Let's see.
We didn't buy diddly squat.
Oh, there it is.
Is it consensual? That's a good one.
I would. Yeah.
Oh, you're heading to a different one. Fuck. Okay. We'll go to that one.
Wait, you had like consent is like just grant, like if you have, wait, if they're not sharing
I thought that
unconscious, you
was
could still rape
implied,
yourself.
yeah. Wait, what?
Oh, okay. We're saying like it's implied. Okay.
Yeah, I thought that was obvious.
Watch out, there's probably more then.
Okay. Can I buy the loadout? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Bought it. Alright. Loadout. Drop.
Are we ever gonna get the answer to that?
What?
Yeah, you're gonna tell us what the answer is?
I literally did. I was like, it's incest because it's like super incest, like the definition.
Oh, it's super
that makes
incest answer. Okay.
Yeah, it's more incest than incest could ever be. Yeah, I thought that was kind of obvious. Like, what makes incest incest is the shared genetics and more shared genetics than you could ever get.
Wait, is that what? Are you sure?
There's another one.
I mean, I guess if you want to go with that logic, that means just like fucking your stepbrother's cool. I'm adopted, so this is gonna be a real weird one for you.
The issues that lie with that are social issues, not like a hard genetic issue. You know what I mean? There's social issues with that, not the issue isn't like a genetic or incest issue with that. You know?
Yeah, I got you. I can agree with
Alright,
that.
we're far away from the gas line, but
Yeah, we can kind of just
So you're
hold it
saying
down
it looks
here,
like your
but it's not
stepsister
really like an
or-
easy spot to camp at, so...
nah.
Probably not. Most
Probably?
likely not. No. Most likely not. No.
Gotcha.
Are you sure about that? What do you mean, Tom? Why do you say probably like that?
You said probably. I'm just repeating what you said. Why is it so weird that you said that? Why do you find your own words so
That you
bothering?
chose that to repeat. Like out of everything I said, you chose that to repeat.
You don't find it odd that you're bothered
Seems
by
to be
your own
pretty
words like
defensive.
that? Yeah.
I was just look curious is all.
Oh.
No need to project. Big dog, big homie.
Oh, cracked him.
I'm gonna crack you in your card, boy.
What the hell?
Hey Mantis, come over here. Let's switch loadouts.
There's somebody over here.
Switch? Why? Don't
You'd
use
like
my
it.
Ladra. I like my sniper.
You don't want to try it?
Yeah, I'll try it.
What the hell happened over here? Oh, loadout.
Yeah, we got some plays on over here. You see the most wanted, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I got the guy
Oh
over here.
shit. Okay. I just killed someone.
Well done.
Okay,
Let's
when I-
go, Mantis. She got a kill. Oh, a SWAT.
Squad wipe.
Nice. Yeah, I really like this SWAT. I got my loadout gun, so I'm not gonna pick it up. But damn.
Where's Tom
What
at?
do you think,
He
Mantis?
left us again. He's just on his own thing again.
No, I'm not.
This gun is fun.
Where's the helicopter? Oh, it's way up there.
Eyes on enemy vehicle.
Wait. I have a loadout for this. This is gonna be exciting.
I just killed 2 people, but there might be more.
Oh, god damn it. Well, I have an RPG.
Yeah, I just built that AR. Like,
This is
it
nice.
was like my first game using it. Yeah, it's so little recoil on that AR. Oh my god.
It's like nothing moves. My gun is fucking insane. The recoil is crazy.
Well, yeah, that's what the gun that I have right now. That's why I use this. It's the XM4. Like I was never really a huge fan of it, but there's just no recoil to it. It just stays still the whole time I fucking shoot it.
Shit, I'm getting shot.
Do you have MW2 weapons,
Guys,
Tom?
guys.
I'm coming.
Coming.
Ah, fuck. I thought that.
Enemy UAV is online. Enemy UAV overhead.
Did you get him?
Yeah, I got 2.
Oh, nice.
Good,
There's
yeah, I got
yeah,
2.
there's one more. I think. I thought I just saw somebody there. No. Okay, never mind.
What
I
magnification's on your Venom strike? Nothing?
On the what?
On the Venom?
Oh, is that the AR or the? I don't know the names. Is that
No,
the AR or the SMG?
It's the AR.
okay. The
Um,
gas is coming this way now, so we do have to
The one
go
you
towards the
like?
super center.
The
No, so
Jack
you've got
slash
No way.
not the green one,
Underbarrel.
the other one.
Yeah, that's the Jack Glass optic, the
Okay.
Jack slash
You guys see the shooting?
underbarrel, and
Yeah. Oh, we're being fucking shot at.
Are we?
I just got hit.
There's a
killed
bunch
them.
of people right where I just marked. And then there's some people over here as well, but I don't see them.
Where'd the helicopter go? I'm about to blast him out of the fucking sky.
I think he might have just landed. See one of his teammates get out of it.
Shit.
Good.
What?
Where are you shooting at?
Same guy as you.
I'm shooting.
Oh, you fucked up, kid. You fucked up. What'd you learn?
Oh shit.
Shit, there's a bunch coming from behind us now.
I'm down.
Dude,
There's
I
someone
blew up
right
that
here.
fucking helicopter.
Kill this
So
loser. Kill this bald freak.
Wait, Sid would be so proud of me if he saw that.
Oh, they're sniping at us now. Watch out.
Can't see their glint.
Oh, behind us again. He's got a most wanted flag. Fuck, I'm down. They're trying to snipe me. We seriously didn't get the most wanted guy?
Bro, I downed him. And then I immediately got shot in the ass. It's about to be my first gulag match in a minute.
Wait, Mantis. Oh, shit. I thought you were.
I just came.
Yeah, fuck.
Bro,
came
it's
to
Call
get
of
you
Duty
guys.
casual. You don't need like a game plan. That's crazy. The fuck? Dude, like, after I get in the gulag, we're gonna get specialists, go up to that roof, we're gonna push on them.
Okay. Yeah, just hide somewhere, Mantis. Well,
I'm hiding.
Where are we going?
Success means redeployment. Failure means elimination.
I killed 2 of them. Oh, 1 of them. Sorry.
What would they say?
okay, I'm going to the
What
loadout.
is this?
This is all theirs. Like common reds.
I got my stuff again. If you
Yeah,
want to
they
pick
got
up
their
your
other
benches,
Sigma,
you know,
it's
you
all
can.
good.
But I feel like you fuck with mine more.
Yeah, I do.
Hey, you can laugh at it, it's all you want. Do you see a
Except
helicopter
I
in
do.
the sky? No,
I
because
kind
it
of
got
want my
blown up.
sniper back. Actually, maybe I'll just go grab the sniper. I'll keep your.
Yeah, they're still
Dude,
over
that was
there.
fun. Did you buy that bundle? You bought that bundle? On the
I
sniper?
bought it. It's not good.
Yo, there's
Oh
people in
shit.
here. Because they're
Thank you,
ass at the
Wasted.
game, they have to camp
Appreciate
on
you.
casuals.
Yeah.
Enemy UAV is online.
Should have been checking your corners, man.
Enemy advanced UAV is active. Incoming LDBR. I'm reloading. Adding armor. They got me.
I cannot believe he just killed me like that.
Okay.
What the fuck?
You guys
They're just
prefer this over
campers.
Resurgence? Like for real?
You talking to us or the other 2?
Yeah, I'm asking you guys. You guys really prefer this over Resurgence?
No, it's just a switch it up.
Yeah, we just like switching shit up. Sometimes it's not about a preference.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located. No more fighting in the gulag. Supply box secured. 2 to go. Buy me back. Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Did you get her?
Bandred, you should buy me back.
Oh.
I don't have it. I would run right
I think I do.
Yeah.
I got it. Let me get it. Let me get it. Oh, you
No,
got
I
it.
can.
Okay.
I'll buy her back. Yeah.
I want to go to the loadout. I'm scared there's people there. So I'm dropping onto you guys. Oh, what? Someone's behind us. To the left.
Where? Oh, there they are.
Oh, now they're behind us.
Nice.
Holy moly.
Oh,
Cluster
there's a
strike.
loadout right there. Okay.
Dude, kill streaks are the reason I stopped playing COD. They're so fucking annoying.
Hostile UAV in the area.
So wait, they're still inside the building?
Enemy advanced UAV overhead.
Oh, well then I'm dead if they are.
No, on top of the building.
Oh yeah, they're sniping at me. I see them. I see them. Yeah, they're up on top of that fucking building. Yeah, come on. We gotta go outside, out the other side. Come on. Oh no.
What exactly you want me to do here?
Don't go near the doors. Don't go near the doors. What did I just say?
What did he just say?
Okay, come on.
Don't bring me back. I don't really want to play
Oh.
anymore.
Apparently they decided to run in.
You're losing ground. Move it. Hostile UAV in the area. We lost the supply cache locations. Contracts pulled. Enemy UAV is online.
Oh, they're still on top of that building. Shit. Fuck.
Damn it. Perfect. You could hide behind that thing.
Right here at this rock.
Oh my lord, on casual? Really? God damn.
Oh, that was stupid. I should have just gone and bought you guys back. I don't know why the fuck I didn't even think of it.
Who bombs the staircase in casual?
Alright. I'm gonna head out.
Yeah.
Oh my god, thank you. More hooray! We're gonna go play fun games.
Wasting on.
You
Cool,
download
wasted.
Helldivers?
Oh, I didn't download it tonight. I can download it though.
What made you say that you didn't want to do Space Marine?
I don't know. I beat Smash Brain. I have no real intention of really going back to it. It's a fun campaign. Had a good time, and that's about it.
Have you even played the co-op missions?
No, I know they exist. I just,
I mean, they're still adding new
I
ones.
mean, like
So.
the end game shit. Yeah.
No, there's like a separate co-op campaign. There's like, I mean, now it's bigger than the story, the main story.
Sorry, wasted.
I mean, I played it with my group, but
They also got Siege, which is like horde mode now.
yeah, I'd be more into Helldivers. I've been wanting to get back into Helldivers for a bit.
Oh yeah.
Alright. Well, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good one.
Okay.
Oh, Mantis already left.
Poor Mantis. You shouldn't have yelled at her.
Oh, brother, shut up. Alright, see ya.
Bro, that'd be domestic violence, bro. You be abusing her, man.
Yeah. Alright, see ya.
Alright, big homie. Yep.
All right. Fun night. Appreciate y'all coming and hanging out. I will I don't know if I'll be on tomorrow. We'll see. The next couple of days are going to be a little touch and go with the with like going to Nashville and going to do the debate there, so yeah, we'll see, because I gotta pack and get shit ready, so I'll let y'all know. Till then, appreciate you. Oh wait. Did I even? Wait, do I have it here? Okay. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Oh, wicked, wicked. Later, fools.
I just asked how Tashika was racist and to who that would be to.
White people?
She's racist to white people?
Yes.
Tom, what do you... Are you serious? Okay, what was a line that she said was quote-unquote racist to white people?
So this is what it
Oh,
says.
so you're just pulling up random stuff of Tashika now? I mean,
Well,
is
you
this
asked me
relevant
why
to
I
the
said
vibe?
this.
I mean,
You asked me why I said this. I'm pulling up the reason why I said that she was racist. If you don't
Okay,
want me
I
to.
can't
What you're saying random? It's not random. You asked me why I said this.
Okay, I
It's not
can't
random
wait.
at
Let's
all.
see it.
All right. It says, hey everyone, I have a long journey here and I truly do love you all. With TikTok likely coming to an end, I took a look and everything and I am ready to move on. I appreciate every single thing you all have done. But for my final announcement, I want to give some final thoughts that I hope you all will think about in the Discord's absence. Here are all my final thoughts. 1, I hate white people. It will never go away. And I want to humbly apologize to all my fellow Negroes that I call crazy for saying
Dude,
that
are
they
you
also
fucking
hate white
serious?
people.
You just had... You did not just fucking read it out loud. Oh my gosh.
It's spelled
The amount of
K-N-E-E-G-R-O-S, but yes, I'm reading a statement from a
Are
black
you
person. If you want me to represent the
Oh.
black person correctly,
Hey,
I
dude.
am reading what they said.
Dog.
Well, wait. You asked me for evidence that she was racist. I just read the first time she said she
Okay.
hates white people. There's 6 more
Because
times on
dog,
here if you want me to
actually
read those as well.
if you understand this stance, okay, if you understand as a white person, Tom, I understand going into a space with people of color that I'm not going to be immediately accepted, and that is because of shit like this, Tom. You're trying to prove a black woman is racist right now.
You
That's
asked
a
me
distress,
to.
and that's
Wait,
okay.
you asked me to. Stop doing this. You're asking me to do something, and then you're acting like I'm weird when I respond to you and do the thing that you're asking me for. This is the 3rd time you've done this. You realize that. You asked me to do something, and then I do it, and then you say I'm weird for doing it. This is wild. What is happening? Why did you ask me to do it if you're gonna say I'm weird for doing it?
Dude, I didn't ask you to fucking read the word aloud. That was like fucking crazy.
You just asked me
Like,
to
you-
prove
that's
that she was
fucking crazy.
racist, and I
just-
went to the source, and now you're pivoting to whether or not I said the word Negro.
fucking
But
crazy,
you
though.
asked me
I mean,
to
but you're
prove
also-
that
but you're
she
also-
was
but you
racist, so
say
that's what
it-
I was doing.
But you also say it while trying to say that a black woman is racist to white people.
You keep doing this where you're saying I'm trying to prove somebody is racist. You asked me to prove that she was racist, so stop pinning this on me. You asked me to do this,
No, you
and now
wanted
you're
to
acting
show
like
me
it's
so
weird.
fucking bad.
I did not. I
me
didn't
so
even bring it
fucking
up
bad.
when
Don't
you came
gaslight
on.
me.
I did not bring it up when you came on. You are lying. I'm not gaslighting you. You're a liar. You asked me to do it. You brought it up, not me. You brought it up.
No, you wanted to show me so fucking bad.
You're such a
Anyway,
fucking liar.
I think I can handle this right now. I don't like white people, and I won't until you change. I think it's
This
okay
is-
to
yeah,
have
this is
an aversion to
racist.
people who shut the fuck up,
You're just
actually.
racist. No, you shut the get
I
off
don't
of my live. She has this black superiority complex because she's black. She's allowed to do all this insane shit and then wear her blackness as a shield afterwards. The claim
trying
that
to
I
do
had
these things out of what I will say